set up back here behind me at the Bev Stokes and Tim Stokes back there. Got all the RSP stuff. Got several outlets for RESP this weekend around here. You can go to the War Party pit, see Ashley Winston. You can go to the Can't Touch This pit, see Janet Everett. You can go see Dewana Kirkland over in the Sean Reed Racing pit. And you come up here and see Bev or Scott up here. And she has all of the 40th anniversary RESP shirts on sale up here. What's up, dude? Anyway, Bev and Tim got you ready to go up here. You can join RESP. If you're here, you need to belong to RESP. $40 a year. If your corporate is $350. Yeah, here. And I'm telling you what, if you need it, they're there. Ask me. They've helped me twice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, my appendix, my hernia. Oh, it won't work. Uh-oh. Okay. I was back there jacking my jaw with RESP, and they ran a boat on me. It's just a shakedown cruise. They want to make sure the boat's okay to run. And from what I saw and heard, they look good. All right, that was Brandon Limpar, his new Liquid Lunatic. What? Greg Limpar, shaking it out for his son, Brandon. Brandon was last few years, run a boat named Easy Money. Went this year, up to a Pro Modified. Top alcohol hydro to the ramp. Top alcohol hydro to the ramp. Top alcohol flat, stand by. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. Top alcohol hydro to the ramp. Top alcohol flat, stand by. Scott C goes to down. No. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. Top Fuel Hydro, Top Fuel Hydro, remember 10 o'clock. Top Fuel Hydro, 10 o'clock. Top Fuel Hydro, 10 o'clock. Top Alcohol Hydro to the ramp, Top Alcohol Hydro to the ramp. Top Alcohol Flat, stand by. Pro Outlaw, warm them up. All right, Greg Limpar just shook the boat down for Brandon. Brand new setup, all dialed in for him. Going Pro Modified this year. All right, first the Watercraft, getting ready for their first round. Okay, that ought to work a little better. Yeah. All right, first round of qualifying coming up now in Perth Watercraft. This is the dial your own ET category. They can dial no quicker than 9 seconds flat. Okay, I was just informed we got one more shakedown pass coming. Hey, get him out there. Good morning here at the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series races here in Paris, Texas, at beautiful Lake Crook. Yet, our next stop on the circuit will be June 6th and 7th. We'll be up in beautiful Wheatland, Missouri at Lucas Oil Speedway. That'll be June 6th and 7th. Up in Wheatland, Missouri. That's our next stop on the circuit. After we get this shakedown pass here out of the way, like I said, we'll be qualifying our Perth Watercraft. Right behind that, we got the 200-mile-an-hour top alcohol hydros. Hey, Ron Chevrolet, when you get a minute, bring me a backup battery for the microphone just in case this one dies. All right, come up next now, okay? Dan Kirkman in Awesome Toy, top alcohol flat bottom, going to be a shakedown cruise. Whoa, 50 years of marriage? I guess that's my wife's accomplishment because she married me. Okay, now I'll explain to you why that is a top alcohol flat. It's a top alcohol flat class, but they are allowing the blown jets to run in that class. So that was a blown jet, but the class is a top alcohol flat. I guess you could call it a combo class. Top alcohol flat, blown jet, put together. But anyway, that was Dan Kirkman in Awesome Toy. Just wanted to make sure the boat was good to get down the track. Like I say, now we're going with our first round of qualifying in personal watercraft. Looks like we had a pretty good rope of personal watercrafts out there. I'm told Addison Lee's going to be doing double duty today. She's driving Another Crazy Dream, and then she's driving for Tegan Finnegan on the jet ski. That's where she started. Addison Lee started out on a jet ski, moved up to the modified, and now she's going to be driving back on a jet ski. Get out of that, jump in the modified. Anyway, all right. Okay, here we go. First up, over here in the inside lane, it's going to be Bentley Childress driving for Coach on Lugnut. Sponsored by CCR Fiberglass, Fun and Sun Center, and TNT. Dialed in at a 1275. Over in the outside lane, Justin Studeville and Dominator dialed in at a 10 flat. All right, guys, anybody still wants to get in that first off the trailer with Tim Ortiz? He's got, so far, he's got about $3,000 raised up. 20% goes to RESP, 20% goes to the chaplain, and the other 60% goes to the winner. $100 to get in, first off the trailer only. Closer to your dial-in. All right, here we go. First round of qualifying in personal watercraft. Quickest they can dial is a 10-second flat run. After that, they can dial as fast or as slow as they want. If they want to dial a 15-second 1,000 foot, dial 15 seconds, but you can dial no quicker than 10 seconds. Top alcohol flat to the ramp, top alcohol flat to the ramp. Pro Outlaw, stand by. Pro Modified, warm them up. All right, Bentley Children's away first in lug nut. Outside lane, got the horsepower at the Studeville on Dominator down to 10 flat to Bentley's 1275 dial in at the finish line. Inside lane, Bentley Children's is there first on lug nut. Got the 1275 on the 1275. Good for number one qualifier. 1275 on the 1275 at 55.99. Boy, hey, Cody, you can turn a jet ski too, huh? Anyway, Justin Studeville runs a 984, breaks out on a 10-0 dial-in. A 10-flat dial-in, ran a little too quick at a 984. All right, let's see what we got coming up next at us here. Next pair in Perk of Watercraft. All you people out there at home, if you're listening, on either YouTube or Amazon Prime, you got Speed Sport 1 or Speed Sport 2 or IHRA TV, and I'll be trying to entertain you all day long. Top alcohol flat to the ramp, top alcohol flat to the ramp. Pro Outlaw stand by, Pro Modified warm them up. All right, after we get through with this class here, we move into our 200-mile-an-hour top alcohol hydros, and we have a great collection of alcohol hydros here this weekend. We got the nitro-injected boat of Tyler Spear. We got the top alcohol of Andy Reynolds, Rick Allen, who's the record holder right now. Also, we got Jacob Snyder and several others out there in the pits. Got a good showing of top alcohol hydros this weekend here, like I say, at the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series event. All right, inside lane now is going to be Bella Janicek on Wackadoodle, dialed in at a 13 flat, sorry. And over in the outside lane is going to be Addison Lee, dialed in 13 flat on what? Driving for Tegan Finnegan this weekend. Inside lane looks like got a little bit more horsepower. At the finish line, Bella Janicek, Wackadoodle on a 13 flat dial in, shuts off the timers with a 1335 at 53.92 miles an hour. And Addison on a 13-0 dial-in breaks out a little too quick, a 1287 at 55.50 miles an hour. It's so good to be here at the boat race with all my friends that I've known for so many years. All right, you got everything here. He's watching Ryan O'Hara. He's watching from Olathe, Kansas. He's already watching the races here this weekend. All right, next up, over in the inside lane, Giovanni Barter on Nettuno. Yeah, Nettuno hip. Let's throw that word in. Okay, sponsored by Excess Power Batteries, Rock Ready Printing, Hibden Speed Marine, Mom and Dad, Waymaker Moultrie, and Uncle Warm's Smokehouse. And over in the outside lane, out of Illinois, there's going to be Sheila Still's Ski-dacious, sponsored by Still Towing in the Long Branch RV Park. Sheila Still dialed in 1068, and Giovanni Parter dialed in at 14 flat. Inside lane gets almost a 4-second head start. And then Sheila Still got to run her down. Pair of our ladies here at Ravenson. And here comes Sheila Still, starting to make the move on the top side. A little bit slower out of the gate. Now you might not be able to make up all that room. And at the finish line, inside lane, Giovanni Parter runs 12:32. Way too quick on a 14-hole dial in. Got to put the ballast on that one, baby. Anyway, 12:32 at 58.80 miles an hour. Sheila Still on a 10:68 dial in. Oh, just a little too quick. 0.08 of a second too quick. She runs a 10:67.2. Actually, 0.08 of a second too quick. 10:67.2 on a 10:68 at 65.59 miles an hour. All right, comes our final pair now of personal watercraft. Then, like I say, we go into our top alcohol hydros. Good. Debbie Julius with RSP says, I have you on IHRA TV, YouTube, and hear you loud and clear. All right. Thank you, Debbie. Good. Getting reports from all over the country. People watching us on IHRA TV or Speed Sport 1 or Speed Sport 2. So apparently it's going out great and getting a lot of play out there. All right. Next up, here we go. Inside lane. It's going to be Alexa McKay. Nuclear Fishing My Way, dialed into the 11 flat, sponsored by Chateau Marine and Grandpa. Over in the outside lane, the City of Paris, Texas sponsored lane, it's going to be Tina Henley's Wild One, dialed in 10:30. Thanks to her husband Kyle Henley for his Valentine's present and all his constant encouragement. Vital Health, stop by for your free wellness scan, and shout out to all the fans. All right, here we go. All right, final two in personal watercraft. Then we go top alcohol hydros at 200 plus mile an hour. Inside lane, Alexa McKay doing what she does best. Getting out there first, going 85 reaction, good reaction, runs 11:23 on that 11 flat dial in. It's 65.46 or 65.56 miles an hour. Tina Henley on a 10:30 dial in, way off pace in 11:19. It's 67.16 miles an hour. And only a 0.87 reaction. Need to pick that up a little bit. All right, there goes the first of our top alcohol hydros out there now. I am one of the people that knows way better than hand you a microphone. Trust me. Here, handing you the microphone would be like giving it to Robert Ledbetter. All right, here we go. Single run. Now, world record holder out of Arkansas is going to be Rick Gallo's Total Chaos. Holds the record at a 4:19 at 214.28 miles an hour. That is a thanks to Paul, Cole, Squeak, Angie, Brandy, Dylan, and sometimes Jelly too. Top of the sponsored by Allen Motors. His wife Angie owns the boat. She lets him do all the driving. Like I say, he holds the record of 4:19 at 214.28 miles an hour. Let's see if we can go on the first one here in Paris, Texas. IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series event. Rick Allen out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. That's the home of Gerber Baby Food. Also, I think he eats a lot of baby food. Anyway, now Rick Allen, great guy, driving for his wife, Angie Allen. And Rick Allen on the first, check it out, first run, a 4:26. 204.93 miles an hour. Not bad for the first run off the trailer. Right off the trailer, a long winner, 4:26, 204.93 miles an hour. Well, I guess he's already set the bar for the morning. All right, who we got coming up next on Top Alcohol Hydro? Top Alcohol Flats, you should be at the ramp. Top Alcohol Flats, you should be at the ramp. Top Fuel Hydro, 35 minutes. Top Fuel Hydro, 35 minutes. Angie, you guys are not bad for first one off the trailer, girlfriend. Yeah, 4:20 to 2:04. The Chaos Girls are on the loose. Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Top Alcohol Flat, final call. Top Alcohol Flat, final call. Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Top Fuel. Rich wants to see you on the ramp at 10 o'clock. Top Fuel Hydro on the ramp at 10 o'clock. That is 35 minutes from now. Pro Modified, stand by. Pro Modified, stand by. Quick Eliminator. If you want to go ahead and get them ready, start getting them ready. Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Pro Modified, stand by. Quick Eliminator. Get them ready. All right. Oh, here we go. Only boat of its kind in the world. A nitro-injected Top Alcohol Hydro. They allow nitro injected, and at the end of last year, this boat really woke up. That's Tyler Spear out of Woodstock, Georgia, in the Georgia Outlaw. But they made some changes over the winter. They lightened it up. See, and the thing is, with a nitro-injected motor, you got to keep that baby loaded up, or it ain't doing nothing. And they figured out at the end of last year how to keep it all loaded up, change some cam stuff and things like that. And it did really, I mean, it hauled the mail. It was hauling the mail, boy. But anyway, they've lightened it up a few 100 pounds over the winter months. And I said, now, since you've took that weight off of it, have you figured out how to keep the motor loaded? They said, well, we think we have. Yeah. Anyway, Tyler Spear, the Georgia Outlaw. Sponsored by Access Batteries, Headman Headers, and the main sponsor, Vet Vodka. And, of course, Pro Boat out of Woodstock, Georgia. All right, NGK Spark Plugs, also VP Racing Fuels, Pittsford Oil, Don Wild Racecraft, and Tequila Sheila. That ought to be fun, Tequila Sheila. Best run on the boat so far is a 4:22, which that was at Wheatland, Missouri last year. That's where the boat really came alive. Like I say, nitro injected. No blower, no turbo, just nitro injected. wasn't sounding too good. Nope, that wasn't nitro in the correct way. That was nitro in like, I don't want, here, the boat was going, I don't want to go nowhere right now. Hold on. Let's try again next run. Anyway. Yeah, he just kind of eased out, yeah. 636 at only 98 miles an hour. Got to figure out what's going on there. Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Pro Outlaw to the ramp. Top Fuel Hydro, 30-minute call. Top Fuel Hydro, 30-minute call. Drivers meeting, 5 o'clock. Up here at the trailer, drivers meeting, 5 o'clock. Stand at ease. I'll be in area for several hours. All right, still continuing on our top alcohol hydros. Boy, it was a good barbecue last night, wasn't it? Whew. I know IHRA treated all the racers and crew to a nice barbecue last night, provided by Gringos right here out of Paris, Texas. It was good. And right after that, then we went over and watched the the bullfighting. Hello? These guys get in the ring with a 2,000-pound bull that wants to kill you, and they try to tease them and make them mad. I'm thinking, where'd you find these guys? All right, yeah, about 50 yards outside. Anyway, all right, let's see what we got coming up next. All right, yeah, here we go. Here's a guy right on his heels out of Lake Wiley, South Carolina. Going to be Andy Reynolds in Running with Scissors. Sponsored by Generator Supercenter. Also Invisible Fence Brand. That's Duncan and Kathy Clark. Kathy Kalman, and in memory of Tom Kalman. Andy Reynolds Real Estate. Roger Way Racing. Also by Daryl Noonan at Race Engineering. Scott went at Linco. And AndyReynoldsRacing.com. Gives a thanks to his brother Joe. Joe Reynolds. It does all the belt tuning and stuff on the motor. Also to Jerry Brumham, Lamar Armstrong, Andy Hall, and Ralph and Terry Fuller, and his lovely wife, Dawn. Woo, got her in there. All right, Andy Reynolds, Running with Scissors, out of Lake Wiley, South Carolina. Another 200-mile-an-hour top alcohol hydro. Made a shakedown run yesterday as soon as he left the line, kicked the blower belt, but didn't hurt anything else. All he did was just kick the belt. Uh-oh. Well, the blower belt's on it this time anyway. Andy having trouble, runs a 574, coast through the lights at 102.62 miles an hour. So Andy Reynolds, Joe got the work to do there, but the belt did stay on. Pro Outlaw, Pro Outlaw, you should be on your way to the ramp. Pro Outlaw, you should be on your way to the ramp. Pro Modified, stand by. Quick Eliminator, get them ready. Top Fuel Hydro, 25 minutes on the ramp. Top Fuel Hydro, 25 minutes on the ramp. How you doing, George? Good morning. George Loomis out there. Known him for many, many, many years. Hey, you talk about a flat bottom driver. George Loomis could drive a flat bottom for old Ben Davis. Ben Davis gave you some good rides too, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, look, Rock Guthy's trying to hide behind you so I don't pick on him. Look. All right. Okay, listen up. Anybody out there has a large lifeline style shoe jacket? Just a large life jacket for a jet ski. If anybody has a large life vest out there, if it works for a jet ski, please deliver it to the ramp. Large life vest for a jet ski, deliver it to the ramp, please. Need it desperately. Okay. Oh, now we're... Okay, Tony, ask and you shall receive. Looks like we're going to get a side-by-side top alcohol hydro this time. They're showing me over in the outside lane. Outside lane sponsored by the City of Paris, Texas. It's going to be Jason Mulligan in Hustler. Sponsored by Fine Line Motorsports, Toyota Mart, Gross Engines, and his wallet. And over here in the inside, Missouri is going to be Jacob Snyder's Blown Crazy. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Snyder Land Management, Field Tech Dynamics, and Martin Equipment and Ratliff Tree Service. Yep, there we go. We're going to get a side-by-side run in top alcohol hydro this time, folks. Like I say, the Hustler in the outside lane, Blown Crazy, Jeff Snyder inside. Jacob Snyder, following in the shoes of his dad. I remember when Jeff Snyder first started racing, his dad, God. And he had, the name of his boat was Blown Crazy. And I think it was the original Blown Crazy that he got off of Bob Ginther. If I remember, I've been doing this 46 years, and some of it's getting a little shaky back there. And then, then Rick and Angie Allen had the Blown Crazy, and then it went to the Snyders again. Snyder, Allen, Snyder. Oh, wait, Ginther, Snyder, Allen, Snyder. That was a pop quiz, wasn't it? Looks like got quite a few people here already this morning. I hope you all are enjoying yourself out there here at the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series event here in Paris, Texas. Hope you all have a good time. If I can help you with anything, feel free to come up and ask me, and I'll try to answer anything I can for you. If I don't know the answer, believe me, I'm really good at making stuff up. Yeah. Hey, be nice back there. Anyway, all right, here we go. Top alcohol hydros to pair. Top fuel, 20 minutes. Top fuel, 20 minutes. Oh, and I see the man from California sitting out there. Oh, on the inside, all the way over there, that's Donnie LeBon. And hydrophobia. All right, here we go. Jason Mulligan outside, Hustler. Jacob Snyder inside, Blown Crazy, top alcohol hydros. Let's see if we can get a pair of 200-mile-an-hour runs out of these two. Good looking runs. All right, check this out. It wasn't 200 mile an hour, but it was just within a little bitty hair of it. Jacob Snyder there first, runs a 4:56, 197.29 miles an hour. Jason Mulligan runs a 4:48 at 187.96. He was quicker than Jacob, but Jacob had the whole shot on him. Jacob had a 2:32 light, and Jason had a 6:03 light. That was one at the starting line. Had it been competition, but this is only qualifying. Red lights don't count. Don't matter. You get there first, you get there last. Doesn't matter. We're going by qualifying times, preparing up for tomorrow. Now we come with the top fuel jet. Johnny LeBon, I think he come fresh off a win. What was it, last week? They won out in Bakersfield, California. Yeah, Bakersfield, California last weekend. Won out there with the NJBA. He's hot off the trail. Johnny LeBon. Hydrophobia. Sponsored by Schuler Racing, Bill Miller Engineering, CP Pistons, Star Racer Belts, Jim Piscata Racing, Schaefer Oil, and American Turbine Pump. Crew Chief, Glenn Schuler, crew of Carol Schuler, Tim Eagle, Jared Phillips, Jared Vance, Stephanie Sandher, and Stephanie Vachetta. And of course, the pilot, Donnie LeBon. Another top fuel jet. We can see top fuel jets and top alcohol hydros. He's going to be in top alcohol flat. Sorry, the top alcohol flat, top fuel jets run together as a single class. So we had a good collection of top alcohol hydros. As soon as we get these, it's probably going to be real close. We're not far away from top fuel hydro. Man, baby, whoo. Maybe see a 250 mile an hour pass here on Lake Crook. Talk to me, that's Roger. This is Roger, talk to me. Okay, I was just informed by the in-ramp they do have a life jacket for that jet ski. So thank you very much, whoever did that, and we have mission accomplished. By the way, Jeff Miller still has those rewarder zoomies for a big block Chevy and a bell housing for a Lincoln transmission for big block Chevys. Yep, the other guy that we're looking at a while ago, he wanted different ones. He didn't want the laid back ones like the rewarder. So they are rewarder headers, which, hey, that's a good set of zoomies, I know. All right, here we go. Top fuel jet, Donnie LeBon. All the way from California. And Donnie LeBon on a good looking run lays down a 569 at 151.61 in the jet boat. 569, 151.61 in his first round of qualifying. All right, so we got them taken out there next. Top Fuel Hydro, 15 minutes. Top Fuel Hydro, 15 minutes. Those green boats sitting out there in the water. That's our Rescue 1, Rescue 2. Jimmy Todd, our rescue captain, sitting out there. Those are the guys, those rescue boat guys, people, those are who we hope come to this race. They get paid to sit there and do nothing. That's what we want them to do. Those are the rescue crews. If they sit there all weekend and don't do a thing, we are very happy to pay them. Because if they have to do something, then that means something went wrong. And we don't want that. Oh, got people watching from Kansas City, Missouri. You know, some of y'all, you already racers know that. Joel and Janet Bestweber out there watching the races. Apparently they just got the one there on the alcohol hydros and stuff. Jessica Johnson is watching us. Jessica Johnson works for the KDBA, handling their T-shirts and stuff. All right, get ready to keep going here. Who we got sent out there now? Is that Battleborn? We'll find out in a second. Yep, that is. Good. Look down there. Look, I thought that looked familiar. All right, my computer tells me that David Gipe in Battleborn. He made a run yesterday. Kind of just a shakedown, a 6:01 at 1:56.49. Sponsored by Canyon Growth Engines. Also, Keith Black, it's a Hemi. K&B Roofing. Charlotte Tile, Great Basin Water Services, Giant Roofing, Chiropractic Health Center, Decent Plumbing, BRG Homes, and CFL Construction. Okay, all right, it's live. Okay, good. They just got me corrected. It's live. Okay, you can only watch it live on Speed Sport 2 or IHRA TV, Outlaw Drag Boat Facebook page, which I had on my phone here right now. On the Outlaw Drag Boat Facebook page, you can watch it be Speed Sport 2, IHRA TV, either one. And it's free. All right, Battleborn, David Gipe. Top alcohol flat bottom. Uh-oh, motor went a little sour, about 800 foot. Still coasted through a 620 at 103 miles an hour, but the motor went sour on him about 800 feet. Over the outside lane now, that is the reigning world champion of top alcohol flat bottom. That's Ashley Winslet in War Party, driving for Bill Diaz in memory of Jerry and Nancy Davis. They're continuing on the legacy of War Party. Ashley Winslet, when she's not in the drag boat, you know what she does? I think she's at a big zoo, and I think she does like the elephant care and stuff. Yeah, she works at a zoo when she's not got her butt in a top alcohol flat bottom. She's Dallas Zoo. Okay, yeah, she works at the Dallas Zoo in the elephants. Yeah, them big things that's got that thing goes, oh, you know. I know. You never know what I'm going to do. You never know. All right. Hey, you got to make it interesting. Good morning, Wild Bill Henderson. How you doing? Boy, all the way from Wadowee, Alabama, huh? Give me a break. Hi, Addison Lees. Doing double duty this weekend, huh, young lady? Hey, hold on. You're back in your old roots on a jet ski. Yeah, driving for Tegan Finnegan, and then also driving her modified Eliminator, another crazy dream. All right, here we go. Next pair coming up over in the inside lane. It's going to be Jeff Stewart's Flat Hammered. He's a pair of top alcohol flats. Over in the outside lane, the City of Paris, Texas sponsored lane. Ashley Winthrop's War Party rides on. Driver for Bill Diaz, like I say, in memory of Cherry and Nancy Davis, reigning world champion in top alcohol flat bottom. Looking to do a back-to-back this year. Going to be a couple races with IHRA. Goes around to all the different associations to be a true world champion in, like, all over, not just one. Flat Hammered inside, War Party rides on outside. Outside lane would be over what you would call the right lane. We just call it the outside lane here in boat racing because it's the outside away from me where I'm over here on the inside lane announcing. Good looking runs out of both of the flat bottom. Outside lane, Ashley Windsor runs 5:74 at 1:42.69. Jeff Stewart's Flat Hammered runs a 5:58 at 1:58.87. Ashley Windsor had an 08 red, and Jeff had an 07 red. That's okay today, guys. Red lights don't matter. It's just qualifying. Red lights don't matter. Tomorrow, it's either don't red light or put your butt on the trailer. Uh-oh, looks like we might be ready to go into Pro Outlaw. These are 5 20,000-foot boats. They'll cover the 1,000-foot course in 5.2 seconds. Usually 170, 180 mile an hour in that range. I see the IHRA TV Speed Sport 2 drone coming in for a landing over there. Hey, that guy's a good drone pilot now. He landed right between those two boxes over there, and didn't he do one of them? All right, hope everybody out there is either on Speed Sport 2 or IHRA TV, the Outlaw Drag Boat Facebook page. Hope y'all enjoying the racing. We've got some good racing already going here this morning. Like I say, now we're getting ready to move into our Pro Outlaw category. Why, thank you, Carol Clay. Everybody knows the old name, Chris Clay. Well, him and his wife, Carol Clay, are watching us from over around the San Antonio, Texas area. Good friends of mine, she says, watching on YouTube on my big screen is almost like being there, except says I'm not getting any of your hugs. Thank you, Carol. IHRA doing a great job so far. Hey, and they will. It's only going to get better. IHRA, I mean, people, like I say, I've been doing this. This is 46 years of announcing drag boat races, and this is one of the best shots I've seen for our sport to move up to the next level. And this IHRA TV, Speed Sport 1, they're doing an awesome job. You see that drone right straight out in front of me here, right at the 8th mile mark. the TV crews operating that. They're trying to chase them down the lane or watch them coming at them. Excellent viewing. So enjoy yourself out there on YouTube or Facebook or whatever, or Amazon Prime. All right, Pro Outlaw, or Pro Modifieds, or Pro Outlaws. Okay, inside lane, going to be Jay Hudgens in Aquaholic. He gets a thanks to Jesus for allowing me to do this. Also to Arliss Auto Works, America Glass Repair, and Roosters Repairs, and a thanks to the crew. That's on the inside lane. I don't know if they're going to run side by side or just a single on this one. We got one sitting over in the outside lane, but they haven't paired it up to him yet. Top Fuel Hydro, Top Fuel Hydro, Top Fuel Hydro. They're looking for you. Pro Modified to the ramp, Pro Modified to the ramp. Quick Eliminator stand by. Pro Comp Flat, warm them up. Top Fuel Hydro. You should be at the ramp. Pro Modified to the ramp. Quick Eliminator stand by. Pro Comp Flat, warm them up. Got you covered, Greg Limpar. All right, looks like we're going to have a single run. Jay Hudgens. I believe he's out of Burnett, Texas. They don't have it on here, but I think he's from Burnett, Texas. Up, and I see the boat of Cody Childress out there, that green one. That's a unique setup there. Cody Childress is driving for Travis Tuttle in his boat. Travis Tuttle is driving for Cody Childress in his boat. Oh, hey, you drive my boat, I'll drive yours. How's that? Okay, Cody's driving his own boat this time around. All right, let's see here. Here we go. All right, yep, we're going to have a single run, inside lane. Aquaholic, Jay Hudgens. Jay Hudgens was the 2025 Pro Mod champion. Stepped up this year to Pro Outlaw. And Jay Hudgens on a 520 dollar runs a little too quick, runs 517 at 165.48 miles an hour. 517 breaks out by 300ths of a second. So that'll put him in the low qualifying order so far at 165.48 miles an hour. All right, next up, who we got coming here? I see Cody Childress sitting on the inside lane. That'd be short fuse. You got bad influence, both of them. Travis both, one's bad influence, one's short fuse. I know. Here, they move around so much. I'm going. Well, here, that's as bad as Billy and Bobby Boer. Remember them? Out of Rogers, Arkansas. They were identical twins, and you could not tell these two boys apart. You could not. And that's what they named their boat. Who's who? because you didn't know who was in the boat. You didn't know it was Billy or Bobby. And if you looked at him, you couldn't tell. How you doing, Golf? Mr. Golf? I'm still at it, baby. Hey, loving it. Hey, like Clint Eastwood said, don't let the old man in. I don't think I'm doing too bad for 77 years old. All right, here we go. Yeah, all right. Inside, Cody Childress and Bad Influence. Sponsored by CCR Fiberglass, Texas Outrigger Boats, and Tuttle & Tuttle Trucking. Over on the outside, out of Sonora, Texas, is Gus Ward's Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Sponsored by Ginger Hair, Brian Bakley, Tony Brown, Chase Brown. His accomplishments, he says you're only as good as your last pass. All right, Gus Ward, Whiskey outside, Cody Childress, Bad Influence inside in the green boat. And Cody Childress, he is ready for it on a 520 dial in. He runs 527, 170.55 miles an hour. Gus Ward, way off pace of 573 at only 156 miles an hour. Needs to find about 5/10 in that boat. But don't worry, hey, Gus has been a champion before. He'll find that half a second. All right. Next up. All right, who we got coming up next? Oh, here's the other half of the Childress Tuttle Racing team. Inside, over here, is Travis Tuttle in Short Fuse. He's sponsored by CCR Fiberglass, Fun and Sun Boat Centers, Tuttle & Tuttle Trucking, Cody Childress, Wesley Ice, Kyle Brawley, and Texas Outriggers. All right, over in the outside lane, the City of Paris, Texas sponsored lane is just Justin Schmidt. Driving for Robert Lees in Wildfire, Justin Schmidt out of Smithton, Illinois. Robert Lees out of Climax Springs, Missouri. Sponsored by Mike and Kelly Kaser, Joe and Amanda McDaniel, Jeff and April Woodruff, Red Fox Bar Grill, The Shed Sales Midwest, Dave Schmidt Truck Service. Robert Lees and Justin Schmidt have proved to be a tough team in Pro Outlaw. Wildfire outside, Short Fuse inside. You know, that kind of goes together. You got a Wildfire and a Short Fuse, not a good mixture. All right, here we go. Again, Pro Outlaws covers the 1,000 foot in 5.2 seconds. They want to try for that perfect 5.2000. So far, number one qualifier of 5:27. That's Cody Childress. But that 700ths of a second, that's a lot of wiggle room for somebody to get in there. 700ths is a lot of room, baby. I would say by the end of the day, most of these guys will be in the 520s. Got a little bit of sun peeking out back there, kind of brightening up. Beautiful weather here in Paris, Texas this weekend. Couldn't ask for better for the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series race here on Lake Crook. Great turnout of boats. Had well over 100 boats here this weekend for the first race of IHRA. Good night. Had a nice barbecue last night provided by IHRA for all the racer crews and all the staff. Then after that, we went and watched those guys try to make a bull mad and then run from it. Not something I want to do. I don't want to get in a pen with something that weighs 2,000 pounds and its mission in life is to kill me. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, Franklin Shotwell's watching. I believe she's from way out on the East Coast. Good Lord. Everybody's watching. A lot of people. Carol McKinney. Oh, Ray Ellinger watching out there. Ray Ellinger, one of my friends on Facebook, always sending me stuff for videos and stuff like that. Let's see who else we got here. All kinds of people. Good, getting plenty of coverage all over the country out there. I mean, California, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Texas. You're in Texas, you should be here. Oh, wait a minute. Some places in Texas are 12, 13 hours from here, so. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I hear some people crying all the time. Oh, my God, it's an 8-hour drive. I say, hold on. Do you realize in Texas, 8 hours is right next door? Okay, if anybody wants to get up close and personal with these boat racers and get your buns wet in the process, we need some more help over at the out ramp with the Boy Scouts that are getting boats out of the water. Anybody wants to go over there and socialize with the boat racers, get in the water, get wet, and have a good time with the racers. All right, here we go. Waiting for the all clear on the top end. Pro Modified, you should be at the ramp. Pro Modified. All right, here we go. Travis Tuttle, Shark Fuse inside. Justin Schmidt, Wildfire outside, Pro Outlaws. Beautiful Saturday morning here in Paris, Texas. And Justin Schmidt, Robert Lee doing what they do best. Justin Schmidt, whoops. Got to find some more ballast on that one on a 520 down, and Justin Schmidt runs 509. 509, 11 hundredths of a second, too quick. Anyway, at 180.34 miles an hour. And Travis Tuttle is dead at the 8th mile mark. All right. We'll be just a few minutes here getting him out of the way. He said we have all of our Pro Modifieds down there at the end ramp, and the first of the top fuel hydros is there. The first one, guess which one? Nitro Nuts. Yeah, that's about it. Nitro Nuts. Yeah. Nitro, and your nuts getting in it. That's another thing I don't want to do is climb in one of them. That's right up there with letting the bull chase you around the pen. By the way, I still have this pair of gloves up here. Somebody lost a pair of gloves last night. I found them laid out on the road when I was out there getting ready to leave. Pair of gloves. So if somebody lost their gloves, come up and see me, and I'll give your gloves back. Otherwise, I think that'd be pair number 782 gloves I got at home. No. I think my triplet granddaughters are watching. Oh yeah, my daughter had triplet girls. they're 11 now, and they'll be watching Grandpa. That'd be Alex, Lucy, and Dot. Huh? Yeah, all at once, yeah. Hey, what about you? Lucky? You said that, is that the word? Triplet granddaughters? Nah. Yeah, no, I love them to death. No, that's those are Grandpa's girls. I'll see somebody in a restaurant with twins. I'll say, that's a piece of cake. Throw one more in that mix. Anyway, all right, next up, here we go. Over in the inside lane, it's going to be Jimmy Kemp in Quick Check. Sponsored by Head Motorsports. Also, married and retired, crew chief is also Texas Millworks, FootFix.com, and 4K Enterprises. Over in the outside lane, K Janisek, All or Nothing. Sponsored by Janisek Performance, David Crook Racing, RESP, and Bright Top Roofing. Well, thank you, Mrs. Gringo. Too bad you can't be here. And Ronnie Odom. Ronnie Odom's watching it too. Ronnie Odom's been around a long time. Yeah, Ronnie Odom goes, yep, Roger Monroe isn't kidding. From where I live, unless you're going to the Gulf or Louisiana, it takes 8.5 hours minimum to leave the state. He's in that middle spot. All right. Himmy Jimmy over here in the inside lane and Quick Check. K Janisek. All or Nothing in the outside lane, the white boat. Two more Pro Outlaws. All right. Waiting to get her all clear. Had to take a drink of my coffee. That coffee will do me until I get a couple bottles of water in me. Then I got to have a Pedialyte. That Pedialyte is instant good stuff. When oh yeah, definitely. I never go to any race without my Pedialyte. Ain't happening. But then also, over there, after the race, yeah, you know, it's the old Tanqueray and tonic. It's a different Pedialyte, yes. Yeah, it's a different. Yes. Yeah, right. Anyway, all right, let's get our Pro Outlaws here. Top Fuel is not far behind them, folks, so make sure you got a good piece of each. All right, here we go. Himmy Jimmy, Quick Trip inside. K Janisek, All or Nothing outside. Pro Outlaws, 5.2 seconds in 1,000 foot. Lids are down, and they're just about ready. Those lids go down, they're not far away. And Jimmy Kemp had trouble getting off the line down there. K Janisek, only a 576 at 160.25 miles an hour. Jimmy Kemp, a 557 at 156.84. So both of those guys need to work on it. Jimmy Kemp, it took him 3.8 seconds to get off the starting line. So he had a problem down there from the get-go. Doesn't matter today, but tomorrow it will matter. He's still got his qualified. Right now he's qualified number 4. K Janisek sitting in the number 6 qualifying spot. And I think over in the outside lane now, let's see. Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, it's not there. They moved somebody else. Okay, they're good. They switched them around. Good thing, because they got Promod, Grandpa Todd coming up. Promod Todd. but he's actually in a Pro Outlaw. Shelby Everett, you know, she's 36 weeks pregnant. So Daddy is taking the driving chores this year. And he like he never got out of the boat. Like he never got out of the boat. Todd Everett, dad of the boat. Anyway, name of the boat, Can't Touch This. See, now, Todd, when it's his own boat, see, here's the thing I like. Daddy named his boat Another Wet Dream. But his daughter's boat is named Can't Touch This. There you go. And over here in the inside lane, out of Smithton, Illinois, is going to be Jeremy Schmidt in No Excuses. Sponsored by Dave Schmidt Truck Service and Olinger Crane Service. Jeremy Schmidt's got an open boat, too. And for the last 2 years in a row at the Outlaws on Water, he has won the 6-second class. That is a tough class to win. You know, when you got a 6-0 dial-in and the number 16 qualifier, or a 609 is outside looking in, you know that's a tight field. But anyway, all right, Jeremy Schmidt, No Excuses inside. And Todd Everett, Can't Touch This outside out of Wamega, Kansas. Sponsored by Jay Southland Tow, ENR Machine, Iconic Apparel. A special thank to Janet, Sheldon, Paul, and Shelby for letting me drive her boat. Hey, Todd, she don't have a whole lot of choice. See, she's not going to fit in that capsule right now at 36 weeks pregnant. And besides, I don't think you could get Janet to let her in there. And at the finish line, we have a new number one qualifier. Todd Everett runs 5:24 at 177.17 miles an hour to take the number one qualifying spot. And Jeremy Schmidt needs to work on a bit, only a 5:60 at 158.24. So Todd Everett, first off the trailer, takes over the number one spot with a 5:24. And I think back there, I hear Sean Reed's Top Fuel boat warming up. Sean Reed, you know, he's got two Top Fuel drag cars. Now he's got a Top Fuel drag boat. Well, we play, yeah. Boy, and you can bet. Hey, Sean Reed's stuff has got some nice stuff in it. All right, who we got up next? Okay, here we go. Inside. Out of Silent Springs, Arkansas, Colby No Fires, Indian Outlaw. Sponsored by Jim Richards Racing and Meadow Mountain Ranch and Pinnacle Collision. And over in the outside lane, there's going to be Forrest Warren out of Woodstock, Georgia, in Relentless. Everything after this gentleman on the outside lane, folks. Last year, this man lost every piece of his racing operation you can have. He lost his motorhome, his trailer, his boat, his spare motors, everything in a fire on the way to the race last year out on the highway. I mean, he lost the total racing operation. This year, he's back better than ever. He bought that boat off of Mike Lamb. That is Slug Hefner's old boat. Used to be the old Dirty Duck. That's a good boat. Anyway, got a new motorhome, new trailer, new boat, new motor program, everything. But Forrest Warren, outside lane, and he just named it Relentless. His last boat was Latest Obsession, and we lost that. He figured, hey, why not name this one Relentless? We never quit. So, Forrest Warren, good to see you back, buddy. I mean, he literally lost everything in his racing operation. And he is sponsored by, let's see, Pro Boat, VP Fuels, Torque Wheels and Driven Clothing. And Colby Nopar, so you can say again, Jim Richards Racing, Meadow Mountain Ranch, and Pinnacle Collision. He gives a big thanks to his crew of Mom, Dad, Pop, and Cash Paxton. Forrest Warren gives a big thanks to his girlfriend Angie. Oh, same name as my daughter. All right, continuing on. I just heard Sean Reed's Top Fuel Hydro warming up back there. Marty Logan going to be doing the driving for him. Sean Reed not only has 2 Top Fuel drag cars, now he's got a Top Fuel drag boat. Him and David Kirkland, Marty Logan all in on it. Marty Logan, of course, holding down the driving chores. All right, here we go. Colby Nopar, Indian Outlaw inside. Forrest Warren, Relentless outside. This year on a 520 down lane, went to 553 at 171, but he went down the track in his new rig. And over here in the inside lane, a 565 for Colby Nopar, 164.77. And that's the name of that tune. I've already said, when it ain't fun, I'm done. All right, next up, single run. Oh, my goodness. Good, first time out, Dark Horse. Going to be Greg Lee out of Whit, Illinois, I believe. Sponsored by Roger Lee Racing, Mike's Racing. Oh, well, Karen Grokey from up in El Reno, Oklahoma, one of the founders of the Smoke on the Water. Yep. Love the free feed. I didn't get to make it this race. Great job. See you at the next race. Thank you, Karen. Uh-oh. You see that dark boat driving behind the pontoon now? That is the Nitro Nuts Top Fuel Hydro. And that guy is very capable of laying down a 260-mile-an-hour run for us. Yo, baby. Hey, you got to love the smell of nitro in the morning. Yeah, get ready. Yeah, when these fuelers go by, there are interesting things about these fuelers, you know. When they go by on the water, you will feel the ground shake under you here on the beach. And another thing, do you know that when he pushes the pedals to the floor on that thing, it uses nitromethane at the rate of 1.5 gallons per second. That's hard to imagine, 1.5 gallons per second. No, he didn't fill up the loves. I can tell you that right now. Yeah. You know you. What's all them jackets down there? Oh. Hey, you're having a good time at the races when you turn around and who's standing behind you? Roger Way. Roger Way. I tell you, he built back in the day in the open hydros and stuff. He built some of the baddest top fuel hydros you get. Yeah, and you still are. You're right. Your nitro nuts is the proof in the pudding. All right. Okay, Greg Lee's Dark Horse. It's going to be our last of our, no, not the last one. Hey, John, how many hours was it from Newport News? John Forney here, quick shot from Newport News, Virginia. 25 hours to get here. Have you ever heard of Southwest Airlines? Oh. No, I know they wouldn't let you. Yeah, the boat wouldn't go in. Boat wouldn't go in. Check luggage. All right. Hope everybody's having a good time out there. Looks like we got a pretty good crowd out there on the beach here for the first inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series here in Paris, Texas at Lake Crook. Hope y'all enjoy yourself. If I can help, like I said earlier, if I can help you with anything, let me know. I'll come on up here and I'll try to explain something for you. If I get a little break in action, I'll explain to you how our timing system works here. We got the green buoys. That's just that's on down the mark track. The yellow buoys right in front of me is the 8th mile mark. The blue buoys is where the top fuelers will run. That's 875 feet. The red buoys is the official end of the 1,000-foot course. So you got the 8th mile, 875, and 1,000 foot. That'll give you a little insight as to where things come from. There's more drone footage out there. That guy doing that drone he's driving that drone now, buddy. All right, Greg Lee, we got firing the Dark Horse. 526 TFX Hemi in a Curtis 501. Okay. Wind the rubber band a little tighter. Got it. Will do, Lisa. I'll take care of it. Uh-oh. Well, the Dark Horse don't seem to want to stay running. Find out if I'm going to need this trailer back there yet or not. Huh? No. Greg Lee. Okay. Okay, waiting to see if he's going to get it going or what we need to do here. We need Greg Lee's trailer back to the end ramp. Greg Lee's trailer back to the end ramp. Greg Lee's trailer back to the end ramp, please. All right, Greg Lee could not keep it running, so we're going to put him back over to the end ramp, take him out of the water. All right, we'll see who we're going with next. We get all the Nitro Nuts crew out here. A bunch of them congregated around the tree down there. A bunch of them up here by me. He's not going to do that. Okay, Greg Lee's decided to try to get it on down. Take the trailer back to the out ramp. All right, take Greg Lee's trailer back to the out ramp. Greg Lee's trailer back to the out ramp. He decided to start up and go on through on us. All right, well, that's better than waiting on him to get him out down there. So that's good. It all worked out. All right, now who do we go with? Boy, if it goes right, it could be Nitro Nuts. Hey, all right, people, I want to hear you out there. Who wants to see a 250-mile-an-hour run? All right. 250. Hey, I'll settle for 250. Yeah. Oh, I know it. Hey, I know it will. Hey, been here, done this. Yep, we got it now. Okay, over in the outside lane, it's going to be Mike Robbins, modeled by Mike and Mary Robbins, name of it, Nitro Nuts. Sponsored by Texas Outrigger Motor, Big Cubic Inches, Performance Racing Transmissions, Woodham's Equipment. Also Robert Mills, Roger Way Racing Motorsports, Mac Tools, Bob and Marge Ginther, and Nathan and Carol Koffeld. Thanks to the crew of Steve, James, Roger, Terry, Ron, Doe, Davey, Russell, also Josh and Mary, the wife. You know, I don't know how. I'm not sure how Mike Robbins has not been killed yet. With all the pictures he takes of his wife working out in the yard, and said, he's a braver man than I am, I'll tell you that. I mean, getting in that boat's got to be a lot safer than giving Mary all that static he does. I don't want that woman mad. Oh, yeah, he got her out raking leaves, cutting grass, doing this, doing that. And he's always taking pictures of her. All right, here we go. Top Fuel Hydro. Nitro Nuts. Out of North Carolina. Watch for that lid to go down. He's right about there now. Okay, now let me give you some input here. Hey, he drug the parachutes all the way through. Check this out. He runs 3.35 seconds at 215.95 mile an hour with the chutes out all the way through. Look out. That was a 250 mile an hour run every day of the week. You know you got horsepower when you can drag the chutes all the way through and run a 335 at 215 miles an hour. Nitro Nuts has got some steam, baby. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Pro-Con flat, stand by. Pro eliminator, warm them up. Quick eliminator to the ramp. Pro-Con flat, stand by. Pro eliminator, warm them up. right, moving in now to our Pro Modifieds. These are 560,000-foot boats. So far, the story of the day, that last run out of Nitro Nuts. I mean, dragging the parachutes the entire 875 feet, still ran 335 at 215. Unreal. All right, inside. Over here, it's going to be Greg Lempar's Anger Management. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine out of Del Rio, Texas. And outside, Mike Lamb out of Greenfield, Iowa, and just one more. Quick Eliminator to the ramp, quick Eliminator to the ramp. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. Pro Eliminators, warm them up. All right. Boy, getting a lot of comments from all over the country. People watching this on Speed Sport 2 and IHRA TV. A lot of people around the country watching. A lot of people couldn't be here, a lot of the old racers, stuff like that. Get a lot of good compliments. Thank you guys. I'll try to keep you informed as much as I can. They're doing a good job on the TV crew. All right, Mike Lamb, just one more outside, and Greg Lempar's Anger Management inside. Pro Modifieds, 5.6 seconds in 1,000 foot. That's all the way to the red buoys. And at the finish line, Mike Lamb on number two qualifier runs 563 at 162.07. 563 on a 560, and Greg Lempar runs 572 at 158.90. All right, next up. Inside. I didn't think he's going to be able to resist it. I didn't think so. Inside, this inside lane, Sean Reed. Top secret, Pro Modified. I knew he couldn't stand with his other boat being here and not there. All right. Sean Reed, Top Secret. Sponsored by Reed Trucking and Excavating. Also over in the outside lane, there's going to be Terry Kane in Racing Kane. Sponsored by all kinds of painting, Dale Nichols, and a big thank you to Ryan Baxter and the crew, Brad and Christy. Look at all the Pro Modified setting out there. Quick Eliminators, you should be on your way to the ramp. Quick Eliminators, you should be on your way to the ramp. Like I say, well over 100 race teams here this weekend. Great thing IHRA's got going here. Right, that outside lane is not Terry Kane because he's got a black boat. That's Brody Martin out there. Reaper, is it Reaper? Yeah, Brody Martin, Reaper. Yeah, I know. I sold the Martin team a whole bunch of my drag boat necklaces last year.
Bobby out before you. Seriously can't. That's. Bobby's good.
Okay, got to get that number straightened out on the outside lane there. That is definitely Brody Martin in the Reaper. Okay, got to get that changed over on the computer here. Want to make sure you got the right numbers on the right thing. All right. Just inside lane is Sean Reed, top secret. There we go. Brody Martin, the Reaper. All right, with the other sponsors, Justin Tight Construction, Prime Motor Company, Phil's Automotive and Towing, Propane Depot, Napa Bandera, R. Jones Enterprises, also Complete Collision, Bandera Land Improvements, Photo Magic, and also thank you to all the crew and family. All right. Got it all straightened out now. The Reaper outside, top secret inside. Sean Reed, normally driving his top fuel drag car on the IHRA circuit. He's also running on the IHRA circuit with some of them. And Sean Reed looking good. A 006 reaction time for Sean Reed. 006, good reaction time. Runs 572 at 157.05. And Brody Martin just kind of easing on through to get out of our way. We don't have to hold up the race course anymore. All right, see what we got coming up next here.
Okay, the focus is not as fine-tuned as I'd like, but I can get focus. It just takes like a little finagling.
Yeah, have you tried adjusting this at all?
I have not. I'm not familiar with.
So this will make this tighter or looser.
Okay.
To be able to adjust it. So
Okay.
that's like smooth release, and then you can tighten it down. So it's just basically your focus.
Okay, next pair coming up at us over in the inside lane. Henry Bain in Don't Blink. Sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Racing Oil, Rick Heidel. Also a special thanks to Naughty Racing Crew. We love you, Mama Alice.
Just let you know.
Over in the outside lane is going to be Robin Reed driving for Travis Tuttlin, Wound 2 Tight, sponsored by Concho Painting. Two Guys Marine out of Del Rio, Texas. Texas Outrigger Boat, CCR Fiberglass, Ichike Spark Plugs, and the crew chief Wesley Ice. And the motor program by Cody Childress. All right, Pro Modified. Don't Blink inside and Wound 2 Tight outside. Henry Bain just became a grandpa yesterday. Inside lane, Henry Bain gets there a 583 at 146.35. Outside lane, 581 for Robin Reed at 137.78. Like I say, Henry Bain just became a new grandpa yesterday. Hank, Henry Bain became a new grandpa yesterday. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and then, what was it? Thursday, Barry Saltzman became a grandpa. Yep. Hey, and before long, Todd Everett's going to be a grandpa. We got a lot of grandpas coming up in this circuit here. All right, who we got next here? All right, inside. Out of Eliminator, Texas, is going to be Mickey Snyder's Top Gun, sponsored by Real Fam and Welding, Napa Eliminator, Truck and Automotive, and Marine, Rowdy Tees, San Antonio Hydrographic, Lilly Construction, GTZ Powder Coating, and Pro Street Engine. Over in the outside lane, it's going to be Terry Kane's Racing Kane, sponsored by All Kinds Painting and Dale Nichols. Now we're to Racing Kane. What a beautiful day here. Weather is just absolutely great. What is it, about a mid-70s? Really nice. I think the high today is only supposed to be 83. So here, if you get 83 in Texas, you're cooking, baby. That's a good temperature.
Oh, thank you.
All right, here we go. Pro Modifieds.
Sometimes it's on the driver, sometimes it's like just off. Yeah, just play with the frame.
I can see they're starting to throw our quick eliminators around the backside of the Pro Modifieds out there. Outside lane, Terry Kane takes it that. Number 9, 552, breaks out a 552 on a 560 at 157.45. Mickey Snyder, a 573 on a 560. That'll be the number 1 qualifier at 153.47. So Mickey Snyder comes out right off the trail and takes the number 1 spot with a 573. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of 560s coming. All right, next up, inside, it's going to be Kevin Hibden's Visual Noise. Sponsored by Bud Long Motorsports, Nelson Speed Marine, Arizona Historic Masonry, also Westerfield Motorsports, Fastline Fabrication, and the working stiff and all his crew. And over in the outside lane, it's going to be Jeff Mooring's American Badass. Gives a big thanks to Clint Miller for Los Alamos Auto Repair for his support and generous sponsorship, and MU, awesome, the crew of Micah, Tanner, Jay, and Lori. American Badass outside and Visual Noise inside. Outside lane, Jeff Mooring's American Badass runs 583 at 157.46 miles an hour. Kevin Hipton's Visual Noise inside, 625 at 144.53. All right, I've got one more Pro Modified down there. Then we go into our 6-second 1,000-foot boats. This is the quickest of our open boat categories. This is called Quick Eliminator after we get through with this one Pro Modified. 6 seconds is as fast as you're allowed to go, as quick as you're allowed to go without a capsule. All right. Continuing on. Good running going on here today. Thank you, Mike Edmondson. Appreciate that. Mike Edmondson watching us from back in Clarksville, Tennessee. When he's not running this drag boat named Bounty Hunter, you know what he is? He's a bounty hunter. He's a bondsman. not too long ago, he belonged to the boat club down there. Well, somebody went in and stole some stuff out of the boat club, one of these big statues. Oh, they found him. Guess what it was? One of the local cops. They got it back. All right, here we go. All right, last one. All right, here comes Brandon Lempar's Liquid Lunatic. I hope Brandon's in it. His dad shook it down earlier. Brandon Lempar was running boat last year. Easy money. I think it was a modified Eliminator boat. He's made the jump now to Pro Modified. Come up to play with the big boys. Huh? Oh, yeah? Good. So he built the boat up by himself. Well, mainly by himself. Brandon Lempar. All right. Out of Comfort, Texas. Okay. Yeah, they don't have it on here. Huh? Yep. Well, I know that's where Greg's from. So, Brandon, I put him right there. I'm doing some of this off of memory, so yeah. See all that information on that screen. Now, 2 guys marine in on this one too. MJ Construction, okay. Chester Walkers. Okay. Here, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Here and Greg Lempar Incorporated. All right. All right, come on, Brandon, show us how it's done. Liquid Lunatic. Good looking run, Brent. Huh? Yeah, half track. Yep, good looking run. 6:24, 104.82. He ran at the 8th mile. He was 4:24 at 1:34. Yeah, with a half track lightning pass. Next one will be his full track. Stop it. Whew. Come here. One of the best parts of being the announcer. You get lots of hugs. Okay, listen up. All right, listen up. Everybody out here. This lady right here with RESP. They're going to do a 50-50 raffle. Believe me, this gets pretty healthy. All right? And the RESP, that's Racers Emergency Support Program. In case something happens to a racer or somebody, they help them out with hospital bills, to stay, overnight stays, meals, stuff like that if they have to stay in town. So they're going to walk through the crowd, 50-50 raffle, 5 o'clock this evening. We will, well, we're down to 15. Okay, all right, anyway, yeah, but there'll be walking around, RESP, 50-50 raffle, $1 a piece. Get out. All right, anyway, they're going to be walking around with the 50-50 raffle. Get in on it, because somebody's going to win a lot of money at the end of the day. You get half of everything's there. The other half goes to support Racers Emergency Support Program. All right, here we go now. Quick Eliminator. This is our quickest open boat. Over in the inside lane, Bob Winders, Mama's Diamond. And you know why it's named Mama's Diamond? His wife wanted a new Mercedes. Okay? Well, he got the boat instead. Or no, she wanted a new ring. That's right, a new diamond ring. So that is Mama's diamond. But she got even. She went out and bought a new Mercedes. So who won that deal? That's how he got his name, Mama's Diamond, because she wanted a diamond ring, but he bought that, so that's Mama's Diamond. Anyway, just another little tidbit I know. Yeah, sponsored by United Rental, Site Pro Rentals, Lone Star Materials, Hudson's Automotive, Axon Gypsum, United Tools, and LW Materials. All right, over in the outside lane, it's going to be Chad Cupid's Warpath out of, I believe it's Broken Bow, Oklahoma. And it's sponsored by Allen's Welding, Outlaw Boat Racers, and Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics. All right, 6-second, 1,000-foot boats. Hey, Cody Childress, when you get a second, come see me. No hurry. Just come see me. No hurry. All right, as soon as we get our squared away here, got Bob Winters, Mama's Diamond inside, Chad Cupid's Warpath outside. Ruh-roh. Marty Logan and David Cook and Sean Reed's boat, the Top Fuel Hydro, Top Secret, is headed to the water. Another Top Fuel, but this will be a half-track licensing pass for Marty, right? They're just going to take a bump and see what it does. Yep. Marty's never been a Top Fuel, but he's been a world champion in Top Alcohol a few times. So he's made the step up to Top Fuel. Going to do a couple burps, maybe a half tracker, see what goes on. Pro Comp Flat to the ramp, Pro Comp Flat to the ramp. Pro Eliminator stand by. Top limiter warm them up. Pro Comp Flat to the ramp. Pro Eliminator stand by. Top Eliminator warm them up. All right, first round of qualifying in our quick eliminator category. There we go. Now we got them on the clock. Mama's timing inside, Warpath outside. Like I said, 6-second, 1,000-foot boats. Bob Winder, a blown jet boat. Chad Cupid, a blown alcohol type boat. Bob Winder looking good there. And on the numbers, 6:15 on a 6-flat dilated at 134.66. And Chad Cupid with 6:24 at 138.83. All right, next pair coming at us. Inside lane out of Columbia, Tennessee, Big Ed Anderson's Red Hot. And over in the outside lane is Rooster Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas in Blacktooth Grin. Sponsored by American Fiberglass Plus and Artist Auto Works. And a thanks to the family for all the support and help. Big Ed Anderson, sponsored by Pro Boat of Woodstock, Georgia, and Alky Digger out of Nashville, Tennessee. Procom flat to the ramp, Procom flat to the ramp. Pro Eliminator stand by, top Eliminator, warm them up. And Marty Logan is on his way to the water in the Top Fuel Hydro Top Secret of Sean Reed. David Kirkland. And that's very uncommon of Big Ed. Died right off the line. Rooster Hudgens runs, number one qualifier on a 6-0 dollar, runs 6:06 at 135.82 miles an hour. 6:06, 135.82 for the number one qualifier. Big Anderson straight back to the end ramp. Ed Anderson's trailer back to the end ramp, please. Big Ed's trailer back to the end ramp, please. That's uncovered. Big Ed hardly ever fails to get through the 1,000-foot. Hopefully it's something simple. I hate to see the weekend end so soon. How'd you get by security? Oh, you came in the back. Okay, got it. Big Ed Anderson's trailer back to the end ramp. Boy, you better not have tore Julie's boat up. She'll kill you. Good crowd here, folks. Hope you're enjoying yourself for the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series race. Oh, hold off on Ed's trailer, Julie. Hold off on Ed's trailer. He might try it again. Hold on. Do not come back yet. Okay, next up. One of the baddest jet boats in the country. Inside lane is going to be Tim Ortiz, Hater Maker. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Texarkana Glass, Maxim Racing Oils, Nitrous Outlet, Flow Supply, High Tech Performance, Fuel Factory, also Fuel Factory Race Fuels, Roof Boards, and Trinity Ministries and Pumps by Chop, and Double Oak Erosion. Over in the outside lane, Wild Bill Henderson out of Wadowee, Alabama in joint effort, sponsored by Speed and Sport Marine, Conklin Racing, Ed Anderson Racing, and joint effort racing at Pro Boat out of Woodstock, Georgia. one trying for that number one spot. Number one qualifier is a 6:06. Tim Ortiz right on his tail, a 6:10 at 1:29.12. While Bill Henderson runs a 6:28 at 1:38.84. So Tim Ortiz comes in number two qualifier right off the trailer. Procop Platt to the ramp, Procop Platt to the ramp. They're waiting for you, Procop Platt. Come on, guys. I told you got to go when I call you if you want to get 3 rounds in. Let's rock and roll, baby. All right. Inside lane now is going to be Chris Armstrong, Alcohol Dependent, out of San Angelo, Texas. And it's sponsored by, a shout out to his awesome crew and all the support from the family and friends. You couldn't do it without them. And over in the outside lane is Smokey Freeman in Smoke on the Water. Sponsored by Gaines Motors. Smokey Freeman, the green boat outside. Like I say, Smoke on the Water. Inside, Chris Armstrong, Alcohol Dependent. And one of the nice, interesting things about that red boat in the inside, at one time that was one of Eddie Hill's old boats. Uh-oh, and both of these guys, I'm not so sure Smokey didn't tear something up when he left that line. That did not, that motor zinged pretty high. So Smokey might have hurt something right off the gate. The red boat, yeah. Yep, at one time that was one of Eddie Hill's old boats. That red boat just went by. Chris Armstrong coached through a 765 at 59 miles an hour. And hopefully Smokey did not hurt anything. But it didn't sound good. That motor went sky high. Procop Platt, let's go, guys. Procop Platt, you're holding everything up. Procop Platt, let's go. Okay, Big Ed trailer back to the end ramp. Big Ed's trailer back to the end ramp. He decided not to try it. Big Ed's trailer back to the end ramp. All right, next up. Inside the white the white boat. Driving for Richard Wilts is going to be Jerry Branham back in the day. And over the outside lane. Big block Chevy, all pure Chevy horsepower. No nitrous, no blower, no turbo, just pure Chevy horsepower. Rock Guthrie out of Crump, Tennessee, in pure insanity. Natural aspirated, made it back again. Sponsored by George Loomis Mechanical. Also, Jamie Fullwood, the tow driver, and Carlene for the support. Carlene Guthrie, of course, being his wife. Hi, George Loomis. And George Loomis, that white-headed guy down there. Guy's getting old. Look at his hair. Of course, see, his hair went white, mine went gone. Mine went gone. Procon flat, final call. Procon flat, final call. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. Procon flat, final call. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. Top Eliminator stand by. Modified Eliminator, warm them up. All right, here we go. Jerry Branham back in the day inside. Rock Guthrie, Pierre Insanity outside. Quick Eliminator boats. I think we got 19 boats in this category. Gonna be some good racing. And at the finish line, woo! I told you it was gonna tighten up. We've got a 606, we've got a 610. Now, number one qualifier, Jerry Branham, a 604 at 121.28. And right behind him, Brock Guthrie is a 607. That'll be number three qualifier at 137.31. So we've got a 604, a 606, a 607, and a 610. That class is going to tighten up. Yeah, the last race on a 16-boat field on this 6-0 category, number 609 did not make the field. 900ths of a second from first to 16. That's some tough racing right there, baby. All right, here we come next. Inside, out of New Mexico, going to be Larry Flores, Hype Climactic. Sponsored by Pine Top Construction and Dynamic Engines. And over in the outside lane is going to be Jason Gothard out of San Angelo, Texas, in Texas Red. Sponsored by Fast Blind Fabrication, Uncle Buddy's Crew. Also, True Chief, Terry Marshall and family, and Wayne Effen, Jackson, and Joe. By the way, don't forget, here in about 3 weeks, we'll be in Wheatland, Missouri, up there at Lucas Oil Speedway. That's June 6th and 7th in Wheatland, Missouri. And at the finish line, Jason Gothard on a 6-0 runs too quick, runs 5.95 at 147.12. And we got another 6-0 thrown in there. Larry Flores runs 609 at 139.37. So 604, 606, 607, 609, 610. Them top five are tight so far. Woo! Hope everybody's having a good time out there. We got some good racing going on here, and it's only going to get tighter because, believe me, these guys will get these boats dialed in. Like I say, the top five right here so far are only 0.06 of a second apart. All right, here we go. Next here. All right, inside lane. Oh, okay. All the way from North Carolina is going to be Robbie Stafford's Black Mamba, a turbocharged motor. It's an LS400, sponsored by Stafford's Customs and Pro Boat. Over here in the inside, outside lane, it's going to be Mike King and King's Side Piece, sponsored by Tailwind Aerospace. Also, Midwest Turbine Inspection, DNV Docks, King's Custom Audio, Macy's Landing Marina, and Huffman Performance. Also Gaines Competition Engines and Photomagic and Plastic Electric. King's Side Piece, Mike King outside, and Robbie Stafford's Black Mamba inside. Boy, you can see that turbo pick up about mid-course. That turbo picked up, and he was boogieing. Robbie Stafford. Uh-oh, we got another 6-0. Robbie Stafford, new number 1 qualifier with a 6:02. 6:02 at 1:37.54. And Mike King breaks out to quick 5:93 at 1:13.25. Wow. Woo! Man. Top 6, and there's only 600th of a second splitting them apart. Hey, one of these guys are scaring you off, was they? All of them. Hey, the class you're in, you got a right to be scared. That's a tough class. Anybody thinks they're a pro cop flat, quick eliminator, pro eliminator comes in here and thinks, oh, I got this class covered. The only person you're kidding is yourself. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. All right. Okay, waiting to get our next class loaded up out there. Why, thank you, Penny Hardison, back in Kentucky. Like I say, we got over 100 race teams here this weekend, and that's a pretty good showing for the first race with the IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Racing Series. It's only going to get better from here. Don't forget, back in the back here, Taco-licious, got plenty of good tacos and burritos and all kinds of food back there. And then down on the other end, at Donovan's Concessions, they got fried bologna sandwiches. Oh. Yesterday, he brought me a fried bologna sandwich. I said, Roger, I'm selling more fried bologna sandwiches than I am hamburgers. That makes sense. Fried bologna sandwiches makes the world go round. You gotta like fried bologna. Give a big hello to all my friends back home in St. Louis. Got a big bunch at the place called the Bologna Stone, where I always, that's my local watering hole. I hang out at the Bologna Stone back in St. Louis County. A bunch of the guys there are watching us on TV. So, hello, all the guys and gals, sorry. All right, here we go. We have two more QE boats. Inside, Rick Martin's in the red. Sponsored by Martin Motorsports. Outside, out of Stratford, Missouri, Ty Bowwig High Plains Drifter, sponsored by Bowwig Logistics and Route 66 Trading Company. And Rick Martin, sponsored by Justin Tyke Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, Texas Made Buildings, and at the finish line, inside lane, Rick Martin. Hey, there's another 6-0, baby. 6:05 for Rick Martin at 1:44.06. Number 5 qualifier. And over in the outside lane, High Plains Drifter, Ty Bowwig, 6:14 at 1:44.91.
Marty Logan here with me. Now, Marty, so much success. A 3 world championship in the top alcohol hydro. Now going into the,
Top fuel hydro.
Yes. Gosh. Start over. 3, 2, 1. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Marty, look with me. You got 3 world championships at Top Hydro. Now you're going in. What's your mindset?
Oh, Bonnie, I mean, we've worked for this moment for 6 months. Got tons of Benjamins this thing. Owner of this boat, Sean Reed, has done a great job. He's a buddy of mine from a long time ago. David Kirkland has set this boat up, tuning it. And they chose me. I'm the lucky person that gets to flip the switches and push the buttons. I am so excited. I'm pumped. Last year we retired in the top alcohol ranks. And Sean called me earlier this year, and we set up a deal, and I'm going to shoot this thing for him this year, and I couldn't be more pumped about it.
Yeah, you talk about the Sean Reed race. There's so much history and legacy on the track and also on the boats.
Yeah, absolutely. Sean Reed runs a top fuel dragster in NHRA. Finished in top 10 last year, and he's doing really well this year. But he's a buddy of mine. We've got a lot of history together. And we are excited for this partnership with David Kirkland to see what this old hot rod will do.
And your first race for the season, how do you feel like that, going into this?
I'm just glad to be back in the game, Bonnie.
Yeah.
I retired last year, and I got another chance, and I am so pumped. I'm ready. Let's get it. It's time to go.
And lastly, you got so many family members here and friends. How does that make you feel getting that support?
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. This whole drag boat racing family is tops. I mean, I've been with these people for years and years and years, and, we stand up for each other. We got each other's back, and I couldn't be more excited about it.
Thank you so much. Good luck out there.
Thanks, Connie.
Okay.
Bonnie.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Michael.
And yet another 6-0 run. Anthony Vinnery lays down a 6:09 with the 3. I'll have to find out which one takes the spot there. They got another 6:09, but there's another 6-0 run. 6:09 at 1:44.02. I think that makes the top 8. The top 8 are 6-0s. Well, here, I don't have to tell you about this, do I, Goff? No, I don't have to tell you about it at all. Got it. We need the trailer for 323 back to the end ramp. Trailer for Tommy Rice back to the end ramp. Huh? 3-3? 333. Tommy Rice's trailer back to the end ramp. Pro Eliminator, you should be at the ramp. Pro Eliminator, you should be at the ramp. Top Eliminator standing by. Modified Eliminator, warm them up. Okay, don't forget also, back here along the Vendors Row, we have the IHRA souvenir booth. They got all the IHRA apparel, hat, shirts, hoodies, tank tops, bikinis. No bikinis? Oh, okay. What about tankinis? Got her on that, didn't I, Richard? A tankini. Yeah. I guess it's some kind of a tank top that looks like a bikini. I don't know. I just made it. There you go, yeah. Anyway, all right, here we go now. All right, inside now. It's going to be Cole Heinrich's Flatline. Sponsored by Jim Mann's Pool Service, Matco Properties in San Antonio, Ratware, San Antonio, and Peterson Tire out of San Antonio, Tony Hendrick Race Engine. Over on the outside, Andy Comstock's No Mo Whiskey. Sponsored by ACDC Electric out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. His last boat was named Whiskey. He crashed that one, so this one is named No Mo Whiskey. No Mo Whiskey. Andy Comstock outside. Cole Hendrick inside. Pro Cop flat bottom. Inside down 655, outside down 610. All right, Pro Cop flat bottom. And Cole Hendrick on a 655 dollar runs 704. And Andy Comstock on a 610 dollar runs 625. These are Pro Cop flat bottoms. This is the dial your own ET category. Right behind this category, we'll be going to Pro Eliminators. That is a heads-up class running on a 650 dial-in. All right, here we go now. Over the outside lane, all the way from Newport News, Virginia, 25 hours of driving. John Forney's Quick Shot, sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Towing, Midtown Motors, Ham's Racing Engines of Virginia, and Dwayne and DJ Twist. And of course, he's supported by Shannon, his sweetheart that's with him. Anyway, over in the inside, Andrew Chandler's Black Water, sponsored by Chandler Plumbing, Amy Nails, and Wilkie Racing. He's going to be dialed in at a 605, and John Forney's going to be dialed in at a 660. Outside lane is 660 dialed in, inside lane is 605. Gets a 55 of a second head start in the outside lane, and then Andrew Chandler's got to chase him down. John Forney, good run on a 660 dial. He runs 665 at 123.21. And Andrew Chandler on a 605 dial in runs 623 at 122.29. So John Forney on the number, a 665 on a 660 dial in. Put a new 2-speed Lenco in it this year, so he's got to get used to that. But still, he's right on the number. And going out now. Here, coming up next on the line now, our unlimited IHRA John boat. Pro Eliminators, where are you at? Pro Eliminators, you are supposed to be on the ramp. Pro Eliminators. Rock and roll, boys and girls. If you want to get 3 rounds, you got to go when I call you. How you doing? How you doing, David Merchant? I see you're doing good. You got a cold beer in your hand. That's okay. That's okay. After that last boat runs, I'll have my Tanqueray and tonic. Don't worry. I got plenty in there. I brought a whole bottle. All right. Pro Eliminators. Come on, guys. I got nobody on the ramp. What's the holdup? Okay, folks, I'm going to take a pause to the cause and drink my water here. While we're back in another fuel boat down the ramp now, Top Fuel Hydro. It's the Sean Reed, David Kirkland entry with Marty Logan driving. It's the Top Secret.
I'm scared to move. I don't want to get a force shot.
Oh, by the way, people, if we have any downtime, like right now, we're waiting to get boats out there, you get your ticket in here, also get you a ticket to the pits. You're welcome to go back to the pits and talk to the racers and stuff back there. Just ask one favor. If you go back there around the pit areas, please don't smoke around the boats, okay? Because some of these fields are pretty volatile. They've got team T-shirts back there. So a lot of the racers got their trading cards. They make trading cards of all of us. Like I've got my trading card up here. They actually make a trading card of me. I don't know why, but anyway, they made one of me. So I give these out so somebody kids can start a collection of trading cards. Go away, Matt. Matt the Rat.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Speed Sport 1 is the home for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Watch top international teams push the limits of some of the fastest boats in the world, reaching speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. 14 classes, racing hull to hull, from Pro Class 1 to Super Cat. It's the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Catch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is live again next weekend with the IHRA Offshore Racing Series. It's the Thunder on Cocoa Beach, one of the most anticipated powerboat events of the year. Next Saturday's coverage will start at 11 a.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2, and then moving over to Speed Sport 1 at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Sunday, we're on Speed Sport 1 beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern. You've got a front row seat, and it's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is live again next weekend with the IHRA Offshore Racing Series. It's the Thunder on Cocoa Beach, one of the most anticipated powerboat events of the year. Next Saturday's coverage will start at 11 a.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2, and then move. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Modified limiter, stand by. Stock limiter, warm them up. And there goes the top fueler. This is going to be Marty Logan's half-track pass. If it goes, it's going to go, according to Matt. How you doing, Sean Reed? You're looking a little anxious over here.
Yeah, I got a little they call spider ants in my pants.
Well, here, you can take care of that yourself. Well, how'd it feel to be back in your boat a while ago?
It's pretty cool, man. I'm glad I put the fuel boat together for Marty, and boy, it's been all three people, David Kirkland and Marty and myself, kind of teamed up on this thing. They can say I own it, but he's going to drive it, and pretty excited for him. So, I won't drive that thing.
You're smarter than I thought you was. Hey, that top fuel drag car of yours is enough.
Yeah, that thing's coming around. That's the second car we built after I crashed in Seattle. So it's taken us a few races to get that thing going, but we'll be in Chicago next weekend, and hopefully we can continue on where we left off in South Georgia Motorsports Park.
There you go. Good job. Hey, Clement Todd. Hey, looks like you never left the boat. Hey, It's like riding a bicycle, isn't it? Never forget. All right, looks like we got our fueler out there. Marty Logan, Sean Reed Racing, top secret, top fuel hydro. You heard Sean over there. He's got some spider ants in his hands. Anyway, sponsored by Sean Reed Racing, David Kirkland Racing, House of Color Motorsports, Redline Oil, Astro Truck Parts, Dado Metal Bearings, Total Impact Wear, and Reed Trucking and Excavating. Yeah, it's like Sean said, his top fuel drag car's enough. He don't want to get in the top fuel boat. He's perfectly happy in his Pro Modified when he gets in it. Hey, but I bet getting that Pro Modified, you're going, okay, we're going to get to the finish line yet? Are we there yet? And Marty Logan's over in the outside lane. That's the lane sponsored by the city of Paris, Texas. Beautiful day here in Paris, Texas for the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series race here on Lake Crook. Don't forget, June 6th and 7th, we'll be in Wheatland, Missouri, up there at Lucas Oil Speedway with the IHRA. Now, this is going to be quite a bit different hit for Marty. An alcohol boat leave and a top fuel boat leaving. There's a little bit of difference there, baby. Good job, Marty Logan. Look at this. Holy moly. In the 8th mile runs he ran 875, runs a 318, 211.23, and he shut it off way before the finish line. Unreal. Oh, yeah. Marty Logan, good looking run. Watching that on the replay for Marty Logan. The boat left, rolled over, took a perfect set, maybe a little bit to the left, but Marty Logan, being the champion he is, made all the right corrections. Boat sounded good. He stayed in it all the way through and ran a 318 at 211.23, and he shut off early. That boat's got some serious horsepower. Hey, Nitro Nuts, you better get it together. Okay, all right, coming up next here. And Pro Eliminator, these are our 650,000-foot boats. Boy, that's a hard act to follow. Man, when you see fuel boats run, you're going, baby, I want some more. Anyway, okay, over in the inside lane, it's the Choctaw Casino on the edge, Pro Eliminator. Daryl Busby out of St. Louis, Missouri, sponsored by the Choctaw Casino and Hotel. Legacy Eatery, Phase 2 Machine, Connolly Brothers Catering, On Target Guns, Bow and Range, Kalika Motorsports, and a thanks to Raphael, Tim, Margaret, John, Tom, Sarah, Jackson, and Jordan. And of all people, his wife, Renee. And over in the outside lane, it's going to be out of Indianapolis, Indiana, Bill Delvey in Bad Idea. Now, this, mind you, this little boat in the outside lane is only a 244 cubic inch Indy Oldsmobile motor, turbocharged. I mean, it's a little bitty motor, but he is really hard to beat. And he's got every piece of equipment on that boat you can think of. He's sponsored, let's see, by the Indy Engine Group and Indy Racing Experience. Actually, he actually lives in New Palestine, Indiana, but his shop and that's all there right across from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He builds a lot of the Indy motors and a lot of different exotic car motors. Nice place there. Anyway, Bill, this thing is the weirdest thing. All these boats are so loud, but you get on Bill Delvey out there in that outside lane, and it actually sounds like an Indy car going by you. All right, going into our 650 category. Modified Eliminator to the ramp, Modified Eliminator to the ramp, Stock Eliminator, stand by. Personal Watercraft, warm them up for your second round. Modified Eliminator to the ramp, Modified Eliminator to the ramp, Stock Eliminator, stand by. Personal Watercraft, get them ready for your second round. All right, here we go. First round of qualifying in Pro Eliminator, 650,000 foot boats. The Buzzman on the inside lane, the Choctaw Casino and Resort on the edge, Pro Eliminator. Wait till you hear that spooling up. The turbo boat outside, he's got that spool up system on it, and this thing, for a little bitty 244-inch motor, this baby rocks and rolls. That's him out there now. Watch it real close, and he's really good on the lights. All right. There it goes. You can hear it spooling up, so getting ready. Look at that, 240 foot. And that little motor goes through on a 650 dial-in. He runs 656, number one qualifier at 126.52. Darrell Busby runs through a 685 at 129.10. But Bill Delvey, Bad Idea, rocks it for the number one spot so far, a 656 on the 650 dial-in. Next pair coming up. Kevin out of Smithton, Illinois. Gonna take on, Jen on the outside, Jeff Miller inside, Patriot. And Jenna Schmidt on a 650 dial-in, runs a little too quick, a 640 to break out at 134.45. And Jeff Miller a 674 on a 650 at 128.77. Jenna Schmidt also had a 306 red light. That one jumps a little faster than that flat bottom did. Schmidt Racing Team, I see the Martins are trying to catch up with it. They got 5 boats now. Yeah, the Schmidt Racing Team out of Smith, they come with, they got five drag boats they bring. And Martin Motors, they had 4. They thought they still going to have 4. Well, over the winter, they found out that the other one's going to race. I think it's Cadence. Cadence got in the jet boat. Yeah, so they got 5 boats now. So it's a race around here. Who can put the most boats to the race? All right. Outside lane now. Okay, there's 3 runs there. You see Jenna Schmidt come out a little bit early on the light. Boat rolls over, it locks the sponsons, ready to go. The tail's kicked, going down through there. Runs just a little too quick on a 640 on a 650 dial-in. All right, next up, over in the outside lane is going to be Bryce Veneri out of West Virginia, in the Red Flash. Sponsored by Veneri Law Offices, the Food Dude Vending, and Pro Boat Engine System. Over here on the inside, it's going to be Tiffany Smith in the Beaver Retriever. Sponsored by Magic Mike's Machine and Marine, Falk Brothers LLC, and Toho is Cotton Robin. All right, let's continue on our 650 Pro Eliminator boats. Modified Eliminators, you should be at the ramp. Modified Eliminators, you should be at the ramp. Stock Eliminators, stand by. Personal Watercraft, get them ready for your second round. Great racing going on here today. There's Tiffany in the Beaver Retriever. Big block forwards. That's Mike Stuckey's thing. Big block forwards. He's always been a forward man, always will be. She's sitting on the other side of her there. That was Addison Lee's in Another Crazy Dream. She'll be up next after Tiffany. Front shot of Tiffany there. All right. Bryce Veneery's Red Flash. That boat out there in the outside lane has had 4 generations racing that boat. That boat has been around, like I say, I've been announcing these for 46 years. That boat has been around for probably at least 35 of those years. Tiffany Smith got it all wound up. Bryce Veneery stepping on the starter box. Okay. Bryce Veneery is there first in the outside lane on a 650, done 662 at 124.25. Tiffany having problems at the starting line and all the way down. Only an 851 at 76.37 miles an hour. Boat just did not want to leave the line. Bryce Veneery takes advantage of it. Like I say, run 662 on a 650. Trying to get down there, clearing the finish line now. There's the replay on it. Bryce Veneery right on the light. He cut a 477, a little bit late, but he's out there, got plenty of power. Boat's setting good, riding on the plate. And he's through the lights with a 662 on a 650 dial-in. Tiffany, you can see she had problems right from the get-go. Boat just didn't come up out of the water. It's kind of stuck. Call it, the boat's running very wet there. And that was that one. All right, next up, over here in the inside lane, Peyton Ewell driving for Robert Lees in You'll Be Sorry. Sponsored by the Red Fox Barn Grill, Mike and Kelly Kaser, Mashmeyer Performance. Thanks to all of his sponsors and the Wildfire team. A 582-inch big block forward in a Texas tunnel. And over in the outside lane, Dave Schmidt Jr., just another quickie. This is Jenna Schmidt's dad, sponsored by Dave Schmidt Truck Service and Erlinger Crane Service. Dave Schmidt, runner-up last year in the High Points Championship. Of course, Bill Dave, that little boat you saw go down, he was the champion. Dave Schmidt Jr. All these boats have got a 7 on them. Grandpa started a long time ago with 177. Now they got a 437, a 937. And Dave Schmidt Jr. rolls over quick. And at the finish line, Dave Schmidt Jr., a 658 on a 650 at 131.97, right behind Bill Delvey. And Peyton Ewell runs a 702 at 112.32. So Dave Schmidt Jr. takes the second spot right behind that little boat of Bill Delvey's Bad Idea. Now we do a quick replay here of that. Peyton Ewell out, gone. But the hydro over there of Dave Schmidt Jr. out and away. Peyton Ewell, she was the High Points champion in, I believe it was SGBA last year. Good looking forward. 582 cubic inches, little lady. She's doing double duty this, that's Addison Lee, sorry. There goes Dave Schmidt Jr. Boat rocks over, locks the sponsons. Always a good, consistent boat. And Dave Schmidt has had that boat for as long as I can remember, just another quickie. All right, next up, outside, out of Rio Medina, Texas, going to be Grant Schneider's Big Iron, sponsored by Real Fab and Welding, Napa Pro Medina, Also, Rio Medina Truck and Automotive and Marine, Rowdy Tees, Pro Street Engines, and Lilly Construction, and San Antonio Hydrographics and GTC Powder Coating. Over on the inside, Scott C. is 3 in the pink out of Blue Springs, Missouri. Sponsored by High Tech Performance, Elite Tow Service, Red Fox Bar and Grill, Lakeside Auto, the V Team, and Sidetrack RV Park, which is right next to Lucas Oil Speedway, where we'll be on June 6th and 7th. Still in our pro, these are top limit, these are 7-second boats. Whoa! And Big Iron. And Grant Snyder and Big Iron jumped just a little early in 06 red, but runs a 6:99 too quick on a 7:0 dial-in. 6:99 at 1:04.11. And Scott C. runs a 7:48 on a 7 flat at 1:07.02. So Grant Snyder gets out there with a little too quick and a red light. Don't want to do that tomorrow. Do that stuff today, but don't do it tomorrow. So you can find out where you're at. Yep, Grant just a smidge quick. And on the red light, 0.06 of a second, and it turns on the red light. All right, next pair coming up. All right, who we got coming up next here in our top eliminator category? Here's 7-second, 1,000-foot boats. Grant Snyder up and over right there by the clock. Boat takes a good set, a little bit of a bobble, but good all the way down. Just like I say, just a smidgen too quick. Runs a 6:99, broke out by 0.03 of a second. All right, next up. Over in the outside lane, Bailey Schmidt, another one of the Schmidt team. You know, it seems to be a thing with all these guys. Got the 5-boat fields. Bailey Schmidt and them, and this is Misbehaving. Sponsored by Martin Motorsports. Also by Jim Tyke Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, Texas Made Buildings, Average Joe Coffee, Complete Collision, Bandera Land Improvement, and Photo Magic. Over in the inside lane is going to be Drake Mosier in Drastic Change. Sponsored by his beautiful wife and family. Also thanks to George Loomis and Rock and Carlene Guthrie. Drastic Change inside, Misbehaving outside. All right, 7-second, top eliminator boats. Bailey got in that one just this year. New boat for her. They thought they was going to have a 4-boat field, wound up with a 5-boat field. They're competing with the other Schmidt clan out of Smithton, Illinois. Both those teams each got 5 boats out here, the Martin Motorsports and the Schmidts. All right, Drake Mosher, right there. Drake Mosher, like I say, sponsored by his beautiful wife. Means you must be wanting some. All right, just about ready to go on the clock. Like I say, 7-second, 1,000-foot boats. Stock Eliminator stand by. Stock Eliminator stand by. Personal Watercraft, have them ready for your second round. Stock Eliminator stand by. Personal Watercraft, have them ready for your second round. Now we've still got one more top field boat to get down there sometime today. That'll be the Liquid Voodoo boat. All right, wait and make sure our top end's all cleared off up there. We wait for rescue to clear the water for us. We got 2 rescue boats out there. Nothing goes green until rescue gives the okay. Like I say, those are the people we want to sit out there on that wake, not do anything all day. Stock Eliminator to the ramp. Stock Eliminator to the ramp now. Stock Eliminator to the ramp now. Personal Watercraft, stand by. Top Alcohol Hydro, get them ready for your second round. Stock Eliminator to the ramp. Personal Watercraft, stand by. Top Alcohol Hydro and Top Alcohol Flats, get them ready for your second round. All right, Rick Mosier looking hard. Like I say, to holding that rope, that's how they aim those boats. Told you that a little while ago. That's strictly so they'll turn them back and forth, right to left, and aim them at that finish line. Because once they leave that line, they don't turn. Okay, waiting to get the green light on the water. You'll notice when the green light, when you'll see a flashing yellow light out there on the tree. Drone shot. Drake Mosier. Get good drone coverage. All right. First round of qualifying. Just about done. Stock Eliminator to the ramp. That'll be the end of our first round of qualifying. We'll go right straight into our second round. Hi, Mickey Schneider. How you doing? Yep, you're getting plenty of 50-50 tickets. Don't forget, hey, the girls from RESP walking around with those red tickets. We're going to give away half of all the money we collect today about 5 o'clock this evening. Somebody could win a bunch of money on that 50-50 and help the RESP, which is Racers Emergency Support Program, which is celebrating their 40th year. If you go back and see Bever, Tim Stoke, yeah, right, see them. They got all the 40th anniversary T-shirts on sale back there for RESP. And you can join RESP, or you can get your 50-50 tickets. I'm still waiting to get the all clear on the course. And there we go. We got the all clear. All right. Drake Mosier over here on the inside. Bailey Schmidt outside. Misbehaving and drastic change. Keep your eye on that clock out there. It'll go flashing yellow, then it'll get down to a solid yellow, then it'll go into a final 10-second countdown. And at the finish line, Drake Mosier runs a 7:12 on a 7 flat at 1:18.77. Bailey Schmidt a 7:69 at 84.94 miles an hour. Bailey Schmidt just not quite there. Need to work on a little bit more horsepower there, but I'm sure she's getting used to that brand new boat because she was driving a jet boat last year. This year she's in a hydro, quite a bit of difference. All right, Greg Mosier rolls it over, locks the sponsons, and away he goes. And he does get there first on the deal. All right, next up, here we go now. Okay, Matt Miller over in the outside lane. And as we always say, what time is it? It's Miller time. Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Allie, Bradley, and Hazel. Smoke on the Water and Huffman Performance. Inside is going to be Tim Ortiz driving for Scooby-Doo and Ripple Effect. And whoa, Matt Miller, a .013 light. Good light. And number one qualifier on a 7.0 Dowling, he runs 7.09. 7.09 at 107.82. Tim Ortiz runs 7.23 at 98.58. So, Matt Miller doing the tree on it. A .013 reaction. All right, here we go. Look at the replay. There's Tim Ortiz leaving in the inside lane. Driving for Scooby-Doo at Ripple Effect. Outside lane was Matt Miller. Tim Ortiz doing double duty this weekend. He's driving the top eliminator boat of Scooby-Doo, and he's driving his own quick eliminator. And there goes Matt Miller, good light. Boat settling down. Boat always runs so consistent from Matt Miller at El Reno, Oklahoma, wherever we come to. We got that boat dialed in. All right, here we go with our next one. All right, single run now. Outside, out of Midland, Texas, Jimmy Burns' boat. Kevin Conklin driving. Texas High Risk back after a few years of hiatus. Sponsored by Tommy White Supply, Tall City Racing Fuels, Burns Tire and Auto, Allen's Automotive, and Price. Top Eliminator, 7-second. Kevin Conklin, Texas High Risk. Driving it like he never got out of the boat. He runs too quick though on a 7.0 dial and runs 687. Yep, Kevin Conklin's a little too quick on a 7.0 dial. He runs 687 at 110.06. Getting a good clear on the course up there. Veering off to the left. Good. Going around to the out ramp. Going back toward the starting line now. One of the crew with the camera there. Got all kinds of coverage up and down this course. IHRA doing a bang-up job. I mean, like I said, I've been doing this a long time, and this show is really rocking and rolling. All right, waiting to get our next pair set up down there. Okay, yep, there he is, Kevin Conklin, Texas High Risk, out of Midland, Texas. Rolls over. I mean, the guy, I think it's been at least 2 years since they've raced Texas High Risk. This is his first race back and looking good. Welcome back to the Texas High Risk team. All right, who we got coming up next here? I'm waiting to get my stuff from the computer here. Let me know who's paired up down there. All right, modified eliminator, moving into our 8-second category. All right, these are our modified eliminators. Good. Karen Groke from El Reno, Oklahoma says, coverage is amazing. Love the replays. All right. Chuck Shelton out in North Carolina loves it. They're watching it. Got a lot of people watching it around the country. Good coverage. Good exposure for IHRA and for the drag boat racing. All right. Next up, over in the outside lane, you're going to be Randy Blackstock driving for Al and Dodie Kirshner and Plum Crazy at the purple boat. Inside, Steve Walls, Happy Hour. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Jason Goth and his crew, also wife Michelle, Marcella Hodges, and Wayman Pitchford of Pitchford Oil. And they're racing in memory of Marvin Reeves. All right. These are modified limited boats. These are 8-second 1,000-foot boats. Means we got one more class behind this, and that'll be our stock eliminators. And Rodney Blackstock gets away first. Okay, right off the trailer. Rodney Blackstock, Plum Crazy, takes the number one spot on an 8.0 dial. Runs 8.02. 8.02 at 101.91. And Steve Walls breaks out too quick at 7.94 at 94.32 miles an hour. But the Plum Crazy boat right off the trailer, 8.02 on an 8-flat dial for the number one spot. There's leaving hard, but that was okay. Other side, we had Rodney Blackstock with a red light, but that's okay. You can red light all you want today. This is qualifying. All right, next pair coming up. Over in the outside lane, Matt Smith. Nice set. Sponsored by Tony Hendrick Racing Engine. And a special thanks to Cole, Carl, Matt, and his wife, Christy, and the kids, Logan and Kendra. All right, over in the inside lane, it's going to be Addison Lee's Another Crazy Dream out of Climax Springs, Missouri. Sponsored by Just Ducky Charters out of Key Largo, Florida. High Tech Performance. The Shed, Lifetime RV Tax. that wasn't a long-lived number one qualifier. Rodney Blackduck just got bumped. Matt Smith runs 8:01 on an 8-flat dialing. Good run for a number one qualifier at 100.19 miles an hour. Addison Lee's a little too quick at 7:95 at 92.27 miles an hour. Oop, Addison Lee, you can see that, just a little bit cockeyed, had to straighten the boat out. Had it just a little crooked out of the gate. In the meantime, Matt Smith on the other side, taking care of business. Like I say, takes the number one spot with an 8:01. First the Watercraft, back to the ramp for your second round. First the Watercraft, back to the ramp for your second round. And there's Matt Smith doing it right. 8:01 laid out. Okay, next up, outside lane, out of Eliminator, Texas, Gavin Snyder driving for, or Garrick Snyder driving for Gavin Snyder in After Hours. Sponsored by Rio Fab and Welding, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Automotive and Marine, and Rowdy Tees. Over here on the inside is going to be Jesse James Jr.'s Outlaw, sponsored by Eagle Motorsports. And Gary Snyder in the outside lane runs an 8:17 on a red eye. They both had a red eye. Gary Snyder ran an 8:17 on 8:0 at 96.06 miles an hour. Jesse James Jr. runs an 8:10 and an 8:0 dialing at 95.92. Had that been competition, Garrick would have been your winner on the lesser of the two red lights. He had an 034 red light. Jesse James Jr. had an 078. Jesse James out a little bit too quick there. Tell you what, Jesse, I think he's been the high point champion, 4 or 5 years in a row in modified. All right, next up, over the outside lane, going to be Andrew Hudgens driving for Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas, in Bad Fish. Sponsored by American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and Arliss Auto Works. Over on the inside, Billy Miles out of Winfield, Missouri, a crazy cracker. He made a trip to the dark side this year. Always run outboard. This year went to a jet boat, which they call the dark side. Sponsored by Anton's Heating and Air, and Warhawk, and Ronnie's Jenny's Garage. And Billy Miles a little too quick again on a red eye. Over here on the inside runs 782 to break out at 95.55, and so did Andrew Hudgens. He runs a 790 at 101.53, so both of them broke out. First the Watercraft to the ramp for your second round. First the Watercraft to the ramp for your second round. All right, next up, outside lane is going to be Thomas Ivan in Horse and Round. Sponsored by B&G Automotive out of Alva, Texas. Hops Propane and Racing Fuel, and Moondust Motorsports on Facebook. Over in the inside lane here, Steve Dollins. Whoa, Jesse. Sponsored by Tulsa Pain and Performance Clinic. Also, Billy Eves Performance Props, Larry Barbershop, Steve Dollins Racing, A1 Outboards, Braveheart Cane Corso, Masters Construction, A1 Racing, Taylor Customs, and TJ's Collision and Hot Rods. Modified Eliminator still 8-second boats. Thomas Ivan, keeping up the Ivan's name, Bernie Ivan and all of them. Long list of family racers in that name. Ivans have been around for a long time. And this is the youngest of them. Okay, by the way, if you want your IHRA souvenir event and souvenir memorabilia, it's right back behind me here, all the way down, just right past the finish line, back behind me here, right next to the Racers RESP display. All right, horse and round outside, and whoa, Jesse inside. Got a couple of both. They got a whoa, Jesse, and a go, Jesse. All right, inside lane. Outboard powered. Outside lane, big block. Keep your eye on it. We'll see which one leads first here. Oh, outboard gets away first. Oh, way too early, though. Steve Dollins gets away too early, but he runs an 8:01. 8:01 with the 2 at 1:04.21. And Thomas Ivan runs 9:92 at 80.79. Yep. All right, Steve Dollins leaving a little too early, but still runs an 8:01 with the 2. I think that might be good for number 1 spot. We had another 8:01, but I don't know what the third number was. Steve Dollins getting it all done. And the Ivan, little Thomas Ivan, getting used to the boat. First time out, so you get used to it. All right, next up, on the starting line. Here we go, over in the outside lane. Lane McDonald's High Voltage. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Bloomers Trailers, Ortiz Motorsports, and Jim's Co. Glass. Over in the inside lane is going to be Ashton Wheeler in the High Tech Express, sponsored by High Tech Performance, Freedom Bank, also American Turbine, Interpack Solutions, and Jet Boat Garage. Man, talk about two guys fighting on the starting line. Lane McDonald had an 019 light. Ashton Wheeler had an 013 light. 0.006 of a second separated them at the start. And Lane McDonald runs 8:07 at 98.51 mile an hour. Ashton Wheeler at 8:13 on the inside at 93.84 miles an hour. I mean, these guys literally left locked side by side. 0.006 of a second separating them at the starting line. An 013 light to an 019 light. There we go. Coming out, the High Tech Express at Ashton Wheeler. And by the way, that gentleman right there in the boat, today is his 20th birthday. Ashton Wheeler, a happy birthday for 20 years old. And there goes the outside. Lane McDonald. The old man runs one. The McDonald family, they have a couple boats. Okay, all right. Well, now I'm going to have to take a break here. Just got my Subway. All right, next pair coming up. Personal Watercraft, you should be at the ramp for your second round. Personal Watercraft, you should be at the ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro standing by. Top Alcohol Flat, get them ready. Starting into round number 2 as soon as we get out of this. Still in our Modified Eliminator, always a big class. Modified Eliminator always draws a lot of boats. Right behind this, we got our stock eliminators, which is a dial your own ET category. They can dial as quick as 9 seconds flat. After that, starting round number 2 with Personal Watercraft. Okay, we're moving in now to stock eliminator. The next one's up. All right, here we go. Stock eliminator over the outside lane. Here's the other Jesse boat. James Norman, go Jesse. He's going to be dialed 9 flat. Sponsored by Tulsa Pain and Performance Clinics, Hoss Props, Photo Magic. Also by Steve Dollins Racing, A1 Racing, Masters Construction. Anyway, inside is going to be Major Gary Carty driving for Thurl Howard and Gone Ballistic. Sponsored by Hard Brothers Construction, J. Smith Racing Engines, and Hoss Props. All right, Allison outboard, Mercury powered outside. You're inside, sorry. Another Allison, pair of Allisons, both Mercury powered and stock eliminator. Go Jesse inside or outside, and Gone Ballistic inside. Gone Ballistic, the white boat of Thurl Howard. And we have John and Terry Bowles. They're watching the broadcast from Fenton, Missouri, a little suburb of St. Louis out there. Way outside St. Louis, I might add. But anyway, getting it all together. This class usually ends up with a lot of Allison outboards in it. I know Kerry Fry ordered his new boat. It's not ready yet. Well, the boat is. The rest of the stuff's not. So Kerry Fry's at Toho this weekend. And I know I know that can't be fun. Watching is not fun. James Norman, go Jesse outside. Major Gary Carty inside. Gone Ballistic. Hey, let me give you a little clue as to what's going on in the upcoming year. I want to get all that up. Give you, in case you want to go traveling around and take you to some different places. Like I say, June 6th and 7th, we'll be up in Wheatland, Missouri at Lucas Oil Speedway. If you've never been to Lucas Oil Speedway, it's absolutely beautiful. All right. That's the way it sets right now. June 6th and 7th, we'll be in Wheatland, Missouri. Then June 27th and 28th, we'll be at the Showdown in San Angelo, Texas. Then July 18th and 19th, we will be at the Battle of Wolf Creek in Grove, Oklahoma. Okay, here we go. Also, September 4th, 5th, and 6th, back at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheatland, Missouri for the Diamond Nationals. And then our World Finals will be back in San Angelo, Texas. That'll be October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. All right. Waiting to get all clear on the water up there for some reason. Rescues keeping rescues out there. Oh, they're coming across, bike coming across to pick up their lunch. Okay, I'm going to take a quick pause here and get a bite of my sandwich. Boy, that was quick. Got a bite of my sandwich into my mouth and they start the boat. All right. Here we go. James Norman, go Jesse. Gary Carty, gone ballistic inside. Both of these boats dialed in 9 flat. And the outside lane. Oh, look at this. All right, boy, that was a tight one. Outside lane, James Norman runs 904 with a 6. Inside, Gary Carty runs 904 with a 1. Gary Carty runs 904 with a 1 at 93.10 mile an hour. James Norman runs 904 with a 6 at 89 mile an hour exactly. Guys, when you go to the out ramp to pick your boat up, take a crew member with you. They're short on help, and the out ramp is really getting backed up, they said. So when you go pick up your boat, take a crew member with you to help get your boat, please. All right, next pair, here we go. Outside, it's going to be Sheila Cotham and We the People. First-time racer. Sponsored, okay, and then the inside is going to be Stephen Russell's Harry Canary. Sponsored by the A&E Shrill, RP Marine, Eagle Motorsports, Pumped by Chop, and Gary Hand Motorsports. Hey, in the inside lane, Stephen Russell was down in 9 flat, and run that time he runs a 911 at 90.55 miles an hour. Sheila Cotham was dialed in at a 959 and runs a 972 at 77.71 miles an hour. All right. Let's see what we got coming up next here. Okay, inside. Another one of the Martin Motorsports stalls is going to be Cadence. Top alcohol hydro to the ramp. Top alcohol hydro to the ramp. Top alcohol hydro to the ramp. Top alcohol flat, stand by. Pro Outlaw, warm them up for your second round. All right, Cadence Santos in the inside lane runs Silver Bullet. Again, sponsored by Justin Tyke Construction. Let's see, Napa Bandera, R. Jones Enterprises, Newman Water Services, the Collins family, Bent Plumbing, and also Bandera Construction. Over in the outside is going to be Corrine McGinnis out of Cuba, Missouri, in Pretty in Pink. Sponsored by McGinnis Wood Products, Kinetic Engineering, and Race Daddy Bill Henderson. All right, Corrine McGinnis outside on a 10-10 dial limit, 1047 at 72.68 miles an hour. And Cadence Santos inside on an 11-10 dial limit, runs 1122. I don't know. Was that stupidity? No. No, all right. Come on down. Here. All right, next up. Over in the outside lane is Frank Mummies in Breakout Another 1,000. Sponsored by Mike Tardy, Toe Cocktails, and Mickey Snyder with Snyder Motorsports. And info for Pat Diver. Over in the inside lane, out of Princeton, West Virginia, the Virginia Gunslinger, Anthony Vanieri. Sponsored by Promote Engine Systems, the Food Dude Vending and Venery Law Firm. All right, these guys traveled all the way from Princeton, West Virginia. The family it's a bunch of lawyers, and they have a blast at it. Anyway, right here at the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series here at Lake Crook in Paris, Texas. All right, here we go. You can watch it right here. All right, at the finish line. Outside lane, run 992 on the 965 at 79.30 miles an hour. And Anthony Berry runs 884, too quick at 91.10 miles an hour. All right, next pair coming up. Outside lane from Kissimmee, Florida. Rick Conklin is Soulshine. Sponsored by Conklin Racing, Christine Conklin and Joint Effort Racing. Over in the inside lane is going to be Jesse Malice, batteries not included. Sponsored by Diversified Capital Racing and Prestige Fireworks. Also a big thanks to Mom, Dad, Rick, the entire crew, and of course, my lovely wife, Ashley. All right, next up, outside, is going to be actually Rick Conklin, Soulshine, inside lane, Jesse Malice, batteries not included. All right, catching up here. Outside lane, Soulshine, Rick Conklin runs 916 on a 9-flat dial-in at 89.78 miles an hour. Jesse Malice inside a 1318, way off from a 10-0 dial-in at 50.70 miles an hour. Okay. All right, continuing on. Next up. Don't have them yet. I would try to take a bite of my sandwich, but we run out of it. All right, here we are. Out, I missed that one. Outside lane was dialed in at 11:25 inside lane down in 13:30. Bella Janashek, Wackadoodle. Outside was the Alexa McKay's Nuclear Fission My Way. And outside on an 11:25 down lane, Alexa McKay runs 11:34 at 64.82 miles an hour. And Bella Janashek runs at 13:29, breaks out on the 13:30 at 54.42 miles an hour. Okay, listen up. I got to take a moment here. We got looks like a Toyota Camry out by the front. They're blocking the drive. It looks like a Toyota Camry PLJ 7907, I think it is. You're blocking the drive. Also, we have a Texas truck, TZD 7053. You're blocking the drive out there. People, go move your vehicles. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm catching up on the last one. Sorry about that. I was busy with something. Bentley Childress takes the lug nut on a 1280 dial in. He shut off the timer to the 1289. And Giovanni Barter on a 1235. Okay, catching back up here. Inside lane is Sheila Still. Sheila Still on Skedacious. Going to be dialed into the 1067. Sponsored by Still Towing and Long Branch RV Park. Out of Macon, Missouri. And the outside lane is going to be Justin Studeville's Dominator dialed in 10 flat. Sheila Still gets out there first on a 1067 dial in. She runs 1073 at 66.47 miles an hour. And Justin Studeville runs 1057 at 73.04. All right, dialing now. Over in the outside lane, it's going to be Addison Lee driving to Tegan Finnegan and a 1292 dial in. And inside, Tina Henley, Wild One, dialed in 1030. And at the finish line, Addison Lee's on a 1292 dial in, runs 1292. Good run, number one qualifier. And Tina Henley runs 1048 on a 1030 at 68.39 miles an hour. Top Alcohol Hydro, final call. Top Alcohol Flat to the ramp. Pro Outlaw, stand by. Pro Modified, warm them up. Top Alcohol Flat to the ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro, final call. Pro Outlaw, stand by. Pro Modified, warm them up. Okay, all right, catching up on that single run. Megan Limpar's on Megalodon was out in 1380. Shut off the timers on a 2077, way off pace at 34.59 miles an hour. All right, taking a pause for the cause here. Going to drink me some of my Pedialyte. Maybe try to get a bite of my sandwich.
One at a time.
All right, Top Alcohol Flats, you should be on your way to the ramp. Top Alcohol Flats, you should be on your way to the ramp. Pro Outlaw, stand by. Pro Modified, warm them up for your second round. All right, got a really big crowd here today for the races. I was just telling me that people are parked all the way outside the park. So what a great turnout here for the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series here at Lake Crook in beautiful Paris, Texas. And by the way, the city of Paris, Texas is sponsoring our outside lane. They didn't know that, but yeah. I love Paris. I've been coming here for a long time. I had a few race hiatus when some stuff happened, but yeah, I'm glad to be back. Here, why don't you?
Want to welcome everyone to Paris, Texas. Hope you had a great time last night for the UFC Bullfighters. We're excited to have you here.
Mountain Motor Pro Stocks and Nitro Harleys offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
All right, listen up. I have a Dodge Ram truck, white. A white Dodge Ram truck. You're parked in one of the PWC pits back here. You do not have a vehicle tag. License number NBM0770, Texas. That's November, Bravo, Mike, 0770. White Dodge Ram truck. You do not have a sticker in your windshield, and you are parked in a spot. Go move it. It's got to go outside or get a parking permit for it, or it will be towed. Okay, here we go. Top Aqua Hydro. Andy Reynolds of Lake Valley, South Carolina, running with scissors. Sponsored by Generator Supercenters. Invisible Fence Brand, Duncan and Kathy Clark. Also a member of Tom Kalman of Kathy Kalman. And Andy Real Estate Sales. Also Roger Way Racing. And Daryl Woodman. Uh-oh. Oh, and something didn't work there. Andy Reynolds just kind of motoring out of our way. Something went wrong right out of the gate. Okay, who we got coming up next here? In our top alcohol hydros. Right behind this, we'll have our top alcohol flat bottoms. Then we go back into our Pro Outlaws. Pro Outlaws, you should be at the ramp. Pro Outlaws, you should be at the ramp. Pro Modified, stand by. Pro Modified, stand by. Quick Eliminator, getting ready for your second round. Andy Reynolds was our first down on that one, and that was, he didn't learn anything on that run because as soon as he got out of the gate, something just went all haywire. Okay, getting ready for a pair of top alcohol hydros, looks like. There you go. Good, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, that's fine. That's good. Good deal. All right, getting our top alcohol hydros out there, getting them loaded up. Inside lane, that looks like that's going to be the Georgia Outlaw Tyler Spear out of Woodstock, Georgia. Sponsored by Vet Vodka, Pro Boat, NGK Spark Plugs, VP Racing Fuels, Excess Batteries, Pitchford Oil, Don Wild Racecraft, and Tequila Sheila. First run today, had something that went all haywire with it, only ran a 584 at 148. However, he's had a best of a 422. Anyway, and over in the outside lane, coming out, Jacob Snyder, out of, I believe, Columbia, Missouri. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Snyder Land Management, Field Tech Dynamics, and Martin Equipment and Ratliff Tree Service. Okay. How about now, Debbie? I said something happened with my volume out on the broadcast. You guys might want to check that. Said the volume went way down. She got her TV on 100 and can barely hear me. All right, here we go. Jacob Snyder blown crazy outside, and Tyler Spear, Georgia Outlaw inside. Top alcohol hydros. Jacob Snyder earlier today ran a 474 at a 456 at 197, right on the verge of 200 mile an hour. And Jacob Snyder, being the smart driver he is, that boat was getting a little scary out there. Will somebody please take a clean pair of underwear to the out ramp for Jacob Snyder? That boat was just a little bit squirrely, and being smart as he is, he shut it off. Hey, we'll run next round. And the vet vodka boat still having the problems. Coming out, bearing the nose a little bit there, picking it up. Coming out, and something keeps going sour in the motor. You can see the cylinders out on that right bank. And then over in the X-Plane lane, watch when they get to Jacob Snyder, this boat is hipping and hopping all over the place. Jacob Snyder said you can see it clearing in and out of the water. Time to shut it off. I'll try this again another time. All right, continuing on our top alcohol hydros. This is going to be Jason Mulligan in Hustler, sponsored by Fine Line Motorsports, Toyota Mart, Gross Engines, and his wallet. And also Brandon, Jennifer, Trevor, Dave, Adam, Bub, and thank you to Jamie for letting me play. Getting a lot of input from around the country. Everybody's loving this show. Good show going on. Lots of good racing today. All right, Jason Mulligan, Hustler. First run today, he ran through a 448 at 187.96. Let's see if he's worked on the tune-up a little bit here. Coming up now on the inside here, on the inside lane. See if they're going to pair him up. That's going to be Donnie Laban in Hydrophobia. He won the race here a week or so ago out in Lake Ming in Bakersfield, California. Actually, they did double duty, both of his boats, first and second. Donnie Laban, a top fuel jet, which they allowed to run. Okay, it's going to be a single run for the Hustler in the outside lane. Jason Mulligan ran a 448 at 187.96. Let's see if he's improved on it any. Jason Mulligan looking good on that, and did he ever make an improvement? His first one today was a 468. This one here, 442 at 203.38. Jason Mulligan in the Hustler lays down a 203.38 mile an hour run in 4.42 seconds. That'll be number 2 qualifier right behind Rick Allen's 426 at 204.93. So Jason Mulligan made an improvement on that 448. All right. Next up, Hydrophobia. Donnie Laban. Okay, moving on out now. Next to him. I guess it's going to be a single run in the inside lane for Donnie LeBon. I don't see anybody else pairing up in the outside lane. Another top fuel jet pairing up beside him. Yeah, he's wisely moving back over away from that jet a little bit. When they take off, it leaves a little bit of ear ringing going on. Donnie LeBon from California. That's him right there holding the rope. Nice looking boat. One of the fastest jets in the country too. Like I say, he just come off of a win out in Bakersfield, California with the NJBA. Got the win out there. All right, here we go. Donnie LeBon, a Placecraft 500-inch TFX motor, sponsored by Schuler Racing, Bill Miller Engineering, CP Pistons, Star Racer Belts, Jim Piscata Racing, Schaefer Oil, and American Turbine Pump Life. Also, crew chief Glenn Schuler, and a crew of Carol Schuler, Tim Eagle, Jared Phillips, Jared Vance, Stephanie Santifer, and Stephanie Lachetta. First run today ran a 5:69 at 1:51.61. Right now, the current standings are Rick Allen, then Jason Mulligan, Jacob Snyder, Andy Reynolds, and Tyler Spear. That's the qualifying order right now in top alcohol hydro. Donnie LeBon should be number 3 qualifier with that 5:69, right behind Jacob Snyder. See if he can improve on that there coming up. Oh, sorry, it's the top alcohol flat. You're right, sorry. Yep, that's why it's not third place. Yep, I figured. Top alcohol flats and top fuel jets all run the same class. Combined the two because they had low boat count, so you put the two together and they all agreed on it. Turned out to be a pretty competitive place. Look at those side shots there. At that neutral on those jet boats like that, it squirts it out each side. That way, when you lift the gate, it goes wide open. Donnie LeBon's Hydrophobia. Lids down, and here we go. Donnie LeBon, good looking run there. He shuts off the timers. 5:59, 5:59, 1:64.03, number 2 qualifier. Right behind Jeff Stewart's 5:58. Donnie LeBon come out, boat taking pretty set. That boat rides so good and so straight. Been like that for years. Got a good set on the boat. Setting in on the top end, all the way down. Like I say, went to the number 2 spot with a 5:59 at 164.03 miles an hour. All right, next up. Going to be Dan Kirkman in Awesome Toy. His first run today was the 7:19, only 82 miles an hour. Sponsored by David Kirkland Racing. Also Aaron Morrow, Bob Bazin, and Hydrophobia team. Celebrating 50 years of marriage, and for accomplishments, he guess that's my wife's accomplishment because she's married to me. David Kirkman, all in Awesome Toy. Roger. All right, I'd like to wish a happy 4th birthday to Jack Ungles. Turned 4 years old today. And what better place to do it than at a drag boat race? Like in Ashton Wheeler. Ashton Wheeler's 20 years old today with the High Tech Express. All right, here we go now. All right, Dan Kirkman, awesome toy. Like I say, first run today was only a 7:19.82.09. Hoping to work on that. And in here, quite a much improvement. Number 3 qualifier, 567. 567 at 128.48 miles an hour. Good run on the jet boat. He'll get her dialed in. Replay. Comes out. You see it. Gets up. Gets right on the back. They got that wing on the front. That wing on the front, you see there, folks, that's adjustable. So they can set it to hold that front end down. Because that's the problem we have with these jet boats. They went up and over, and they pretty much got that taken care of with that new wing they got on them. On the front there, you can figure by the angle and push it down. Good run for Dan Kirkman. Number 3 qualifier, like I said, 567 at 128.48.
Here we call Allen Liquid Voodoo team. Now, Cole, you told me earlier this is like a home race for you.
This is a home race for me. I've been coming here since before I can remember. My father, Rick Allen, raced here, open boats through all the categories. I was along for the ride. I licensed my very first drag boat here 10 years ago in the Pro Mod category. And same deal, worked through the ranks, and here we are, first time ever with a top tool hydro in Paris, Texas.
Love it, and I met your daddy, Rick Allen, and won multiple championships on alcohol hydro. Now for you, when was your mindset like, I'm gonna be top fuel, or how did you like evolve in your racing?
It's crazy. It's just one of those things. I didn't have these grand, I didn't have a master plan. Of course I wanted to, but I just been very fortunate to get some opportunities to move up the ranks, and we've been top alcohol racing for about 10 years with the family organization. I drive it a little bit, Dad drove it most of the time, and I got the opportunity 2 years with this team, and I got the 2 years to move up to top fuel, and I said yes right away.
When you look at your dad, Rick, as a mentor, what was the biggest thing you instilled in you, not necessarily just on the water, but off as well?
You can let these things, you can get your head, just stay calm, breathe, and just, you'll react okay. But if you can very easily get ahead of yourself, staying calm.
And you talk about calmness, Cole. When you're in Nashville, how calm are you really? Can you tell our viewers, is this really a calm? Are you doing it kind of great, like a meditation? Are you singing? What are you doing in there?
That capsule is meditation. You'll catch me right now in the lanes, always be pacing around. I won't be able to stand still. I'm just anxious. I get in the capsule, it's moving to another planet for me. I'm just complete comfort, and it just feels like home.
And is it routine for you? I mean, do you look at any race? This is your home race. Every race is kind of the same. Do you treat it as such, or is there certain types of changes you put on yourself?
You have to treat it all the same. And you can, what they do, you get ahead of yourself, you can try it. We've done it ourselves. Oh, hey, we can wrap up the championship. We can beat the record. And you'll get ahead of yourself and they'll bite you every time. You got to treat it race to race.
And after you have your first pass, whether you're encouraged or happy, you kind of like say, okay, I'm going to put that behind me. Let me think about it tomorrow.
There's always something to learn on the engine side, boat side, and driver side. So you break down every pass. We collect data this big with this boat. And boat has the same data, and my brain has my data. So, yeah, you break every pass down, you always got something to learn.
You told me after each pass, you come back, work on service and everything. Now, do you get some downtime during this weekend, or is it everything just kind of focused on, what's going to happen today?
The minute I show up, the minute I leave, it's boots on the ground we're working. These things are major, labor-intensive, lots of moving parts. All have to be thoroughly checked, and it takes a great crew to put this all together, but we're all busy all the time.
And I want to talk about your crew, how important they are. I mean, they make such a big difference. They maybe not get all the glory or big interview right now. So what do you say about your crew?
This crew makes me look a lot better than I actually am, and I mean that. They've been together with this group longer than I have. I'm the newbie of the group, essentially. And they know this boat. They've been in it a long time. I trust everything. If they say we're going to do this, I don't question nothing. They know.
If you were going to give me 3 words, Cole, of what you want to achieve after this weekend, what would that be?
Go dang fast.
Go dang fast. You hear from Cole Allen.
Ashley. Top alcohol flat bottoms. And at the finish line, Jeff Stewart runs 5:52 at 1:52.89, solidifying his number one spot with a 5:52. And Ashley Winston a 5:71 at 1:43.54. So she'll stay. She's number 4 qualifier. Jeff Stewart stays number 1 with a 5:52 this time at 1:52.89. A little bit down on mile an hour, but he picked the ET up on that one. Okay, got a picture of Jeff Stewart sitting there in the flat hammered boat. By the way, just got a thing. We are being watched live in the British Virgin Islands. So we know we're doing good. Getting all the way down to British Virgin Islands. Got a buddy, Barry Rowe. You know Barry Rowe. Used to work with David Carroll and them with FTBA. Barry Rowe, the old guy. Yep, him and his son. His son, you know this, his son is the B-52 pilot. Yeah. Oh yeah, he could be some real neat thing. Huh? Yeah. Anyway, his son rented a big yacht. They got up, I don't know, they're British Virgin Isles. They just sent me a thing, said looking good down there, sounding good in the British Virgin Isles. So that's cool. So Paris, Texas has made it all the way to the British Virgin Isles. All right, next up, here we go. All right, we are now into Pro Outlaw. These are 5 20,000-foot boats outside out of Sonora, Texas. Gus Ward's Whiskey. Gives a big thanks to Ginger Hare, Brian Blakely, Tony Brown, and Chase Brown. It says your accomplishment, you're only as good as your last pass. Over in the inside lane, out of Smithton, Illinois, driving for Robert Lees out of Climax Springs, Missouri, is Wildfire. Sponsored by Mike and Kelly Kaser, Joe and Amanda McDaniel, Jeff and April Woodruff, Red Fox Bar and Grill, The Shed Sales Midwest, and Dave Schmidt Truck Service. Last run, he ran a 5:09, a little too quick at 1:80.35. Whiskey ran 5:73 at 1:56.18. See what we had getting up this time. Justin Schmidt came alive on the top side, and he breaks out even more this time. You got to slow it down, guys. A 5:15 at 1:70.08. And Gus Ward runs, check this out, a 5:27. That'll be number 3 qualifier. Cody Childers ran 5:27 with a 1. Gus Ward just ran 5:27 with the 2 for the number 3 spot at 1:70.59. So Justin Schmidt stays down there in the number 10 spot because he can't slow the boat down. There on the screen, you can see Gus Ward going around the top side to get into the out ramp while they're towing the other boat all the way down. Good run. There's your replay. Gus Ward comes out rocking hard all the way down. Moves way up there to the number 3 spot, 5:27 with the 2. We'll see Justin coming out here in just a minute. Okay, who we're getting into next here. All right, here we go next. All right. Outside, Cody Childress, Bad Influence. Driver Travis Tuttle, sponsored by Texas Outrigger Boats, TNT Tuttle and Tuttle Trucking, and Fun and Sun Boating Centers. Up on the inside, Jay Hudgens, Aquaholics, sponsored by American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repairs, and thanks to the crew. Sure we end up here. Good looking run, both. And the outside lane, Cody Childress moves, stays on number 2 qualifier at 5:29 at 168.03. He'll remain number 2 qualifier by his earlier 5:27. And Jay Hudgens moves up to the number 4 spot with a 5:35 at 165.52. That moves him up because his last run was a 5:17. That's a breakout, and that don't count. All right, there you go. You see Jay Hudgens right there picking it up. Set it down. Good qualifying run for Jay to get up there in the field. Pro modified to the ramp, Pro modified to the ramp, quick eliminator standby. Pro modified to the ramp, quick eliminator standby. Pro comp flat, warm them up for your second round. I just got a message from Richard Radercheck. He's watching. He says, no, not a soul on earth is missing being there with y'all more than me. Well, come on down. Just like the Price Right. Come on down. Yep, there you go. All right, let's see what we got coming up next year. All right, outside lane out of Woodstock, Georgia. It's going to be Forrest Warren's Relentless, sponsored by Promote, PP Fuels, Pork Wheels, Driven Clothing, and his girlfriend Angie. Absolutely everything on that here. Complete new operation he's got. He lost everything last year in that fire. Out on the highway, lost his motorhome, his trailer, his boat, spare motors, everything. But anyway, he got it all back. Bought this boat off of Mike Lamb. This used to be Slug Hefner's old boat, the Dirty Duck. All right, inside, it's going to be Travis Tuttle's Short Fuse out of Rio Vista, Texas. Sponsored by CCR Fiberglass, Fun and Sun Boats, Tuttle and Tuttle Trucking, Cody Childress, Wesley Ice, Kyle Brawley, and Texas Outrigger Boats. All right, looking down there, nice looking track. Cody and Travis and them, a good track setup. Everything's nice and square. Nice buoys out there, the IHRA advertising. Great turnout here. Massive crowd. Let's say the person from the city of Wallagosa said they're parked all the way outside of the park. And plus, we got over 100 race teams here racing. Beautiful day for the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series race here in Paris, Texas at beautiful Lake Crook on a nice Saturday afternoon. A lot of really good racing. I think we got a few getting ready to go back out there again for long. I think I caught some traffic on the radio hearing it. We'll know as we see it go out. All right, there we go there. Travis Tuttle. That boat there, that is Marty Logan's old boat. And then on the other side, of course, Forrest Warren in Relentless. Travis Tuttle in Short Fuse. All right, here we go. Watch for the lids to go down. That means they're just a few seconds away from party time. And there we are, lids are down. Uh-oh. Oh no, both of them. I noticed Forrest Warren tried to close that hatch on himself about 3 or 4 times, like maybe he's having trouble getting something going. And then Travis Tuttle comes right out of the gate and the motor just dies. See what happens here? Yep, that's two. That's 2 runs for Travis to not do anything. That's unusual. And of course, Forrest Warren, he didn't even leave the rope down there. Yes, we need Travis Tuttle's trailer back, and probably going to need Forrest Warren's. Travis Tuttle's trailer back to the end ramp. Travis Tuttle's trailer back to the end ramp, please. Okay, somebody back there tell Travis Tuttle's trailer to get back in ramp. Somebody back there tell Travis Tuttle's trailer back to the end ramp. All right. There they are. There's Forrest Warren. You see him sitting there. Going in on the outside of him there. That's Kobe No Fires, Indian Outlaw, coming in on the other side of Forrest. Got to get a jet ski on Forrest. He's starting to float off the rope there. Don't want him to float into anything. Pro Modified to the ramp. Pro Modified to the ramp. Quick Eliminator stand by. Pro Comp Flat, warm them up. By the way, chapel service will be down at the main pavilion at 7 o'clock in the morning. Chapel service, 7 a.m. down at the pavilion. It is non-denominational. It's open to spectators and racers alike. So tomorrow morning, oh man, I don't want to miss the races, but I got to go to church. Come on out. We got the full package. We got chapel service right here at the race site. As soon as that's over, I put boats on warm up and we go drag boat racing. All right, see what all we got coming up. See what they're going to do with Forrest out there. I guess Forrest Warren's trailer needs to come back to the ramp too. Looks like Forrest Warren, unless they put him back on there. Okay, they're turning around. They're going to put him back on the rope. Forrest Warren's going to try it again in Relentless. Turning him back up toward the rope. So stay down there. Forrest is going to give it another shot. All right, over here in the inside lane this time, going to try to take him on. It's going to be Kate Janicek in All or Nothing. Sponsored by Janicek Performance, David Kirkland Racing, RESP, and Bright Top Roofing. Okay, Forrest Warren back on the rope, going to try it again in Relentless. There's that little Kay Janicek. Only been on the scene for a couple of years, making good progress in that class. Kay Janicek's All or Nothing. Hey, guys. Hey, tell your kids not to throw in the water down there, please. Have your children do not throw in the water, please. Hey, kids, do not throw in the water, please. Okay? Do not throw anything in the water. Okay, there it is. Used to be the Dirty Duck, now named Relentless. See that old, his new number there is 211. Well, when Sluggo had it, it was number 711. So what he had to do is put a 2 on it. I'm going to give it one more shot here. Forrest Warren's Relentless outside in the city of Paris, Texas, sponsored lane. Inside, again, Kate Janicek's All or Nothing. These are Pro Outlaws running on a 520 index. First run today, Kate Janicek ran 576 at 160.25. And Forrest Warren ran 553 at 171.42. And Forrest Warren looking strong. Oh no! He breaks out by 1,000th of a second. 5:19 with the 9 on a 5:20 down in at 176.58. So he will stay in that number 7 qualifying spot. Kay Janicek, number 4 qualifier, 5:32 at 174.29. So that moves him to the number 4 spot right behind Gus Ward. Okay, got to get this all set up. All right, there goes Forrest Warren off on a good run. Comes over, locks him, kicks the tail. Got those new Hemis in it. You guys, but the Hemi motors this year. And Forrest Warren, I can't believe, 5:19 with a 9. Breaks out by 1,000th of a second. So that'll keep him down the list of qualifying. But by doing that, you know you can run the number. All right, next pair coming up. Current number 1 qualifier, Todd Everett, with a 5:24 at 177.17. Todd Everett, the boat owned by Todd and Janet Everett. Shelby Everett usually does the driving, but she's 36 weeks pregnant, so Dad is doing the driving now. Can't touch this. Sponsored by Jay's Southland Tow, E&R Machine, Iconic Apparel, and thanks to Janet, Sheldon, Paul, and Shelby for letting me drive her boat. Over in the outside lane, out of Silent Springs, Arkansas, Colby No Fires, Indian Outlaw, sponsored by Nance Machine, Jim Richards Racing, Meadow Mountain Ranch, and Pinnacle Collision. He's currently qualified with a 565 at 164.77. All right, waiting to get him on the clock here. Good looking day. Water's good. Races are tight. The one that's amazing is that quick eliminator 6-0 class. I think the top 8 qualifiers are all 6-0. That's tight stuff. That's tight stuff. All right, there's Todd Everett driving Shelby Everett's boat. Can't touch this. Like I said earlier, you got to love Dad's double standards. His boat's named Another Wet Dream, and her boat is named Can't Touch This. So talk about double standards. Come on, Todd. All right, they got the. If you look straight out in front of me here, you'll see the drone up there. Get ready to watch him as it comes at him. You can bet he's zoomed in. That's where that picture's coming from on the screen right now. Now he's got a wide angle out. Waiting to get the all clear on the water. All right, Indian Outlaw right there. Colby No Fire. Papa Jim Richards, one of his sponsors, his grandpa. His dad, John No Fire, does the motor work on it. And this little squirt behind me, that's his son, standing right there. He's got to watch Dad make the run. All right, get them all lined up. There goes the drone down there. Going to get a good tight look at him. Nice shot. Excellent coverage for this show. Excellent coverage. I'm getting compliments from all over the country, well, British Virgin Islands. They said the coverage of this event is something like they've never seen, especially in drag boat racing. Yeah. The coverage in this is absolutely fantastic. Well, yeah, Lucas TV, the man, they just had 3 cameras down the course. These guys have got drones. Look at that shot there. Look at that shot there of Shelby Everett's boat. I mean, yeah, this is stuff that drag boat racing has never seen. This is what I think IHRA is going to be really good for drag. They got stuff like this. They are doing it. Here, people, this is what's in your face. Look at that boat. There's a side shot of it. All right, we got them on the clock now. All right, Todd Everett inside. Can't touch this. Outside, Colby No Fire in Indian Outlaw. Pro Outlaws, a 520 index. Let's see what they can do here. As soon as you see the lids go down, you'll know they're just a couple seconds away. There they go. Lids are down. They're ready to rock and roll. And at the finish line, Colby No Fire runs 5:29. That moves him up to the number 4 spot at 1:69.22. Todd Everett, a 5:27. Not quite as good, but he still stays number 1 by that earlier 5:24. This time he runs 5:27 at 1:75.12. Off on both ends of it a little bit. ET and Molinaro both down a little bit on that one on Todd. He must have went back and ate lunch. Yeah, too much ballast in the boat. All right, there goes you sit there. Todd Everett coming out and hit that sponson. Look, when they come down on that right sponson and hit that, just look at it. See how wet that right sponson is? That's stuck in just a little bit too much water there, and that's probably what shaved those couple hundredths off of that. Right there. Other than that, good looking run. Here comes the Indian Outlaw. Colby No Fire setting it up. Got a little bit of bounce there, a little bobble, see? That's just 5:29. When they bobble like that, it really scrubs the ET off down there on that bottom end. So that helps our guy. Who we got coming up next? There's some of our spectators. We have a beautiful crowd here, folks. I mean, there's people all the way down through the tree line, from the starting line all the way past the finish line. Everybody's partying good for the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series here in Paris, Texas at Lake Crook. All right, next up, over here in the inside lane is Himmy Jimmy. Jimmy Kemp and Quick Chick. Sponsored by Hand Motorsports, his crew chief, and also his Texas Millworks and FloatPix.com and 4K Enterprises. It's a 528-inch Brad Anderson. Over in the outside lane is going to be Greg Lee's Dark Horse. Sponsored by Roger Lee Racing, Mike's Racing. Special thanks to Joe, Jeremy, Andy, and Dawn. Andy and Dawn Reynolds. Andy Hall, Running with Sisters, Roger Way Racing, and Rick Allen of Total Chaos. Greg Lee. He come up here a while ago and I asked him, I said, what happened on that first run? He goes, I just can't drive. Don't make your dad get in that boat, Greg. Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're his daughter. That's your dad? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. No. I've known Greg since he was a little kid. Oh, yeah. I remember he used to come to the races with his dad all the time. Absolutely. He was a little butt then, too. But anyway, now here he is up, got his own boat, Dark Horse. You know, you would think with a name like Dark Horse, you would have a Ford motor in it for that Mustang Dark Horse they got. That's what Tom Bracher's got. He's got one of those Dark Horses. Okay, here we go. All right. Greg Lee outside, Dark Horse inside, Jimmy Kemp, and quick check. Jimmy Kemp earlier today ran a 5:57 at 156.84. Now that was a lot better driving by Greg Lee there. Outside lane, Greg Lee shuts off 5:09, way too quick on a 5:20 dial-in at 151.49. And Jimmy Kemp runs 5:31 at 159.31. He'll be number 5 qualifier. Greg Lee found the dial-in, but he's way down that number 11 spot with that big breakout of a 5:09. There you go, coming out there. Jimmy Kemp, oh, we call him Hemi Jimmy. Got them Hemi orders. Quick check. Set it down. Tails up good. Rocking and rolling. But Greg Lee over in the other lane. Watch him come out. This boat sets, kicks the tail, and gone. A little bit of a bobble there, but not enough to bother because the boat was out of the water, was running clean. Setting in on the top side, and he shuts off a 5:09. Good run for Greg, but slow it down. All right. Now, look what's setting out in that outside lane now. We've got Top Fuel Hydro. That is going to be Cole Allen driving for Todd Haas and Liquid Voodoo. Sponsored by the IHRA. Let's see. All kinds of sponsors. He doesn't have one of them on here. I don't know who they all are. I haven't remembered who Todd Haas has all for sponsors. But that's a nice looking boat. That was the old Liquid Voodoo boat that David Carroll ran for a couple of years. They've got it now, Top Fuel Hydro. Don't forget, well, I'll tell you what. Let's see what this boat does. It's got all the good stuff. It's got the good crew, and Cole Allen is definitely a smart driver. So let's see what happens here. This will be the maiden voyage on this boat for the IHRA boat. Liquid Voodoo. Cole Allen. That's Rick Allen's son. Been driving alcohol hydros and fuel boats. Looks good. All right, see what happens here. Cole Allen, Liquid Voodoo. Driving for Todd Haas. Did I see a belt come off of that? Did I see a belt come off of that right at the finish line? Looks like I saw a blow belt come off right at the finish line. Anyway, all right, here he goes. 356, top mile an hour of the meet so far, 219.52 miles an hour. 356 at 219.52. Now keep in mind, earlier Mike Robbins ran a 335 at only 2:15.95, but he had all the parachutes out from the starting line to the finish line. So, yeah, but that's a good run. Look at that boat come out of there, nice and clean. Watch the replay. I think I saw a blower belt come off at the end of the track, right after the finish line. Stayed clean all the way down. Watch, you'll see some flames come out here. Just in a second, you can see the flames starting. Watch, right here we're coming up. Oh, they got hit. Oh. Anyway. Is that what it was? Okay, our photographer up here taking the pictures said, all right, yep, good. It was the flames at the end. He lost a fuel hose, looked like, possibly. Got those flames going. All right, now, what are we back into here? Looks like Pro Modifieds are coming out. Yep, we got it. Good time, okay. Inside, Brandon Limpar in Liquid Lunatic. First run today, ran a 6:24 at 1:64.82. I'm sorry, 1:04.82, sorry. All right, but Liquid Voodoo has top mile iron at 2:19. Mike Robbins has low ET at 3:35 at 2:15, but you got to take in mind, he was dragging the parachutes. That'll knock a lot of mile an hour off.
Hey, Brian, let me do one more race.
Go ahead.
Outside. Okay. And you're going to see how poorly this tripod did here. No brakes on it.
Oh, no, okay. Nope, I'm sorry. No, I looked at the thing wrong, sorry. Quick Eliminator to the ramp. Quick Eliminator to the ramp. Pro Cop Flat, stand by. Pro Eliminator, warm them up. Quick Eliminator to the ramp. Pro Cop Flat, stand by. Pro Eliminator, warm them up. Quick Eliminator to the ramp. All right, Brandon Limpar over in the inside lane. Going to see what he can do with Liquid Lunatic. Brandon Limpar out of Comfort, Texas. Two Guys Marine, one of the sponsors. All right, Rescue getting back into position up there. Back here in the finish line area. Got to get them all settled out and out of the way. Then we'll turn Brandon Limpar loose. That are sitting there right now. Coming in on the other side. Henry Baines, don't blink. See him moving around out there. Tony Scarlatta, please go to Ron Chevrolet's pit. Tony Scarlatta, please go to Ron Chevrolet's pit, please. Henry Bain out there, second boat in the outside lane. Brand new grandpa today. Henry Bain, or was it yesterday? No, yeah, it might have been yesterday. Anyways, a brand new grandpa. No, yeah, it was this morning. Yep. All right, there we go. Got an ice setting in. That's a water level view there. Hey, don't forget. 3 weeks from now, we will be in Wheatland, Missouri for the June 6th and 7th race at Lucas Oil Speedway. Got some people already came up and said they've never been there. Boy, I tell you what, one of the most beautiful race courses in the country. Got the boat drag strip there. Forrest Lucas built a great compound there. Got a drag strip for the boats. Right beside that is one of the best dirt tracks around the Midwest. That's a dirt track with the nightclub up there, the Diamond Club, and then off to the other side of it is an off-road racing track. So it's a complete facility. Nice covered bleachers, the whole race course. All right, here we go. Brandon Limpar's Liquid Lunatic. Right there, you see him sitting there. Watch for that hood to go. As soon as he puts that lid down, he's just about 3 seconds away from getting it, because they hold that rope to the last minute they can, because that's how they go about aiming the boat. Here we are. And Brandon Limpar, quick on that parachute. He had that parachute out right at the finish line. He went through 577 at 1:53.01. 577, 1:53.01.
Right, your most crucial point, you're taking a step. And it looks rough.
All right, Brandon, got the lid up, getting up out of the boat. Here comes our replay. He's behind the buoy on me. Comes out, rocks it over, spots it over, lifts it out, left spot goes just a little bit. Sets down good, tail's kicked in the air, and away he goes on a good run, 577. Uh-oh. Yep, yeah. Watch out. Hey, okay, hold on. Let me get up here with Tony. Hold on. Okay. You know how to work that stuff? Okay. Hey, okay, here, watch up here by me. Tony's going to put some T-shirts in the air. Let's see, providing. Okay. Fire and hold. Okay, right. Uh-oh, the guy in the red shirt thinks he's got it. Uh-huh. Here, get out of there. Who wants a shirt out there? Whoever makes the most noise is where it goes. Who wants a shirt? Oh, if she hits you there, it'll knock you down. All right, fire and hold. Hey, just like everything else Tony Scarletta does, he overcharged it. Boom. Good thing I had my hearing aids turned down on that one. Who got the shirt? Oh. Hey, that kid right there. Here, Tony, hang on. Hey, young man. Hey, the kid just won the shirt. Yo, tell him to come up here. Tell him to come up here. Young man right there. The kid that just got the shirt. Tell him to come up here. Here, come here and see me. Yeah, bring your shirt. Kind of hard to autograph it if you don't. There you go. Got it. All right. Hey. Okay. Not only is this guy our race director, weather series director, here, he is one of the baddest ass flat bottom drivers in the world. He's going to sign the shirt for you. All right, time to catch up. Here we go. Over in the outside lane, Terry Kane in Racing Kane. Sponsored by All Kinds Painting and Dale Nichols. Over here in the inside, Mike Lamb. Just one more out of Greenfield, Iowa. Sponsored by Lamb Tiling. Midwest Tiling, I think it is. He puts big tiles in. And at the finish line, Mike Lamb gets there on top of runs a 566 at 160.73. That'll be number 2 qualifier on a 560 dial-in. And Terry Kane over in the outside runs 585. That'll be number 9 qualifier at 148.63. All right, Terry Kane and Racing Kane. Coming out hard, Mike. He always takes off right beside the starter's boat. Oh my God, that gives them a ringing in their ears. RESP here. I'll tell you what. Here, go right down here. See that motor that camper trailer? You can get some right there. All right, got somebody coming for some 50-50 tickets, Beverly. All right. Nook Dump. Okay, here we go. Outside lane. The City of Paris, Texas sponsored lane is going to be Henry Payne's Don't Blink, sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Rick Heidel, and a special thanks to Naughty Racing in memory of Mama Alice. 540-inch Chevy motor in a Curtis 501 Hydro. And inside, someone everybody is aware of, Sean Reed in Top Secret. Sean Reed, now a resident of the Midwest, but I guess he's got two homes, one up in Washington, and he also he lives in Defiance, Missouri, about maybe 35, 40 minutes from my house where I live there in St. Louis County. I do not live in St. Louis City. I live in St. Louis County. St. Louis City is way too dangerous. But anyway, yeah, he's a resident of Midwest now. He is Reed Trucking and Excavating. All right. Name of the boat, Top Secret. Okay, trying to get everything all dialed in. Yep, we got a camera moving around there. All right, here we go. Top Secret inside, Don't Blink outside. Pro Modifieds, running on a 560 index. The finish line. We have a double red light. Henry Payne runs 578 on the 560 at 149.50. Sean Reed, number 4 qualifier, 566 at 159.95. We have a 562, a 563, and a 566. Sean Reed's a 566 with a 5. Brody Martin's a 566 with a 1. That's why he's number 3. Sean Reed, by 4 thousandths of a second, is the number 4 qualifier. All right, next up, over here in the inside lane. Out of Rio Medina, Texas, going to be Mickey Snyder's Top Gun. Sponsored by Rio Fab and Welding, Napa, Rio Medina, Truck and Automotive and Marine, Rowdy Tees, San Antonio Hydrographics, Lilly Construction, GTZ Powder Coating, and Pro Street Engines. First run today, he ran a 573 at 153.47. All right, there he is now. The Top Gun boat of Mickey Snyder out of Rio Medina, Texas. And over in the outside lane, going to be Greg Lampard out of Comfort, Texas, in Anger Management. His first run today, he ran a 572 at 158.90. Just a little quicker than what Mickey Snyder did. Greg Lampard currently sitting in the number 5 spot with that 572. We need somebody. You want your place? Okay. We need one of the RSP girls to go up to Beverly Stokes display. They got people up there want 50-50 tickets. So all you girls out there with the RSP 50-50 tickets, need somebody to go up to Bev and Tip's display. They got 50-50 tickets people are looking for. All right, here we go. Anger Management outside, Top Gun inside, Pro Modifieds running on a 560 index. Was out way early on a red eye. He runs 571 at 159.09. Mickey Snyder, another 566 with a 4. 566 with a 4. He'll stay number 1 qualifier with his earlier 562 at 156.06. So Mickey Snyder didn't help himself. He did number 1 anyway. Greg Lampard earlier today ran 572, this time with a 571, so that helped him a little bit. All right, next up, here comes Greg LeVar. That's Mickey Snyder sitting there. Nice smooth run. But didn't know I'd do any better. There's Greg Limpar at Anger Management over in the outside lane. Runs up. A little bit better. He ran a 572 on the first one. This is a 571. A little bit of hop there at the end. And that'll scrub just a little bit of ET off. Not much because the starting line is where you mainly hurt your ET. All right, here we go. Next up. Outside is going to be Robin Reed driving for Travis Tuttle in Wound Too Tight. Sponsored by Texas Outrigger Boats, Concho Painting, Two Guys Marine out of Del Rio, Texas. Also CCR Fiberglass, NGK Spark Plugs, the crew chief Wesley Ice, and the motor program by Cody Childress. Over in the inside lane, out of Martin Motorsports, is Brody Martin, the Reaper. Sponsored by Justin Tite Construction, Prime Motor Company, Phil's Automotive and Towing, Propane Depot, Napa Bandera, R. Jones Enterprises, Newman Water Services, Svensson Knives, the Collins Family, Bent Plumbing, Bandera Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, and Texas Made Buildings, and Photo Magic. Also Bandera Land Improvements and Complete Collisions. Let's see, and Average Joe Coffee. Man, I got them all in there that time. Whew. All right, moving right along. Next up after this, we'll be going into our quick eliminator. That's our 6-second class. And boy, is that baby, there's that beautiful boat of Brody's, the Reaper. Nice looking paint job. Okay. Okay, here we go. Robin Reed, Wound Too Tight. Brody Martin, the Reaper inside. And at the finish line, outside lane, Robin Reed shuts off the timers. 5:76. That'll be number 6 qualifier at 1:49.27. And Brody Martin up 5:95 at 1:55.25. So he'll stay number 3 qualifier by his earlier 5:66. All right, you can see there Robin Reed slowing her down, trying to get in there. Here's the replay. There goes Brody Martin leaving hard. Just a little, dug that right spot and in just a little bit. That's what slowed him way down on that run. Setting in. It's all settled out now. At least the boat settled down. They roll over that right spot and dug in just a little hard on him. That knocks some TG out. Here goes Robin Reed. Typical outrigger lead. Sets in. But also he's got a little bit of bobble. That's going to slow him down just a hair. And that's how he did not run what he did on the first run. He was about 0.3 better on the first pass. All right, next up. Outside lane, Jeff Luring's American Badass. Sponsored by Clint Miller for Los Alamos Auto Repair for his generous sponsorship, and MU Awesome also for Tanner, Jay, and Lori. Over in the inside, Kevin Hibden's Visual Noise. First run today was a 6:25. Sponsored by Budlong Motorsports, Nelson Speed Marine, Arizona Historic Masonry, Westerfield Motorsports, Fast Line Fabrications, and he's the working stiff and all our crew. First run today, Jeff Luring ran 5:83. Like I say, Kevin Hibden run 6:25. Capsules are down. And Jeff Roaring outside got away first. And at the finish line runs 5:77 at 1:59.85. Kevin Hibden inside. He got nothing. Uh-oh. We got no reading on Kevin Hibden. And he definitely went through the traps. Okay, we have to find out what went wrong with the inside lane. We will owe Kevin a makeup run. Okay, we got no reaction, no mile an hour, but we did get an ET finish of 1:53.18 on Kevin Hibden. If they can pull it out of the computer. Sometimes it'll stick in that computer and won't show on the screens. I've seen that happen before. See if we can come up with something. Uh-oh. Okay. I just saw who was sitting there. There's Kevin Hibden right there. See if we can see the clock when he goes by. Boy, he really buried that front end on that one. That slowed him way down on the ET. And couldn't see the clock clear enough. At the end, 153 and change. But we got no reaction time and no ET. And there's the American Badass. Hippity hop to the barber shop. Yeah, all the way down. That's fine line. That's the fine line. And he runs 5:77 at 1:59.85. Stays number 7 qualifier. Kevin Hibden is number 10 qualifier.
Like, adjust your focus, watch your frame. And I'm like, oh.
I'm sure we'll have to check that lane before we send any more boats down it. We don't want to waste any more equipment than we have to. Okay, they're on the phone right now with our software engineer, the guy who built the system. But I've seen him before. If he is physically on premises, I've seen this happen before. He goes in there and digs it out of the computer. Somewhere in there, it crosses a wire in the computer and it doesn't get it out here. But being the designer of the system, he can. Here, I'm going to tell you. He once told me, he said, these people said, you can make a computer do anything you tell it to do. You just got to tell it to do it.
Here with Ashley Winslet, War Party Racing. Now, Ashley, you have such a phenomenal story. I want to first start that you came working for this race team, and now, would you ever think that you'd be the driver in that capsule?
Yeah, so I started with this team when I was a baby, and I grew up all the way through it with Jerry till I was 17 when he passed away. I never thought I would be in this boat, so it's a really cool opportunity and just a really cool story, legacy that I get to be a part of. But yeah, I never thought I would be racing a top alcohol flat bottom as I got older.
And you talk about the legacy, and you talk about Jerry. What does that mean to you when you are trying to now create a legacy of your own?
Yeah, so I mean, Jerry and Nancy Davis, they owned War Party for a really long time, and then after Jerry passed away, they put Nancy Davis put Bill Diaz in the boat. They created a legacy that he raced it for 10 years before he let me step into it. So it has a huge legacy of so many great drivers. So I'm just trying to carve my name into it a little bit.
And I want to say on that legacy, when you speak of things that maybe you were instilled or had mentors because you come from a great legacy in this with this race team, is there anything that stands out, Ashley?
I mean, this is just a huge family. It's a huge family sport. I trust these guys with my life. And yeah, I would do anything for them.
And you talk about your crew and its family. It must make you feel so much more safer when when you're hitting the water that you've got this crew supporting you on and off the water.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's Bill Diaz, Todd Swartz, and then my mom and dad are the main ones, and then Nancy Stacks. They've been with me for many, many years. Nancy watched me grow up. Bill Diaz obviously is letting me drive his boat, so he has a lot of faith in me, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity for sure.
Now, you being the first female, not only in this series, but also the first female to go undefeated. I mean, I know you're sitting there and you're so humble when I spoke to you earlier, but I mean, that has to tell you a lot about the work ethic and your climb to this point.
Oh yeah, I mean, whenever I stepped into this boat, Bill really didn't want us to be racing. He wanted us to me to go out there, learn how to drive it, just go from A to B, be super consistent, and that's what got us the wins in the races for some of these guys. Just being consistent and doing what we needed to do every single time we went down the track. That's how we were able to win all 5 races last year.
And since there's no one you could really look up to, another female, was there anyone that in particular that was besides some of the people in the team, was there anyone else that maybe you look up to as a kid?
I mean, Jerry Davis and obviously Bill Diaz helped me a lot, and then Marcus Kinsey, kind of in between Jerry Davis and Bill Diaz. He let us go be part of their crew at Bad Company Racing, so I looked up to him a lot too as well. But there's just so many great drivers who have helped me throughout my entire career. I couldn't even name them all. There's just so many.
And I got to ask you, because you are the only female, how is it? I mean, there has to be some struggles. You got to be honest with me, Ashley. I'm sure there's stuff that you have to deal with. Is there something that sometimes you're like, you know what, I'm going to prove you wrong. I've already showed you that. But when you're first starting, how tough was it?
It was pretty tough. There were definitely some guys that were saying, you shouldn't be driving this style of boat. It's definitely a driver's type of boat. You got to know how to drive it. And there were those guys. And I have luckily proved most of them wrong. There's still some out there, but I'm just working on proving them wrong. So.
And I hear that Jeff's coming after you. You guys went head to head over there. And what do you say to when someone like Jeff gives you a little bit of pushback?
I mean, I won all 5 races last year. I did my consistency. I was able to beat him a bunch last year, so hopefully we'll just keep doing the same thing.
Jeff, did you hear that? Undefeated, won all 5 races. Before I let you go, Ashley, I got to ask, when you think about the little girls that now look and see you in this position, what is something you would tell them when they're thinking they want to give up?
I just tell them if they want to do it, go for it. If they want to start racing, go for it. Put your heart and soul into it. It's great. We were in Pomona at the NHRA race, and we had about 200 kids in this boat. We were putting them in and out. And so it was just fabulous spreading out the sport and hopefully getting some future drag boaters out here.
Well, thank you so much. You're inspiring. You're blazing your own trail for women in boat racing, and it's really great to see and for all women in sports. So thank you, Ashley, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Leg of the 2026 IHRA Triple Crown starts at Maple Grove Raceway May 21st to the 23rd. This unique 3-race drag race featuring Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods, Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, and Nitro Harleys, offering over $1 million in bonuses for sweeping all 3 events. The pressure will be on. The teams will be gunning for the million, and IHRA will be ready. Will you? Get tickets now at IHRA.com.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA Dirt Track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
All right, we got it back on the ground there. Okay. Trying to work on getting that inside lane straight now. We don't want to run that. And we might end up running just some outside lanes on this. We don't know yet. I got to wait for him to tell me from inside the computer room here. Yep, the Paris Grand Prix Outlaw Drag Boat Races in Paris, Texas, here at Lake Crook. Got my triplet granddaughters watching back home. I want to say hi to Alex, Lucy, and Dot. They're enjoying drag boat racing. They've been to one in their life, and they love the drag boat races, so, yep. Okay. All right, Liz just came out of the room, see if we can find out something. Procon Flats, you should be on your way to the ramp. Procon Flats, you should be on your way to the ramp. Pro Eliminator, stand by. Top Eliminator, warm them up. Okay, I got some news for you now. We found out the problem. Apparently, when it went by, water got up on the sensor down there, and that killed the ET and the reaction time. But we still got the mile an hour because that's all clocked down here on the other end. So that's good. They got it all fixed. They found out what the problem is. Kevin Hibden, we owe you a makeup run. Kevin Hibden, we owe you a makeup run. Whenever you get ready, return to the starting line. We will put you in. Kevin Hibden, we owe you a makeup run. Whenever you get ready, just go to the starting line and they will put you in. All right, got that all worked out. So now we're ready to go in our quick eliminators. These are 6-second boats in the 1,000 foot. The top 8 qualifiers are all in the 6.0s. From a 6.02 to a 6.09. And right behind that is a 6.10. So this is, hey, and I guarantee this second round, a lot of more is going to find 6.0s because this is one class that is tough. All right, first up, one of the baddest jet boats out there is going to be Tim Ortiz and Hater Maker. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Texarkana Glass, Maxima Racing Oils, Nitrous Outlet, Flow Supply, High Tech Performance. Also, Fuel Factory Race Fuels, Roof Forge, Trinity Ministries, Pumps by Chop, Double Oak Erosion, and a big thanks to his wife Brittany for the support, and Gage and my entire crew. All right, Tim Ortiz, Hater Maker, over in the Paris City sponsored outside lane. So far today, he's ran a 6:09 and a 6:10. And on this one here, not quite as good. I heard a few misses in that motor. This one here, he only runs up a 612. A 612 at 122.51 miles an hour. That'll leave him in the number 7 spot with his earlier 609. All right, getting up there and getting off the water. Boat ran good, looked good. Good set, good lead. Just a few misses in that motor, and it's running 612. Here it comes right here. See the boat leave nice and clean. Way it goes. Takes a good set. Everything's going down. No wrong moves, no bobbles. Boat just as smooth as it can be. But them little misses in the motor knocked just enough out of it to run a 612. That's all right. He will find the problem guaranteed. Okay, next up. Outside lane now, the Liquid Invader, Anthony Veneri out of Princeton, West Virginia, sponsored by Tyler Spear of Pro Boat and Engine Systems, Food Dude Vending, and the Veneri Law Firm. You see that nitrous being purged there. His dad ran this boat for many, many years, Leland Bailey. Well, not his dad, sorry. Leland Bailey ran it for many years. So now he's running it, Veneri's. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. And here comes Anthony Veneri, Liquid Invader. And he lays down a 610. A 610 at 143.49. He will stay number 1 qualifier by his earlier 602. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. Top Eliminator, stand by. Modified Eliminator, warm them up for your second round. Pro Eliminator to the ramp. Top Eliminator, stand by. Modified Eliminator, warm them up. Tony Scarlatta. Tony Scarlatta, come see me, please. Tony Scarlatta, come see me, please. You know this microphone doesn't work if you don't turn it on. I was just trying to talk and something's wrong. Oh, it's off. Anyway, all right, next up, out of Dowie, Alabama. Over in the outside lane, going to be Wild Bill Henderson joint effort, sponsored by Speed and Sport Marine, Conklin Racing, Ed Anderson Racing, and Joint Effort Racing, and Pro Boat out of Woodstock, Georgia. There's Wild Bill right there. Wild Bill Henderson from Dowie, Alabama. Getting everything all set. Got the boat aimed right, and away he's going to go. Good shot. And at the finish line, good run for Wild Bill Henderson. A 6:11 at 145.98. 6:11, 145.98. Better than his 6:28. That moves him up to the number 9 spot. All right, go to the fourth floor down there. Okay, Wild Bill Henderson, all right, we're getting ready to test in our left lane out there. Watching this replay on it. Nice clean run. picked up from a 6:28, went to a 6:11. Good run for Wild Bill. All right, we're going to do a test run in the inside lane. Make sure everything's cool with this. Going to send a jet ski. Make sure we get our reaction time. Yep, good. There's the reaction time, 2:54 red. And there's the 660 right there. And on the top end at the finish line, runs through the lights, a 1677 at 44.44 mile an hour with an 025 red light. All right, got it. We are good to go. Unless they're going to do one more check. Okay, here we go. Pair of them side by side. Over in the outside lane, they're going to be Hydroclimactic Larry Flores. Sponsored by Pine Top Construction. Dynamic engines, and a big thanks to Troy Hibden. Also, his hot wife, Kim, and the good Lord above. Earlier, he ran a 6:20, a 6:09. All right, over in the inside lane, Big Anderson, hoping to make a good run this time. He didn't get it last time. Had to be taken out. Big Ed Anderson out of Columbia, Tennessee, in red hot. Sponsored by Promote of Woodstock, Georgia, and Alky Digger out of Nashville, Tennessee. Big Ed Anderson, that was a rare one for him. He hardly ever does not make it down the track, but he didn't even make it to the clock on that last run. All right, get them all set. And there goes Big Ed. Oh, Big Ed does it. He's number 3 qualifier. He runs a 6:03 at 1:32.21. And Larry Flores a 6:14. That'll put him number 9 qualifier still at 1:36.85. Because earlier he ran a 6:09. So he'll stay number 9 qualifier. And Big Ed moves all the way up to number 3 in red hot. Coming out, here we go, replay. Big Ed coming out there, running hard. Larry Flores got out of the gate first. Big Ed kind of gets on him and starts to drive around on the top side. There he goes. Big improvement. Big Ed will be happy now, number 3 qualifier. All right, next pair, here we go. Over in the outside lane, Jason Gothard's Texas Red out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Fast Line Fabrications, Uncle Buddy's crew. Also, a special thanks to the crew, Jerry Jessica Hardwick, Steve and Michelle Walls, and Bruce and Celia Hodges. And supposed to be David. And Black Country inside with the all Chevy horsepower, no blowers. Black Country inside out of Crook, Tennessee. He runs through with a 6:11, and that'll be at 1:36.25. Number 4 qualifier by his earlier. And Jason Gothard, okay, runs a 6:08 at 1:45.77. That number 8 qualifier. Rock Guthrie will be number 4 qualifier right behind his friend, Big Ed Anderson. All right, come up for the replay. There's Rock Guthrie. Like I say, that's all pure horsepower Chevy. No nitrous, no turbo, no blower, just all big black Chevy horsepower. Setting it in. Ooh, a little bit of hop. Start hopping just a little bit there about the 660. All right, now next up. Okay, outside is going to be Rooster Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas, in Blacktooth Grin. Sponsored by American Fiberglass Plus and Arliss Auto Works. Over the inside is going to be out of Orlando, Oklahoma, Smokey Freeman, Smoke on the Water. Well, one thing you can say about Rooster Hudgens, he doesn't shut off early. Anyway, Rooster Hudgens shuts through 6:15. That'd be good for number 7 qualifier at 1:34.36. And Smokey Freeman moves way up on that one, a 6:08 at 1:20.38. All right, next up, over in the outside. Right now, we're going to get back on the replay. Show these replays here. Rooster Hudgens, 6:15. Smokey Freeman, the 6:08. There goes Rooster getting off the course. At the replay. Smokey Freeman, smoke on the water. Out, good set. Run a good run there. Smoke always runs good. He was just, sometimes he does some weird stuff. And he rocks it on through. Next day moves up. All right, inside lane now. It's Bob Winters, Mama's Diamond. Outside, Chris Armstrong out of San Angelo, Texas. An alcoholic dependent. Alcoholic dependent. There should be alcohol dependent. Yeah, got the spell wrong there, guys. Okay. And off to United Reynolds, inside Pro Reynolds. Good run all the way down. And Chris Armstrong, alcohol dependent, breaks out too quick on a 6-0 dialer, runs 5:95 at 1:40.54. Mama's Diamond runs 6:28 at 1:34.29. So Mama's Diamond will be number 14 qualifier. And Chris Armstrong with the breakout again, he will stay number 16 qualifier. All right, next up. Outside, out of Stratford, Missouri, going to be Ty Bolwig's High Plains Drifter. Inside to be Chad Cupid's Warpath out of Brooklyn, Oklahoma. Here we go on the replay. Bob Winder, Mama's Diamond, taking off. Mama's Diamond. She wanted a diamond ring, and he got that instead, so it's named Mama's Diamond. Anyway, good clean run for Bob Winder. Outside, there goes the Jason Gothard's boat. The Texas, the alcoholic dependent. All right, here we go now. Okay, Ty Bolwig, High Plains Drifter outside, Chad Cupid's Warpath inside. Bolwig Logistics and Route 66 Trading Company are the sponsors for Ty Bolwig. And Chad Cupid is Allen's Welding, Outlaw Boat Racers, and Kind of Sharp Vinyl Graphics. Tony Scarlata, come see me. Tony Scarlata, come see me. And it's the finish. Oh, look at this. Ty Bolwig goes to the number 5 spot. He runs a 6:03 at 1:45.92. Good run for Ty. Chad Cupid, a 6:10. He'll stay down there at that number 13 spot at 1:40.48. So Ty Bolwig moves up to the number 5 qualifying spot. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. Okay. Catching up over here. Sorry about that. I was talking with Tony Scarlata. Outside with Mike King, Kingside Pete. Inside with Jerry Brandon, Drive Bridgewood, and back to the day. Inside lane, run 6:04 for Jerry Brandon. That'll be the number 6 qualifier at 1:26.48. And Mike King runs 6:55. That'll stay down there in the number 16 spot at 86.55 miles an hour. Oh, okay, there's that bad idea of the Black Mamba. Inside, outside lane, finishing point, that Tommy Rice driving for Roger Hansel. All right, Tommy Rice made the run. The Black Mamba made a big pop down there in the turbo mode. I don't know if that's good or bad. But Tommy Rice goes through with a 1077, not much better, only 36 miles an hour. Black Mamba didn't get off the rope. Had a big pop on that one. Hopefully it's not too bad, because that gentleman came all the way from North Carolina. Wow, I just got word, look at this. I just got word there's a Patrick Jacobson watching us today in Sweden. So it truly is the International Hot Rod Association. Welcome to the show, Patrick. All right. Okay, as soon as we get squared away here, get the Black Mamba out of the way. Outside lane is going to be okay. All right. Okay, guys and gals, listen up out there. We are going for a third round. Do not start enjoying the evening yet. We are going for a third round. I just got the official word. We will go for a third round. All right. So get the mob out of the way down there. Next up, over in the outside lane, in the red, Rick Martin. Out of Martin Motorsports Stable. Trying to complete with the Smiths. They're up to 5 boats now, just like the Smiths. That's sponsored by Justin Tight Construction, Prime Motor Company, the Collins family, Bent Plumbing, Bandera Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, and also Bandera Land Improvements. All right, single run, outside lane. Rick Martin in the red. Rick Martin on a solo runs off the timers of 6:07, good for number 7 spot at 1:46:07. All right, we are going for a third round, boys and girls. We're going to enjoy the rest of the evening. We're going to go on to let it rip.
Back at the top of PWC, huh? I couldn't tell you. We don't get that in. We don't get that.
All right, watch a replay on this. Rick Martin leaving nice and easy. Good run for him. Black Mamba inside. Okay, here we go. There's Rick Martin on the solo. Nice shot from the drone. All the way down. Stays in the course. Good center run. And what I'm looking at here, looks like Robbie Stafford is going to try again in the Black Mamba. Black Mamba going to give it another shot right there. Turbocharged LS motor. Sponsored by Stafford's Customs. Racers, if you've not went back and got your ice for today, go back and get your bags of ice. If you've not gotten your ice yet for today, go back and get your ice. Black Mamba LS 400. Stafford's Customs and Pro Boat. And Pro Boat are the sponsors. And on the solo run, Robbie Stafford shuts off the timers. Oh, too quick. Breaks out by 0.07 of a second. A 593 on a 6-flat dial-in at 140.99 miles an hour. Oh, Robbie Stafford just a little too heavy on the pedal there. I don't have to tell you, do I, GW? Hey, been there, done that, right? All right, Robbie Stafford leads good and hard. Nice clean lead. Turbo boat picking it up. Just about to ship point. Top eliminator to the ramp. Top eliminator to the ramp. Modified eliminator standby. Stock eliminator warm them up for your third or your second round. Top eliminator to the ramp. All right, coming up next now. Outside, Cole Henrik in flat line. Inside, John Forney's quick shot out of Newport News, Virginia. Midtown Motors, Mid-Atlantic Towing, and KM's Racing Engine, and Wayne, a.k.a. DJ Twist. And Cole Henrik gets out there first on a 006 red, runs a 665 on a 670 dial-in, breaks out at 120.50. And John Forney runs 666 on a 663 at 123.41. Stays number 1 qualifier. Cole Henrik right behind him, though, number 2 qualifier. All right, so John Forney, number 1 qualifier with that 666 on the 663 dial-in. Okay, got to catch up on that one. Outside lane with Andrew Chandler, Blackwater. Inside lane with Andy Comstock, No-Mo Whiskey. Outside lane, Andrew Chandler, Blackwater runs 618, breaks out on a 620 dial-in at 127.85. And Andy Comstock, a 620 on the 610 at 130.91. Get you back up here. Outside is going to be Daryl Busby, the Choctaw Casino and Resort on the Edge Pro Eliminator. Out of St. Louis, Missouri. Inside, Jerry Branham. Out of Tyler, Texas. Dalton Jones doing the driving. Insurrection. The outside lane of Daryl Busby on a red light runs 679 on a 650 at 133.10. And Dalton Jones runs 662 on a 650 at 115.14. All right, next pair up. Over in the inside lane, out of Mark Motorsports stall is going to be Brayton Schmidt. A bad decision. Over in the outside is going to be Tiffany Smith, Beaver Retriever. Sponsored by Magic Mike's Machine and Marine, Falk Brothers LLC, and Toho is Cotton Robin. And inside, sponsored by the Newman Water Services, Svensson Knives, the Collins family, Bent Plumbing, Bandera Construction, Justin Tyke, Construction, and Prime Motor Company, and Phil's Automotive, and Jay and Towing. Boy, and Brayton Schmidt on the inside lane. That motor sounded real lazy. That motor was lugging hard, only at 828 and 92 miles an hour. And Tiffany having trouble again down on the other end at 852 and 86 miles an hour. The Brayton Schmidt motor just sounded like it was laboring really hard. All right, don't forget, RESP's got that 50-50 drawing going. Somebody's going to get half of all the money we collect today out of the whole crowd. They've been walking around selling those 50-50 tickets. There goes Brayton Schmidt. You can see that boat just running heavy in the water. Laying down. Tail's not hardly kicked at all. That tail's right down. See that tail right down by the bottom of the water? That's why that boat was lugging so hard. The motor wasn't making power. All right, here we go. Outside lane now. There's going to be Bryce Veneri in the red flags out of Princeton, West Virginia, sponsored by Veneri Law Offices, the Food Dude Vending, and Proboat Engine Systems. And in the inside, there's going to be Jenna Schmitz, Game Changer, out of Smithton, Illinois, Dave Smith Truck Service, and Erlinger Crane Service. And Jenna Schmidt, oh no, so close but so far. A 649 breaks out on a 650 dial-in by 3 thousandths of a second. 649 with a 7. Yeah, a good height reaction, a good reaction time, 011. And outside, Bryce Veneri runs 657 on a 650 at 123.72. Modified Eliminator to the ramp. Modified Eliminator to the ramp. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Modified Eliminator to the ramp. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Personal Watercraft, warm them up for your third and final round. Modified Eliminator to the ramp. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Personal Watercraft, warm them up for your third and final round. There goes Jenna Schmidt right there. Oh, 3 thousandths of a second, too fast. Breaks out. So she'll be staying down the line this. She's been running too quick all day long. Take it outside, Dave Smith Jr. inside, just another quickie. And at the finish line, outside lane, a 650 with a 6. Jeff Miller, your number one qualifier, 650 with a 6. And inside, Dave Smith Jr. breaking out, 643 at 135.35. All right, listen up. Listen up. This is very, very, very important. Everybody listen up. I have a bottle of medicine up here. I'm sure you're going to need it. Come up and tell me what medicine you lost. I'll give it to you. Otherwise, All right, I have a bottle of medicine up here that was found. Somebody's going to need this. Come see me. All right, there we go. Dave Schmidt Jr. There's Jeff Miller, Patriot, driving from Mark Creel. All right, next up. Don't have them lined up yet. Waiting to get them lined up. I see little Addison Lee's going in on the outside lane over there. Inside lane's the bad idea of Bill Delvey. Inside lane, a 244 cubic inch Oldsmobile Aurora motor, Indy style. Turbo, it sounds so weird going down there. The outside lane is going to be Addison Lee's in Another Crazy Dream. Sponsored by? Where's she at? There she is. Bill Delvey, Indy Engine Group, Royal Purple, sponsors. There it is. Bad idea. You talk about some telemetry. That boat's got as much telemetry on it as an Indy car. It's got just about everything you can think of, but that's what he does. He builds Indy car engines. In fact, that motor there has competed in the Indy 500 at one time in its life. Okay, that's outside lane. That's Peyton Ewell, Roger Lee's boat. And name of it, You'll Be Sorry. Okay, inside going to run that single to pro limiter boat. Bill Delvey, Indy Engine Group and Indy Racing Experience in Royal Purple. Now you get to hear what it sounds like when it's by itself. Well, I'd say he got on the chip there. And look at this, a 652, 125.95. Hey, listen up. I have a bottle of medicine up here. I'm sure someone is going to need it. And if this is your medicine, you'll know what name it is. I have a bottle of medicine up here. Come check it out. You may need this. There goes Bill Delvey's Bad Idea out of New Palestine, Indiana. 244 cubic inch Oldsmobile Aurora motor. All right, next up. Guess we're going to go single outside. Peyton Ewell. As soon as I get word from the computer, actually going to do that, and that goes side by side. All right, waiting to get the starting line. Let's see here. Okay, there you see her right there, Peyton Ewell. You'll be sorry. Sitting there waiting to find out what's happening. There's her competitor on the inside lane. See who they're putting her against. Modifiers, there's top Eliminator boats. These are 7-second, 1,000-foot boats. Okay. Oh, I see what they're going to have. The Texas high-risk boat. Texas high risk. That boat, I've been on the circuit for a couple of years. Got back in, made a good run a while ago. My Pat says the household of the triplets is a bunch of screaming girls. Alex, Lucy, and Dot are going crazy over there. They are enjoying the boat racing in Collinsville, Illinois. All right, here we go. Okay, Peyton Ewell outside. Starts by Red Fox Bar and Grill, Mike and Kelly Kaser, Mashmark Performance. And thank you all the sponsors and all the Wildfire team. Let's go racing. And Jim Burns, Midland, Texas boat. Kevin Conklin doing the drive in Texas High Risk. Sponsored by Tommy White Supply, Tall City Racing Fuels, Burns Tire and Auto, and Allen's Automotive, and Bria Price. First run today was a 687 at 110.06. And Peyton's was a 702. Good run at 112.32. 702 on a 7 flat dial-in. That's a good run. I think it's pretty exciting. We got people in the British Virgin Islands listening to us. Just got a text from a guy in Sweden over there listening to us. Patrick, he's over there in Sweden watching this happen. So we're getting some really wide coverage out of this program. All right, Peyton Ewell, you'll be sorry. Kevin Conklin, Texas High Risk, 7-second, 1,000-foot boats. Good hole shot there. I think Peyton Ewell runs 704. She's on the number at 110.30. And Kevin Conklin runs a 697. Just a little too quick on a 7.0 at 107.48. So Peyton Ewell today, yeah, had some good run time. 702. Good. On the numbers. First run was 702. This is 704. And here they come out of the gate. There's Kevin Conklin leaving in Texas High Risk. Good clean lead. Breaks out, though, just a little bit. The 697 on a 7.0, just by 0.03 of a second. Peyton Ewell over in the other lane. She comes out. She runs a good, solid 704. So she's definitely got the boat dialed in on that 7.0s. Good clean run on the little jet boat there. Another one of our young ladies of drag boat racing. Getting more and more ladies in drag boat racing all the time now. All right, next up, over here in the end-time, Seattle lane. Ready? Okay. All right, I'm back to PA. You know you have to keep gas in the generator to supply electricity to the PA? All right, we're back. All right, stock eliminator to the ramp. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Put the Watercraft, stand by. All right, here we go. Tim Ortiz outside for driving for Scooby-Doo in Ripple Effect. About to my pump, my chop, Texarkana glass, broken bow glass. Inside, Addison Lee's Another Crazy Dream. Sponsored by Just Ducky Charters out of Key Largo. High-Tech Performance, The Shed, Lifetime RV Roofs, and Sidetrack RV Park, and the V-Team. And at the finish line, and Tim Ortiz brings out a 695 on a 7 flat at 104.88, and Addison Lee's way off, only 200, 798 on an 8 flat dial in at 98.55. Addison was the modified boat. Tim Ortiz was the top eliminator boat. Last one of them. So they both broke out on that. Didn't help either one of them. All right, now over in the inside lane. There's going to be Al Kirshner's boat and Alan Doty Kirshner. And Rodney Blackstone, the Blackstock, doing the driving. Plum Crazy. And over in the outside, Billy Miles out of Winfield, Missouri. Crazy Cracker, sponsored by Anton's Heating and Air and Ronnie's Garage. There goes Tim Ortiz in the Scooby-Doo's boat at Scooby Burkett. Ripple Effect. Up to 695 on his 7.0 dial in. All right, here we go now. All right. Rodney Blackstock and Bill Miles. Bill Miles outside in the red jet boat. And at the finish line, Billy Miles breaks out on an 8.0 dial in, runs 780 at 99.59 mile an hour. And we have a number one qualifier on an 8.0 dial in. Rodney Blackstock runs 8.006. 8.006, 6 thousandths away from a perfect run at 98.90 miles an hour. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Stock eliminator to the ramp. Personal Watercraft, stand by. Top alcohol hydro, top alcohol flat. Warm them up for your third and final round. Personal Watercraft, stand by. And here it comes right there. Rodney Blackstock on his way to an almost perfect run. Missed it by 6 thousandths of a second. An 8.006 on an 8.0 dial in. Good run for the Plum Crazy boat. All right, next up, over in the outside lane, Matt Smith's Nice Set. Sponsored by Tony Hendrick of Hendrick Race Team, Hendrick Racing Engines. All right, and inside, Steve Walls, Happy Hour, out of San Angelo, Texas, sponsored by Jason Gothard, his wife Michelle, and Bruce and Shella, and also Miss Billy, racing in memory of Marvin Reeves. And at the finish line, Matt Smith outside lane. He's trying, boy, he's trying. On an 8.0 dial in, he runs 8.08 at 99.93 miles an hour. Steve Walls runs too quick, 7.95 at 95.43 miles an hour. All right, who we got coming up next here at us? There goes Matt Smith in the Nice Set, getting over there, clearing the water for us. Looking here at a rerun. They're going to pull this right up here real short. Matt Smith trying, but that 8.006, boy, woo. I mean, there's room. There's room. They got a third round. I've seen somebody take out a 3,000 advantage. So he's got 6 thousandths to work with. Somebody can weasel into that first place spot. All right. All making their way into the out ramp on the other end down there. Okay, got our stock limiters called to the ramp. Starting with Crook the Watercraft, that'll be our third round of qualifying today. And that's not a bad deal with over 100 boats here in the prisons. Quick Eliminator, listen up. Quick Eliminator, listen up. You have so many boats in your class. We need to know if you're broke or not. You have 30 minutes to do so. If you do not let us know if you're broke or going to another class, you're going to cause these guys that's still there to have to run 5 rounds when there's not 5 rounds of boats. So, Quick Eliminator, if you are broken or you're going to go to another class, get up here and let us know as soon as possible. Okay, I'm sorry, catching up here on that. I was talking with our race director. Ashton Wheeler's High Tech Express went through with an 8:15 at 94.03 miles an hour. Steve Dollins, whoa, Jesse, he's trying also. He didn't let Matt Smith get away. He runs at 8:08 at 1:08.26. All right, next pair coming up at us. Outside, Andrew Hudgens, driving for Jay Hudgens and Bad Fish out of Vernon, Texas. Sponsored by American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and Artist Auto Works. Inside, Thomas Ivins, Horse and Round. Sponsored by B&G Automotive out of Alvin, Texas, Hops Propane and Racing Fuel, and Moon Dust Motorsports. And on an 8-0 dial-in, Andrew Hudgens outside runs 8:10 at 97.21 miles an hour. Inside, Thomas Ivan needs to find a lot of horsepower and move classes. He'll run a 9:82 at 80.81 miles an hour. All right, listen up out there. I still have a bottle of medicine up here. And here comes that one there. Thomas Ivan in Horsing Around. One of the Ivan family, been racing for a long time. Ben Ivan, Bernie Ivan, Dan Ivan, all of them. And there comes that one. That is the Jay Hudgens boat of Andrew Hudgens. All right, next up here. Oh, Jesse James, Outlaw. Jesse James Jr. on the inside lane, single run. He's running 8:10 today. Sponsored by David and Kerry Mueller at Lone Star Millworks. Big Steve Ray, pumped by Chop and Eagle Motorsports. been the high points champion, I think, for like 4 years in a row. Good shot from the drone. Looking good. Jet goes under. All right, you heard the nitrous kick in a little bit there. And with a nitrous shot, did it. He's a 797 breakout at 99.86 miles an hour. That little pop of nitrous there put him right out of the game there on the 797. Broke out. There he goes to good lead. Good lead for Jesse James Outlaw out of the Eagle Motorsports stall. Like I say, he's been the high points champion, I think, 4 years in a row now. He has definitely got that boat dialed in on the 8.0s. But that one there, you heard that dust run. He hit that nitrous a little bit, and at 797. All right, who we got next year? Well, those drone shots really make it nice. They look good. Qualifying round number 2 in modified eliminators. And it is Lane McDonald right there you're looking at now. High voltage, sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Ortiz Motorsports, Jimsco Glass, and a special thanks to Mom, Dad, Kathy, and Tim and Caitlin. Over on the outside, you're looking at that guy there, Garrick Schneider, After Hours, driving for Gavin Snyder, sponsored by Rio Fab and Weld, Napa Rio Medina Truck, Automotive and Marine, Rowdy Tees, Pro Street Engines, and Lilly Construction, and San Antonio Hydrographics and GTZ Powder Coating. After Hours outside, high voltage inside. Modified Eliminator, 8-second, 1,000-foot boats. Okay, Lane McDonald, good run. He runs at 8:09 on an 8-flat dial in at 99.24 miles an hour. Garrick Schneider runs 8:14 at 97.66 miles an hour. All right, here's the replay. There comes Garrick Schneider. After Hours. Lane McDonald, high voltage, that's him. Lane McDonald, high voltage on a good run. Went laid down at 8:09, good run out of that on an 8.0 dial in. And here comes Garrett Snyder, driving for Gavin. Hey, not bad either, he runs at 8:10. A little slow out of the gate, an 03 against an 07, about 07 actually. But anyway, all right, so they're both qualified in. And now we go back. I think I see over there in the outside lane. Uh-oh. Hey. Liv. I lost my, oh, there it is, came back. Okay, here we go now. Next pair I see out there. Major Gary Carty in the Allison Hull, driving for Thurl Howard, Gone Ballistic out of Leeton, Missouri. Sponsored by Howard Brothers Construction, J. Smith Racing Engines, and Hoss Props. Over on the inside, that looks like the Go Jesse. Stock Eliminator. Medallion ET, yep, there he is. That's James Norman, Go Jesse. Pair of Allison Hulls. The red one is the Go Jesse. All out of the Steve Dollins Racing. Oh, there's Major Gary Carty. Gone Ballistic. Arthur Howard gave up their driving chores and turned it over to Gary. He's finally getting good and used to the boat. All right, and let's see. James Norman, sponsored by Tulsa Pain and Performance Clinics, Redline Oil, Hoss Props, Photo Magic, Steve Dollins Racing, also AI Racing, Masters Construction. Special thanks to his beautiful wife, Amy, and Braveheart King Corso and Taylor Customs. Both of these boats down in 9 flat. Like I say, both Allison hulls, Mercury powered. Waiting for him to get started. There we go. Major Gary Carty looking good. At the finish line, Major Gary Carty breaks out with an 896 at 91.05 miles an hour. James Norman runs a good solid 907 on the inside at 93.56 miles an hour. Gary Carty got a little heavy-footed on the big end, just barely broke out. Quick as he could dial was a 9 flat anyway, so he had to dial that and try to hit it. There he goes right there. Making his way over to the out ramp. Coming back to the replay. First out, there he goes, you see. James Norman's Go Jesse, the red one comes out, little bobble. Major Carty had him all the way down. As soon as the red boat settled down, got leaned out, got around, but Gary Carty breaks out. All right, next up. Outside is going to be Caden Santos in the Silver Bullet. Sponsored by Martin Motorsports. I'd like to thank their sponsors, Justin Tyke Construction, Prime Motor Company, R. Jones Enterprises, Napa Bandera, Svensson Knives, the Collins family, Bent Plumbing, also Young Brothers Fire Protection and Texas-made buildings. Over the inside, Stephen Russell's Harry Canary. He's sponsored by RP Marine, AE Shell, Eagle Motorsports, Pumps by Chop, and Guy Hand Motorsports. He ran a 911 on his last run. He's dialed in 911. And Caden Santos ran 11:22 on an 11:20. Both of them right there at their number. There's Cadence right there in the Silver Bullet. That's the boat they thought was going to stay put up. The Martin Motorsports Corral thought they were going to have 4 racing boats. Well, they've still got 5. And there is Harry Canary. Stephen Russell. Pulling around, it looks so good on the backside. I'd get out behind that jet boat if I was you. Oh, Cadence gets away first in the Silver Bullet. Stephen Russell's got a lot of room to make up. All right, Cadence got out on a red light. Oh, look at this though. On an 11:20 dial in, she runs 11:20. Cadence runs 11:20 on an 11:20 dial in. Number 1 qualifier. And Stephen Russell runs 9:14 on a 9:11. On the replay, here goes Stephen Russell, Harry Canary. Got away on a good light. Like I say, Cadence over the leather lane, did a red light, but that don't matter today. During qualifying, you can red light, do anything you want. As long as you got to be safe. You don't want to break out because that doesn't help your qualifying, but a red light will not affect it either way. But you don't want to do that too much because you'll get used to it for tomorrow, and tomorrow is what it's about with the eliminations and going for the money. All right, here we got coming up next here. Outside is going to be Sheila Cotham's We the People. It's the Daytona Eliminator. Pit crew of Robert Cotham and Mark Lewis. Ran a 972 last time on a 969 dial-in. All right, go pair of ladies, both of them. Corrine McGinnis, pretty in pink over the inside out of Cuba, Missouri. Sponsored by her handsome husband, Rod. Also, McGinnis Wood Products, Kinetic Engineers, and Race Daddy Bill Henderson. She ran a 10:47 on a 10:30 last time. Pair of our ladies of drag boat racing. And at the finish line, Sheila Cochran goes out on a big red light, 422, and breaks out at 899 at 87.20 miles an hour. Corrine McGinnis on a 10:30 dial-in also breaks out at 10:27 at 79.32 miles an hour. It's still spinning at our stock eliminator. There's Corrine McGinnis out of Cuba, Missouri. Name of the boat, Pretty in Pink. And she's a school teacher. When she's not doing this, she's a teacher back home in Cuba, Missouri. Her husband, Rod, they have McGinnis Wood Products. They make whiskey barrels for the whiskey companies. And this one here. Here we go now. All right, setting up. It's going to be Frank Mummies break out another 1,000. By Pat Diver, Mike Tardy, Toe Cocktails, and Mickey Snyder with Snyder Motorsports. Last run, he ran a 992 on a 985. Frank Mummies break out another 1,000. And Frank Mummy on the solo. Runs a 987 on a 985. Good run. And break out another 1,000. In case you didn't know about that, break out another 1,000. The abbreviation for that is BOAT. B-O-A-T. A boat. Break out another 1,000. Okay, Jerry Allen just sent me a thing for one of his sponsors. He forgot to put it on there. Elite Business Experts. Or Exports, sorry. No, it is Experts, yeah. Elite Business Experts sent me a copy of the card. So give out a shout to that for Jerry Allen. All right, let's see what we got coming up now. Outside lane is going to be Anthony Veneri in the Virginia Gunslinger. Sponsored by Tyler Spears of Pro Boat Engine Systems. Also the Food Dude Vending and Venery Law Firm. Inside, Rick Conklin Soulshine out of Kissimmee, Florida. Sponsored by Conklin Racing. Christine Conklin joined Effort Racing. He ran a 916 on a 903 last time. And Anthony Ray ran a 884 on a 9 flat. At the finish line, Anthony Veneri shuts him off an 885 again on a 9 flat dial in, and Rick Conklin runs 895 on a 903. Both of them break out on that run. Yep, there's our replay. Outside lane gets away first on a 308 light. shot out on the jet boat, but that didn't work off too good. And either one of them didn't get slowed down enough on the other end. They both break out. Okay, listen up out there. If you drop your boat off down here at the end ramp, do not stop back by in your pit. Once you drop your boat off down here at the end ramp, do not stop back by in your pit. The boats are getting all out of order at the out ramp, and it's just taking more time. So do not stop by your pit. Once you drop your boat off, go straight to the out ramp. Quick eliminators, we need you to declare what you're doing. Quick eliminators. Okay, Jesse Malice. Jesse Malice, batteries not included, goes through the lights on a 10-0 diamond, runs 1171. It's 62.79 miles an hour. You do a little more work on it. Quick eliminators, if you're changing class or you're broke, we need to know immediately so we can set up your elimination sheet. You've got 5 rounds and you're going to run one of them this evening. Quick eliminator, if you're broke or changing classes, let us know right away. We got to make your pairing sheet. You have 5 rounds and we're going to run your round this evening. All right, there he goes now, Jesse Malice, a little bit skating all over the place. Only musters up in 1171 on a 10 flat island. All right, got an empty rope out there. Now be a good time to run up, buy yourself some IHRA memorabilia back here behind me at the IHRA souvenir booth. Stop by and see Bev and Tim Stokes with RESP. Get yourself one of them 40th anniversary Racers Emergency Support Program t-shirts. I have a white Can-Am sitting here. Somebody get, whoever's got this white Can-Am sitting up here, Liz needs a ride. Whoever this white Can-Am is sitting right here behind me. All right. Got it. Go ahead. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, going to be down for a few minutes. That's right. You're going to get a ride. All right, here we are at the Outlaw Drag Boat Races in beautiful Paris, Texas at Lake Crook for the inaugural IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Racing Series.
Speed Sport 1 is live again next weekend with the IHRA Offshore Racing Series. It's the Thunder on Cocoa Beach, one of the most anticipated powerboat events of the year. Next Saturday's coverage will start at 11 a.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2, and then moving over to Speed Sport 1 at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Sunday, we're on Speed Sport 1 beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern. You've got a front row seat, and it's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Well, we got downtime here. We're going to shoot some T-shirts out to the crowd. Tony Scarlatta's going to try it again. Okay, upcoming schedule for the IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Series. We're here this weekend in Paris, Texas. June 6th and 7th, we will be in Wheatland, Missouri, up there at Lucas Oil Speedway for the Show Me Nationals. Beautiful race course. It's custom built for drag boat racing. And then on June 27th and 28th, we'll be at the Showdown in San Angelo, Texas. Then on July 17th and 18th, we will be at the Battle of Wolf Creek over there in Grove, Oklahoma on the Wolf Creek. And then September 4th, 5th, and 6th, back to Wheaton, Missouri for the Diamond Drag Boat Nationals. Kevin Hibden, come see me. Kevin Hibden, come see me. Kevin Hibden, come see me immediately. Kevin Hibden, come see me immediately. Okay, now so continuing on. Like I say, September 4th, 5th, and 6th is the Diamond Drag Boat Nationals at Lucas Oil Speedway in Wheaton, Missouri. Then on October 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, back to San Angelo for the World Finals. So that's the 6-race circuit for the IHRA this year. That'll give you something to think about. Want to do a little traveling, watch some more drag boat racing. And by the way, out there, all the IHRA races are broadcast like this. They are all free. You can watch them on IHRA TV or Speed Sport 2. Okay, down there on the other end, Tony Scarlatta's got the T-shirt shotgun. Oh, here they go, right here. Here's the boat coming right in front of us. Hey, anybody want the T-shirt, stand up. He's going to fire them up here. Hey, stand up. Uh-oh. All right, uh-oh. Tony Scarlatta, they're going to be firing them up. Fire in the hole. Oh, good catch, good catch. All right, coming on around the corner there. Anybody want the T-shirt? All right, we're going to have one run left here in qualifying. We owe Kevin Hibden a makeup run. All right. Getting down to the nitty-gritty. All right, if you're watching the screen now, that's what it looks like here from the drone coverage. Great racing today. I'm telling you what, this place was packed full of people all day long. I mean, it has been nothing but wall-to-wall people, boats all the way to the backside. And you can see them now. They've got the drone view coming down the line. Anyway, that's right down by our starting line. See the people there on the beach, all right? And they got, you see down in the corner of your screen, Quick Eliminator, round one coming up. They got 5 rounds in Quick Eliminator. So we're going to run one of the rounds this evening. That way they can have 4 rounds for tomorrow. But we're going to get it worked down to 4 rounds. So hang in there. We got another round of eliminations. Whoever doesn't make it tonight, uh-oh, you can watch beer or watch racing and drink beer all day tomorrow. So we got 1 round of Quick Eliminator. Eliminations coming as soon as we get him paired up. Kevin Hibden is on his way to the ramp now. We owe him a makeup run because we missed his ET on one run, so got to have that so he can have his stuff. And don't forget, chapel service, 7 o'clock in the morning, back under the main pavilion. And Chaplain Mike will be doing that, Mike Griffin. He's our chaplain with Trinity Racing Ministries. He'll be doing that, taking care of it. That'll be at 7 o'clock in the morning. And it's, like I say, it's non-denominational. It's open to spectators and racers alike. Like I say, I'd say if you don't. Okay, waiting for Kevin Hibden to get down there. As soon as he gets down there, we're ready to go with his rerun. And then we got one round of elimination coming, so don't leave. We got some eliminations coming tonight. Like I said, we're going to run the one round of eliminations. That way, cut them down to 4 rounds for tomorrow. There's our rescue boat that had the air gun on it. Hey, racers, there will be no third round of qualifying. There will be no third round of qualifying. We have to run a round of quick eliminator. They've got 5 rounds. We have to run 1 round this evening. So everybody, we've completed 2 rounds of qualifying. There will not be a third round of qualifying. I got 1 makeup run here to do for Kevin Hibden when he gets down there. And then we got our pairings to do and set in 1 round of eliminations of quick eliminator. Buzz, there will be no third round of qualifying. Buzz, there will be no third round of qualifying. Okay, waiting for one more boat to get down there now. Kevin Hibden for his makeup run. They're doing the pairings for the Quick Eliminator right now, so we can run the first round of Quick Eliminator this evening because they've got 5 rounds. Again, chapel service is at 7 o'clock in the morning. We'll start racing right after that. As soon as chapel service is over, we'll warm up boats and go drag boat racing. Okay, all classes out there, since there's not going to be a third round of qualifying. If you're going to declare broke or declare another class, you got 15 minutes to do so from now. Either declare a class or declare broke, 15 minutes from now to do so. You're on the clock. All right, Kevin Hibden, we need you in the water. One of the IHRA buoys we got out there marking our course. Those red ones are the finish line for the 1,000 foot. The blue ones are the finish line for the 875. That's where the fuel boats run. And the yellow ones are the 8th mile marker. And then the green one's down toward the other end. That's just to get them started down the right line of the course. Again, great day of racing. Would like to have got in 3 rounds of qualifying, but time just did not allow it with the number of boats we got here and some things the way they went. You got to move when I call you. That's all I can say. If you don't move when I call you, it just takes up more time, takes away the time at the end, because we do have to run 1 round of quick eliminators for eliminations. But anyway, all in all, it's been a good day of racing. Everybody got a good show. There's been the largest crowd ever here. And I just had some people that come down from Oklahoma. They said they got 50 miles out, and they were burning the radio stations up with advertising for this. So that's amazing. IHRA has got this thing going, and it's going to get just bigger and better from here. That's all it's going to take. And all of our cooperations together to get it done, and it will work. The IHRA Outlaw Drag Boat Racing Series is off to a flying start. Eliminator, quick eliminator, quick eliminator. Drivers, crew members, pairing sheet, they will have them up within 3 minutes. Quick eliminator. If you want to see the pairing sheet, come on up here. They'll be up in the next few minutes. Here's Kevin Hibden's makeup run in Pro Modified, a 560 boat, sponsored by Bud Long Motorsports, Nelson Speed Marine. We missed his time earlier today. We owe him a makeup run. This will be the last run of the day in qualifying. Next up, you'll see Elimination and Quick Eliminator. Oh! And that was the fire out of the back of the motor there. You don't like to see that. He runs a 625 at 116.89. 625, 116.89. Quick eliminators, quick eliminators. We're going to have the pairing sheets up for your class in about 2 or 3 minutes. Come on up.
with Sean Reed of Sean Reed Racing. Like Sean, first of all, we got so much to talk about, but I want to talk about today. Wrap up today and how you feel about the passes that went on in the water and how you're feeling.
Actually pretty good. I ran my pro mod here one time last year in Wheatland, and it ran pretty good. And this is unfortunately this is the only race that I can make this year in the boats, which is good for us because I got Maury Logan and my top fuel boat out here this weekend, and I'm glad I made the first race so I could see all this happening. And so far so good in that thing. I mean, that thing ran exactly how we expected it to, and real happy about all that. But the pro mod here, I think we're number 4 or something right now, and I'm this boat I probably got 1,500 hits in this thing. So it feels the same, but it's still fun, and speed on water is pretty dang cool.
It's supposed to be fun. I got to talk about fun. You are involved in so many things, and you have so much success on the track, on the water. What do you think it is that you're able to have so much of that success at every race?
Just really determination and grit, man. I mean, I was born to compete. I don't, we can both get on lawnmowers and I'll race anybody I can. And I just, I throw everything I got at this stuff, and it's pretty cool. I'm proud of what we've got going. I'm proud of what we accomplished, and my crew chiefs on the top fuel car, Rob and Ryan, and Toon and all the guys that work on that car. They work their butts off, and this is a whole new ball game. We're teaching people how to do things over here, and I don't even know how to do them. So, I'm just watching, paying attention, and trying to do my own boat thing. And, I'm just real proud of where Sean Reed Racing came in the last 3 or 4 years.
Sean, you talk about the success and talk about having fun, but the love of it, you got so much passion for both. If you were to pick, which I know is going to be tough, cars, boats, where does that lay in come to priority?
You know what? I mean, the boats is what got me going, and part of the reason why I brought a top fuel boat out is because I got the passion for the boats. It's what got me to. I didn't race anything until I was 30 years old. Could never afford to do anything like this, and then just some business things happened, and it turned around for me, a little bit financially, and not that I got a lot of money, but every penny I got gets poured into one of these 3 things. So, I'm just the passion's there, everything's there, and it's just I'm just stoked about where this has gone, and I love seeing everybody happy.
We're glad to have you here. Also, the last thing before we wrap it up, goals that you set for the season, both in the cars and the boats. Can you tell me what that's about?
Well, it's my only race this year in the Pro Mod, so I want to win this race, and I want to let all these young kids know that I'm still around. And the fuel boat, whether we win, lose, or draw, man, it's just we got to make some laps in that thing. It's a brand new thing for us, and but I know them motors are stout, and David Kirkland's a heck of a tuner. He knows how to tune them things. So them 2 motors I threw over there came right out from underneath my bench in my top fuel car. They're the state of the art. So and as far as the fuel car goes, I mean we got Chicago next weekend, and the car I'm running right now is the one we put together over the off season after I crashed and last year in Seattle, and it's taking us a few races to get that car moving, but it's running pretty good right now, and I'm looking forward to getting to Chicago, and then we move on to the IHRA Triple Crown in Reading, and it's kind of nice that little Triple Crown's in Reading. That was the race that I came back last year, and I won that race in the NHRA, and got a lot of fond memories there. I was sad to see it go out of the NHRA, but I'm glad it's an IHRA, the Triple Crown, first event in Triple Crown. So, let's go. Let's rock, man. Let's go have some fun.
Sean, you're going to kill me, but Mike Robbins wanted me to tell you something. He wants to know, why do you always get beat by a girl?
Why do I want to do what?
Why do you always get beat by a girl?
Well, Mike, this is the thing, man, because, girls that really have no fear, and must be talking about Shelby Ebert, I don't know, but, them girls, drag racing, it's not, you just got to have you just got to be able to stab the throttle, man. These girls, they got heart, the Brittany Forces, Leah Pruitt, Shelby Ebert, all these girls, Maddie Gordon, all these girls got talent. They all understand what's going on, and I I don't want to get beat by a girl, but I'm not sitting on the line going, okay, she's a girl, man, she's a girl. I mean, that's just somebody else I want to beat. You know, I want to kick her ass like I want to kick Sean Langdon's ass or, Mike Robbins' ass. He's going to get his ass kicked here shortly. But anyway, it doesn't even matter to me. These people out here, they're all just competitors. We all do it because we love it, and we all want to win, and we all want to beat our, we all want to beat our chest up and have a lot of fun. So that's what we're going to do, and you know what, and have a little bit of fun.
Good luck this weekend, the rest of the weekend, and we're glad you're in this business. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You finger bandit right here.
So here's Marty Logan. Now, Marty, you've done it all. with Mike Robbins, Nitro Nuts. Now, Mike, we got to talk about the early shoot. You know, what happened? You got to explain to me and walk me through that.
We had this great plan to put on some new chute bags, and the old chute bags were like 8 inches tall. The new ones were like 12. Had no idea that the slop in there was going to create an issue, and when the boat landed, the chutes come out, and it's hard to see what's behind you. So I just went for it, and we drug them all the way, and only broke one, so it wasn't too bad.
And that one qualifier, so you get that bye. How does it make you feel, you know, stepping into the first race of the season?
Getting the bye run is great because we're running against, we got 3 teams here this year, and the other 2 are like heavily funded, and we still count our pennies over here. So we got the young guy, you know, over here, Cole Allen, we're calling him maybe the young buck, and then we got Grandpa Marty down there doing his thing. So we're going to see if we can get out there and make them work for it.
It's a bunch of fun guys. I've interviewed both of them, and it seems like you got kind of all different aspects of life. You guys are all like pretty funny guys, but all, you know, so one takes it a little more serious than the other, and, you know, Cole, I think he's still kind of trying to dial it in.
Yeah, well, we've been running a couple times, you know, back in the years when before Darryl got this thing back going, and we thank him so much for that. I mean, without that IHRA platform coming on, we wouldn't even be here. So it's just a lot of different personalities, but we joke over here, but when we get out there, it's on.
Now, Mike, you were telling me a barefoot skier. I mean, and most of you guys have maybe another hobby, or if you have any off time, you're busy, but barefoot skier. Talk about how you got into that and what's your first love.
Oh, man. First love has got to be the wife.
That's why I paused. That's why I paused. Your beautiful wife. So I was going to see if he was going to say the right thing. We're good, so we can keep going.
Okay, we keep going. Barefooting and the boat racing are 2 of my big things, and I had some health issues in the back, and I went to a doctor, and he said, "What are your goals?" I said, "I want to be able to ski barefooted and race my boat." And he's like, "Been doctoring for 50 years. That's 2 of the weirdest requests I ever had." So she does the driving, and I hang outside the boat and do the barefoot.
Well, I love that because we talk about how some of the younger generation could learn from you. You know, barefoot skier, you don't see much of that anymore. And why do you think that is?
Well, the younger generation just don't want to get out there. I gave some guys lessons, and I say, put your hands behind your back away 10 foot from a wall, and rinse that wall. If you can do that, you'll be able to barefoot.
Well, thanks so much for your time, Mike, and good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Hey, by the way, her new name is Hollywood.
Quick Eliminator, warm them up for your elimination round. Quick Eliminator, get them warmed up. Quick Eliminator, warm them up and stand by. Quick Eliminator, warm them up and stand by for your first round of elimination. Okay, if you're still listening out there on TV land, we got Quick Eliminator on warm up. As soon as we get them warmed up, Rich is going to get ready on the ramp down there. I'll call him to the ramp, and we'll run our first round of Quick Eliminator. And this day is in the box, baby. Great decade, great day of racing. Good racing all day long. And don't forget, again, tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, chapel service down at the main pavilion. Everybody is welcome. Right after that, we warm them up and go boat racing. And all class pairing sheets are on the website. Quick eliminator to the ramp, quick eliminator to the ramp, quick eliminator to the ramp for your first round of eliminations. Okay, 28 minutes left on the 50-50, 28 minutes. And right now, the winner's going to get 350 scamoleons. That's going to be a little more, but you rounded off 350. Right now, you stand to get at least $350 as your half of the 50-50. Go to Bev Stokes over here at the RESP display and get your tickets. Quick Eliminator to the ramp. Let's go. Quick Eliminator to the ramp. Quick Eliminator to the ramp now. Okay, all drivers. Drivers meeting will be 30 minutes after the final run in Quick Eliminator. All drivers meeting 30 minutes after the last run in the first round of Quick Eliminator. Up here at the trailer. All right, 17 minutes on the 50-50. See Beverly Stokes or Tim Stokes up there at the RSP route display. 17 minutes left on the 50-50.
So here's Marty Logan. Now, Marty, you've done it
Quick
all.
Eliminator,
Top
Quick
fuel,
Eliminator,
everything.
let's get
And,
them going.
now you're
Quick
letting me
Eliminator,
hear in
let's
the
get them
capsule.
going.
And I got to ask, when we're watching as spectators, it's so loud. But is there a difference between the two when you're in the capsule?
Oh, yeah, Bonnie. I mean, I got my license out here earlier today, and, I've rode top alcohol hydros for years and years, and this is my first pass in top fuel hydro. And it's funny that you asked that question because I got out there and got lined up, on the countdown and got ready and hit the throttle. And the first thing that I noticed was it was loud in there. It was really loud. But anyway, I had to focus on what I was doing and went on down there, and we got our driver's license, and and it was fun. It was a fun pass, a clean pass. I mean, it was great. We're pumped about competing tomorrow, and hopefully we can put this thing in a winner's circle tomorrow. Wouldn't that be a great deal
That
for a
would be
rookie?
great.
For a rookie.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you're no rookie to winning, so I got to ask, though, besides the difference of the sound, what else are some differences from alcohol to the Top Fuel?
This is just a whole lot more. It's a whole lot more horsepower. Alcohol hydros are about 4,000, 4,500 horsepower and run on methanol. These boats, these Top Fuel boats, are 10,000 horsepower and they run on nitromethane. That's why you see the flames from the headers and stuff. And the nitromethane, when it ignites, it's very explosive, and that's what makes so much power on them. And it's like the Top Fuel dragsters and Top Fuel funny cars in IHRA. I mean, same thing, and IHRA runs the same thing, and it's just a gas. It was fun, man. David Kirkland set this boat up for me. Sean Reed, it's his boat, and he asked me to drive it for him, and I'm honored to do that. But David Kirkland set it up, and David, we sat down and talked before I got out there, and he told me pretty much everything that the boat was going to do. He says, if you're going to do this, it's going to do this. And pretty much everything David told me, it did. So, yeah, I was really prepared, and the boat was a dream to drive, went right down Broadway, and was just really smooth and really fast. So we're excited about our chances tomorrow, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We're having fun out here. There's no doubt. We're having a big time.
That's the whole point of having fun. But it'd be nice to be in the winner's circle as well. Was there any other adjustments or challenges for you for switching, that you felt maybe even during your run?
Well, the biggest challenge for going for Top Fuel from Top Alcohol was convincing my wife, Michelle, to let me try this. I mean, because actually, Bonnie, I retired last year from drag boat racing, and Sean called me, and we decided to do this. And I said, I'm in. Let me see if I can answer, if I can convince Michelle of it, because she cares about she's seen the bad stuff and what could happen and the risk, and of course that's what makes it fun to me. But anyway, we sat down and talked, and we finally got her to agree to it. My wife's philosophy. I mean, I had to sign a contract with my wife to do this. She wanted this and this and this and this and this, and put it all in the contract. And I had to sign it, and once I did, that's it. All right, we can go run Top Fuel now.
It's fair to say when it's in your blood, it's hard to stop.
Yeah, and Michelle, her business philosophy, her biggest philosophy is, as my wife, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate.
Yes, she negotiates well. Good job, Michelle. So you usually are in here. I should be out there, but when I'm in here, if you're claustrophobic like I am, this is no bueno, right?
Well, I've been in these things so long, Monty. I've been doing these capsule races since 2007. I'm about 20 years in a capsule boat, and it's just, to me, this is my office. This is what I love to do. I'm at peace when I'm in here.
This is your serenity, your peace.
Yeah, I'm at peace in here. There's no phones ringing. There's nobody saying, "Hey, Marty, I need to do this," or nah, 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 nah. It's like 3 or 4 seconds. I can do whatever I want to do, and it's just the most peaceful place in the world.
I love it. Well, it's an honor to be in here, honor to interview you, and we hope you do really well tomorrow.
Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate it. Kudos to IHRA for putting this series on this year. They're taking the sport of drag boat racing that we all love so much up to the next level, and we're all excited. This is our first year, our first race, about where this series is going to go from here on. I think it's going to do nothing but go up.
I believe so.
That's it. See y'all next time. Y'all tune in.
Okay, and your winner, Big Ed Anderson, is going on with a 6:05 at 1:32.45. Chris Armstrong breaks out with the 5:84 at 1:30.21. So Big Ed Anderson is in the program tomorrow. All right, Big Ed Anderson takes the first round win, so he moves on All right, let's see what we got coming out next. Got one round of this to run. And then it is in the books for today. We're not waiting to load the rope on this. We're going to pull them out there as they get their ramp. We're going to run them as they get out there. That way we get this first round done. All right, don't forget chapel service, 7 o'clock in the morning. As soon as chapel service is over, I'm warming up boat, and we're going drag boat racing, IHRA style. Who are we going to have out there next? Here goes our first. There goes one pulling out there. Uh-oh, I've been told the next pair is Chad Cupid and Rooster Hudgens, the black-tooth grin. All right, there you go. See our jet ski personnel pulling them up there, putting them on the starting line. All right. Okay, inside lane. Out of Buckbrook, going to be Chad Cupid's Warpath, sponsored by Outlaw Boat Racers, Allen's Welding, and Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics. Qualified in with a 6'10" in the number 13 spot. That's how tough this class is. You got a 6'10" and you're number 13. And over in the outside lane, Rooster Hudgens, Blacktooth Grin, out of Burnett, Texas, sponsored by American Fiberglass Plus and Artist Auto Works. Thanks to the family for all the support. Qualified in number 6 with a 606. All right, here we are. Quick Eliminator, first round of eliminations. They got 5 rounds. We're going to run one of them off tonight. That'll put them with an even 4 rounds tomorrow. Blacktooth Grin outside, War Party inside. Rooster Hudgens and Chad Cupid. Winner moves on. Loser is spectating tomorrow. Red light outside lane. Outside lane, a red light. Chad Cupid, your automatic winner. Chad Cupid takes the win of 607 at 142.85. Rooster Hudgens' weekend is over with a 618 at 125.34 on a 165 red light. And Rooster Hudgens is going to get back and kick himself right square in the butt. Here's the replay. There's Chad Cupid leaving, good light. Boat comes out, takes a nice set, kicks the tail right out past the starting line, and cruises on down on an easy win after Rooster Hudgens hands him the win at the starting line with the red eye. And there it is right there. Oh, Rooster looked over at the clock. He knew he left too early. Did you see that little glance? Now he's looking back. Yeah, you already looked earlier. We know you red lit. You already he left. Look over that clock real quick. You know he knew he red lit. All right, who we got coming up next here? All right, next up, here we go. Outside lane, the City of Paris, Texas sponsored lane. Is going to be out of the Martin Motorsports stable. It's going to be Rick Martin in the red. He qualified number 5 with a 6:05. Sponsored by Justin Tite Construction, Prime Motor Company, Phil's Automotive and Towing, Propane Depot, Napa Bandera, R. Jones Enterprises, Newman Water Services, Svensson Knives, the Collins family, Bent Plumbing, Bandera Construction, Young Brothers Fire Protection, Texas-made buildings, Average Joe Coffee, Complete Collision, and Bandera Land Improvement, and also Photo Magic. And a big thanks to the family and crew. And over here in the inside lane, out of Wadowee, Alabama, Wild Bill Henderson. In joint effort, sponsored by Speed and Sport Marine, Conklin Racing, Ed Anderson Racing, and Joint Effort Racing, and Pro Boat out of Woodstock, Georgia. 540 cubic inch big black Chevy in a Curtis Hydro, blown on alcohol. Over in the outside lane, Rick Martin's a 505 inch Chevy in a Cole Hydro, blown on alcohol. There's in the red, Rick Martin from Martin Motorsports Stable. Got the GoPro on his helmet. Already give the starter the thumbs up. Our starter, Gary Gray, always asked him, show me a thumbs up when you're ready, so we know he's ready. All right, good. And Bill Henderson is always ready. Always got his thumbs up. Gonna watch a takeoff here from the starting line of Rick Martin in the red. He qualified number 14 with a 6:11. Like I say, Bill Henderson did. Rick Martin qualified number 5 with a 6:05. So Bill Henderson's got to push that line a little bit. Whoa! Bill Henderson, a red light on that run. Your automatic winner with a 595 breakout, but that don't matter. It was over at the starting line when Bill Henderson took the red light. And your winner, Rick Martin, runs 595 at 145.63. Bill Henderson even broke out on the other end, run a 594 at 148.83 on an 038 red light. All right, there you go right there. Rick Martin, left, good leave. Boat's got a good set on the number. He'll be glancing over here for long. Now he doesn't hear Bill, so he knows he's good and stayed in it. But a little too quick, but thank God it was over at the starting line because he broke out also. 695, 694 for Bill. Even if it wouldn't have went that far, Rick Martin would have still been the winner by the lesser of the two breakouts. A 695 for Rick Martin, a 694 for Bill Henderson. That's the bigger breakout. It would have lost on the other end anyway. And there is Rock Guthrie out of Crump, Tennessee. Pure insanity. Big black Chevy motor, all pure Chevy horsepower. No nitrous, no blower, no turbo. Just strictly USA American horsepower by Chevrolet. And Rock Guthrie, he qualified in number 7 with a 607. And he's going to be taking on Tim Ortiz in the Hater Maker, who qualified number 12 with a 610. Tim Ortiz, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Texarkana Glass, Maximum Racing Oils, Nitrous Outlet, Flow Supply, High Tech Performance, Fuel Factory Race Fuels, Roof Forge, Trinity Ministries and Pumps by Chop, and Double Oak Erosion. And over here outside, Rock Guthrie is sponsored by George Loomis and a big Jimmy Fullwood, the tow driver, and Carlene for all of her support of his crazy hobby. He's saying for his compliments, he made it back again. All right, Rock Guthrie, pure insanity outside. And Tim Ortiz, this is one bad jet boat sitting there on the right side of your screen. That is Tim Ortiz and Hater Maker. He's got to watch himself because that boat has ran in the thighs before, so Tim's got to watch it. And I tell you what, Rock Guthrie better not take that jet boat lightly because it is a bad baby. on the light. He had an 0-3 light to an 0-4 light. Rock Guthrie, your winner. He runs 6:03 and 1:41.72 to take the win. Kim Ortiz runs 6:05 on an 0-4 green light at 1:32.67. So you can't ask for what's better than that. An 0-3 on the light outside, an 0-4 inside, a 6:03 to win on the outside to win, and a 6:05 to lose in the inside lane. That is tight racing, but that's the way the QE crumbles. This class is always tight. You got to remember, the top 9 in this class were all O's. And they weren't like spread apart O's either. They were like bunched up. There goes Tim Ortiz right there now in Hater Maker. Nice jet boat. Here comes, there it goes, right there, Rock Guthrie. All-American Chevy Power. Big Black. Rock Guthrie out of Crump, Tennessee. Looking good all the way down. Pulled off the win. All right, now they're out of El Reno, Oklahoma, I believe. This is going to be Smokey Freeman. Smoke on the water. Smokey Freeman qualified at number 8 with a 6:08. And you're going to be taking on Larry Flores out of New Mexico. Hydroclimactic. He qualified at number 11 with a 6:09. That'll tell you how tight it is. Yeah, number 11 qualifier with a 6:09. Number 8 qualifier with a 6:08. Who's going to pull it off here? Smokey Freeman sponsored by Gaines Motorsports. Larry Flores takes the thanks by Pine Top Construction and Dynamic Engines. And a thanks to Troy Hibden and his hot wife, Kim. Uh-oh, he's trying to suck up to something. All right, Larry Flores inside, Hydroclimatic. Outside, Smokey Freeman, Smoke on the water. 6-second, 1,000-foot boat. Quick Eliminator. Whoa! Big Smokey Freeman's going to pull this off. At the finish line, if he did it good, oh! Smokey Freeman fell off on the top side, let out of it, and your winner, Larry Flores, went 6:14 at 1:41.15, and Smokey Freeman on the 6:36 at 1:08.40, and his weekend is over. Something happened because Smokey Freeman had him out of the gate. He had a 1:30 light to a 3. He had him by 2/10 out of the gate and let him get around on the top. Something must have went sour in Smokey, or he just thought he had it covered that good. All right.
Chad Cupid joining me. Now, Chad, what a beautiful run. You ended up first round qualifier with the fastest run. How you feeling?
Feeling good. It was a whole lot better than it was in qualifying. We struggled there. So hopefully we just take this win and learn off of it and get another one in the morning, just one at a time.
How much confidence does it get you to go into tomorrow's round?
Oh, a lot. The first round's always the toughest.
When you say the first round's always the toughest, is there some first, day jitters, first race of the season?
Yeah, first race of the season, and there's always jitters. You're tough competition in this class. I mean, it's probably the toughest class out here, in my opinion, and so everybody's really good. So a win's a win. Even a loss sometimes is a win. So
when you talk about everyone's good, is there anyone particular that you're nervous about going into tomorrow?
Oh, all of them. They're all good in this class. There's no bad drivers at all in this class.
Well, good luck. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Big Ed Anderson pulled it off there. That right there. There is Tommy Rice running for Arthur Hansel in finishing point. And the other lane going to be, like I said, Robbie Stafford. That's just sitting there. The Black Mamba. 400. Like I say, qualified number 1 with a 6:02. Right there, the Black Mamba. Tommy Rice has got a tough road to toe here. He's been having problems. Number 18 qualifier right there. Going to be taking on the number 1 qualifier. Had an even 18 boats in this field. That's a good field of quick eliminators. Tommy Rice thinking hard. What can I do here? He knows he's got to step it up. He's got to push that light. qualifying with a 1077 against a 601. He's got to push that line big time. So Tommy Rice has got to be very careful, but he's got to take advantage of that starting line. And there he is. Red light. Tommy Rice knew he had to push it, and he red light by 120. And he runs a 685. That's good. He got the sixes, a 685 at 117.40. And your winner, Robbie Stafford, takes the win, a 628 at 112.79 on a red eye. So Robbie Stafford moves on. Tommy Rice gets to spectate tomorrow. Here we go, right here. There's Robbie Stafford in the Black Mamba. Got a good light lead all the way down. That turbo making the horsepower on the top side. Look at that. Whoa, look out. That's got a little out of shape there at the 660. Yep. And there goes Tommy Rice. Way early, he knew he had to gamble, and it didn't work out for him this time around. So Tommy Rice's weekend is over, but he gave it his best shot. At least he ran into sixes that time. Yep. All right, next up, here we go. Over in the outside lane, Jerry Branham driving Richard Well back in the day. He qualified number 4 with a 604, taking on Bob Winder in Mama's Diamond. He qualified number 15 with a 615. Sponsored by United Rentals, Site Pro Rentals, Lone Star Materials, and Hudson's Automotive and Action Gypsum. Richard Wilt's boat over here at that side. Whoa! I do not believe this. Double red light, an 01 red light outside, an 710 red light inside. Your automatic winner, Jerry Branham, with an 012 red light. He runs 605 and 127.48. Bobby Winder, 0.719. Big time red light. He knew he had to push it because he was number 15 qualifier. And run 630 and 144.57 for the loss. Okay, everybody get your red tickets out. As soon as we get this next run, we're going to draw. How much is the winner going to get? Whoa! Give me some tickets right now. Hey, the winner of the 50-50 drawing for ASP gets $385. Huh? Oh, $395. Well, I was counting on $10. No. $395 to the winner of the RESP 50-50. Hey, guys, stop throwing in the water. Stop throwing in the water down there. Do not throw in the water. All right. Here we go now. Texas Red coming out. Going into the outside lane. Outside lane is going to be Texas Red, Jason Gothard out of San Angelo, Texas. Bunch of Fast Line Fabrication, Uncle Buddy's crew. And also special thanks to the crew. And Jerry Jessica Hardwick, Stephen Michelle Walls, and Bruce and Sella Hodges. And especially B.J. Everett. Over in the inside lane, out of Princeton, West Virginia, is Anthony Veneris, the Liquid Invader. Sponsored by Tyler Spear of Pro Boat Engine Systems. Also, Food Dude Vending and the Veneri Law Firm. Anthony qualified number 10 with a 609. And Jason Gothard qualified number 9 with a 608. This is going to be tight. All right, right after this run, we're going to draw. Somebody gets $395. Unless they go right to, hey, we may have to wait 2 runs. Okay, fine. All right, there's Jason Gothard right there from San Angelo, Texas. Texas Red. And there is Anthony Veneri, Liquid Invader out of Princeton, West Virginia. All right, first round of eliminations in Quick Eliminator. This class had 5 full rounds of elimination, so we got to run one of them tonight, so they'll have an even 4 rounds for tomorrow. Oh, Anthony got a little bit of light. Anthony Veneri had him on the light, and he held it off. Anthony Veneri takes out the win, a 6:09, a 1:43.04 for the win. He had an 0:47 light. Jason Gothard had an 0:49, takes the loss, a 6:10 at 1:38.72. So number 10 qualifier takes out the number 9 qualifier. That's how close this race is. All right, there goes Anthony Veneri. He got out on him by just 0.05 of a second. All right, let's draw a number real quick. Let's get it done. All right, real quick here. Let's see who's going to win. All right, let's see. All right, red ticket. Get your red ticket out. Red ticket number 3097838. 3097838. You are $395 richer. 3097838. Who got it? All right. Hey. Well, we know who's buying dinner tonight. All right, next pair coming up over the inside lane. Mike King out of Pryor, Oklahoma, and King side piece. Sponsored by Tailwinds Aerospace Hut. Also, Midwest Terminal Inspection, DMB Docks, King's Custom Audio, Maisie Landing and Marina, Huffman Performance, Gaines Competition, Ninja, Photomagic, and Botic Electric. Qualified number 16 with a 6:55. Taking on the outside lane from Stratford, Missouri, Ty Bowwig, High Plains Drifter. Qualified number 3 with a 6:03. Sponsored by Bowwig Logistics and Route 66 Trading Company. Here's just Ty Bowwig right there. That's another naturally aspirated one. Mike King, a blown jet. Like I say, Ty Bowwig, the yellow boat, number 3 qualifier with a 6:03. Mike King's got room to make up. He qualified number 16 with a 6:55. Ty Bowwig. Okay, what happened on that one there? Ty Bowwig in the outside lane, hole shotted him by 2/2. Put a 2/10 hole shot on him. Mike got nervous, made some mistakes. Your winner, Ty Bowwig, went 6:36 for the win at 1:11.04. And Mike King goes to the sideline on a 12:45. Ty Bowwig got out on him, and Mike King made the jump too quick and didn't get the boat set. So, Ty Bowwig moves on to tomorrow, and Mike King gets to spectate. All right, replay right here. There you go, Mike King. Watch, you get that out. He saw Ty leave, gets out there, and he bounces the boat. Doesn't get it set. There, he tried too hard, tried to make up that room, and could not do it. So Mike King's weekend is over, and Ty Bowwig left on a good light there. All the way down, good light. Like I say, he put over 2/10 on Mike King out of the gate. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. On behalf of IHRA and the TV crews, myself, Roger Monroe, and all the crew here, Liz, Stacy, all the girls up there, Gary Gray, our starter, Rich and Sarah running the ramp down there, myself, Roger Monroe, we thank you for coming. I loved entertaining you. I hope you stay with it. I'll see you all in the morning, 7 o'clock chapel service, back under the main pavilion, 8 o'clock. As soon as chapel service is over, we're going drag boat racing USA style, as my daughter will be singing the national anthem. Drivers meeting 30 minutes from now. Drivers meeting 30 minutes from now.
Andy Veneri joining me now. Tell me about this pass you have. Beautiful.
It's a work in progress. Made a lot of changes to the boat over the winter. In fact, had to get a new prop this winter, so for a hydro, that's pretty much starting from scratch. But we've been chasing it all weekend, and we're coming up on it, and we just hope we can earn a few more rounds tomorrow to continue to do so.
What would you like to change tomorrow going into that round?
Need a little more speed, but I've got it in it. I just need to trust it, and I think it's earning my trust, so we're getting there.
Well, congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching IHRA